just a bloke in a bar.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another episode of Bloke in a Bar. Don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. Hit that like and subscribe on YouTube. As we discussed, I think last Friday, we had another record month. So thank you so much to everyone. That doesn't happen if you guys aren't leaving the positive reviews, if you aren't liking, subscribing. Thank you so much. Also, we've got, it's back again. We brought it up. We come up with it last year. We really enjoyed it last year as well. It is the selection table. That is tomorrow, dropping at 3 p.m. And essentially what it is us sitting all around a table, going through who is available for New South Wales Blues, Queensland as well, and selecting the team. Now, eventually we all come to, I guess, like one side. But I think like if you come in and watch it, you'll hear the differing opinions of where we would land individually. But then by the end of the show, we all come together and go, all right, this is the side that we would select if we were a selection panel. And that is tomorrow, called the Selection Table, proudly brought to you by Menulog. What would you select if you were going to get a feed to your house? That's also what we'll be doing tomorrow. We'll be basically saying we'll be ordering Menulog to the selection table, having a great feed while selecting our origin sides for 2025. And don't forget, DJ Grumpy, he is now live. Give us a follow on Grumpy Drinks. Also with DJ Grumpy, he'll be doing his first ever set down at the Rusty Rabbit. That's right, the Rusty Rabbit. He'll be doing his first set this year with the boys, which is they actually came and they were actually putting on coffee for us. That was a few weeks ago for the Air Locker. Absolute legends of blokes. We'll be down at their cafe in Darlinghurst. That's right, the Rusty Rabbit in Darlinghurst. It's at 252 Forbes Street, Darlinghurst. And if anyone wants to reserve a table, go to therustyrabbit.com.au. You get a free DJ, you get a beautiful feed. DJ Grumpy, he'll be playing from 8:30 till 10:30. You might go a little bit longer if the vibe is right. I'm going to try to get down there as well. So make sure to get down to the Rusty Rabbit. Give them a follow on Instagram. They've got a massive follow, 16,000, nearly 17,000 followers on Instagram. They've got an outstanding 2 cafes, and we'll be playing at one of them this Saturday from 8:30 a.m. till 10:30 a.m. Come down and try Grumpy Coffee. And outside of that, just don't forget, the jerseys are still available. We've got about 20% left. Head to bloke.shop and grab your jersey. Alrighty, big weekend of footy, boys. How was the weekend, Roo?
Yeah, it was good, mate. I'd just like to acknowledge, obviously, the 11th of May, a big day in the life of someone in my life that's very important to me. I usually can't stand Queenslanders, but happy birthday, Jermaine Hopgood.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
And wow. You, mate. Happy birthday.
That's a sad state of affairs. It's a sad state of affairs. All righty. Timmy, how you going, mate?
Oh, better after that. That was great. No, I'm actually fantastic, mate. The mighty Canberra Raiders, we hit the top of the premiership table over the weekend for all of about 7 minutes. So, up and about from that and forget about the rest.
Mate, Hammy, how you going, mate?
Yep, not bad. Obviously, the great thing about following the West Tigers is they never lose. They either win or they learn. And what we learned yesterday is that the West Tigers are going to be the first team ever to win the comp after conceding 50 in a season. So, great lesson yesterday and looking forward to the rest of the year.
Big lessons on the weekend, big lessons. And also, guys, don't forget, join the Bloke Club. Go to www.bloke.club. You automatically go on the draw to win a Mazda BT50 thanks to Luke Camilleri. As a matter of fact, if you go to LDC_01 or you go into Aspley Mazda and you mention Bloke, he's going to give you a special end of financial year discount. That is right. All you got to do is mention Bloke and he will take care of you. All righty, time to face a bit of music brought to you by Sportsbet.
Make sure you go and follow Denon and myself on the feed, particularly Denon. You had Jack Della Maddalena on points at $6.75 over the weekend. Unbelievable.
Yeah, good win. Great win from the big fella JDM. I mean, he was a pretty big underdog heading into that fight. An incredible victory from the big fella, and now it's looking like he might fight Islam Makhachev, which will be a huge fight.
Australia, the home of UFC, 2 champions across 2 different weight divisions. I want to just shout out another punter on the feed this weekend. The Get 'em On Side boys gave this guy a bit of love last night too. Punter S. Thompson. Now, he had a multi over the weekend, which a couple of people followed in, paying $350. He had a couple of try scorers. He had Fletcher Sharp, he had Kickow, Lukey Metcalf, Blaze Talangi, and then the one that he was sweating on, even though it was early in the weekend, was Latrell Mitchell, who, of course, crossed in the 80th minute. A little bit of a contentious one there as well. I know we'll probably touch on it a little bit later, but you boys happy with that one, Latrell Mitchell's try at the end there?
Yeah, I think it made the Broncos look bad rather than Latrell look bad.
Yep.
Smart footy from Latrell. He realised there was no one touching him really, so he went over.
Well, I'll tell you one person who didn't have a problem with it. That was punter S. Thompson and all the punters that followed him in on the feed as well. $350, well played. That's how you do it. Now, let's face a bit of music for ourselves. So the first game, what a round of footy it was as well, by the way. A lot of upsets, a lot of close games. The first one, Eels 16 defeated by Dolphins 20. Now, much like Lockie Galvin and his manager Isaac Moses, we all got seduced by the Eels. The only one who saw the light was Denon, who had the Finns paying 1 to 12, $3.20. Off to a good start there on his birthday weekend. The next game, the Knights 20, defeated by the Titans 24. We all backed the Knights in some way, shape or form. If we turned it off at half time, we would have been laughing. 20 to 2 they led. The Titans were $29 live in play. Unfortunately, that's when the Knights turned off as well. So no points for anyone in that game. Next game, South 22 defeat Broncos 14. Broncos, they sucked us all in. Again, turn it off at half-time. We were laughing 14-0 to the Broncos. The Rabbitohs were $14 in play. But Wayne, he defrosted Origin Latrell at half-time. And we all go home without any points in that one. Slow start. So across 3 games of footy, Denon's the only one with any points, $3.20. So we need a big lift for the back end of the weekend here. On to Super Saturday. Raiders 20, defeated by Dogs 32. Myself, Timmy and Matty had the milk 1 to 12 at halftime. We were probably thinking should have had them 13 plus. The Dogs were as long as $67 live in play. They came back and won. Denon had them head to head at $2.12. Rue just scraped in. He had them 1 to 12 at $3.25. Then we go on to the Dragons, 14, defeated by the Warriors, 15. Again, what a game it was. Matty, the only one to clock any points. He had the Warriors head-to-head at $1.72. Unlucky to ruin myself, who had the Wires minus 2.5. Just got a little bit greedy there.
Oh, no.
The field goal cost us. Then we go on to Cowboys 30, draw with Panthers 30. So needless to say, no points for anyone here, Denon. You had the Cowboys 13 plus. Rue, Matty and I had the Panthers minus 3.5. Timmy had the Panthers 1 to 12. Storm 64 defeat Tigers 0. Rue, Matty and myself probably put a bit too much faith in the Tigers there, unfortunately. Denon and Timmy had the Storm 13 plus and minus 12.5 respectively. So then we're into the last game. And as we enter this game, worth noting that I'm yet to get off the mark with a single correct score for round 10. Could be on the brink of the first nudie run in Face to Music history. Manly 14 defeated by Sharkies 30. No points for Timmy. Manly 1 to 12. No points for Matty. Manly minus 2.5. No points for Rue. Sharkies 1 to 12. Points for Denon. Sharkies 13 plus at $5.25. Points also for Hammy. Sharkies 13 plus $5.25. Never in doubt there. So to bring us home for round 10, Denon, another stellar weekend, $12.43. He picked up over the course of the weekend. $5.25 for myself. Rue $3.25, Timmy $1.90, Matty $1.72. So overall, Denon's out in front, $91.24. Matty $80.44. Myself $76.72. Rue $72.03, and Timmy $53.79.
There you go.
Some work to do.
I'm just clawing back on Matty 20 cents at a time, so we'll get there.
There you go. There you go. Face of Music, all done. Brought to you by our friends over at Sportsbet. Stay tuned. At the end of the show, we'll be going through our tips for this week. But yeah, out in front. Just it's getting a bit boring. If I'm being honest, it's getting a bit boring.
Lonely at the top.
Alrighty, now into our next segment. It's time for the code story of the week. The big fella, he is back, mate. I don't want to talk about this. Why we got to talk about this? And just for the record, for the audience, I did bring up the fact that, you know, people don't like us talking about the Broncos, but I was outvoted unanimously. The people wanted the boot to be put into the Broncos. How you going, mate?
Yeah, I'm good. I was having a think, what about if we come up with some common ground? How about instead of just the Broncos, how about we kick Southeast Queensland? How about we talk Broncos and Titans? Would that soften the blow for the audience?
Yeah, I think so. Matter of fact, I actually think the audience will enjoy, and Matty brought this up, will enjoy us putting the boot into the Broncos. So listen, if you want to just focus in on the Broncos, that's fine too.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, isn't it? Winning solves everything. You know, we had a story on codesports.com.au last week, Mick Carianis, that Des Hasler has a clause in his contract that if he doesn't make the top 8, the Titans can sack him on the spot, basically, that they can terminate his deal. The Titans turn around and do what? They come back from nowhere and beat the Knights. And then the Broncos, who, you know, this is the team that beat the Bulldogs a couple of weeks ago, and you thought, oh wow, okay, and the Bulldogs were maybe due for a loss, who knows? And then we think, okay, they're back, leading 14-0 over a really upset, as far as the roster goes, South side, and then they can't turn it around. They can't continue the job. And the key thing here is Wayne Bennett goes in at halftime and says to the guys, we score first in the second half, we'll win this. He saw something there, Bennett, and, for all the super coaches out there that, try, there's only been one guy in 3.5 decades that's been able to have that success and handle everything that goes on at the Broncos, and that's been Wayne Bennett. And they turn around with South and they do it. And I want to get your thoughts, guys, on where you think this is, because I don't think it's a talent problem. I think it's an attitude problem. I think they're mentally brittle, and that's something that's meant to be Madge's strong suit, right? Where do you see it on that?
Yeah, it's a really interesting one. I don't think talent's been an issue. I think that, there's two schools of thoughts. There's some people who go, are they training too hard? Is Madge too intense for them? I think the problem with that line of thought is, you had the happy-go-lucky coach the year before. You had the Mr. Attack, boys, be yourself, do whatever you want, have that swagger, whatever. And your form got him sacked. It's really that simple. And so if you're sitting there currently going, they're getting trained too hard, it's like, well, you had the other one as well, and you made the finals 1 year out of 4. Granted, one was a grand final. Now, you could still argue that, okay, Kevy was clearly like that because he could see this playing group only reacts to that style of coaching. But at the moment, unfortunately, I don't think the playing group, whether they're right or wrong about it's too intense, they're too flat going into game day. Even when you watch them play, they still make silly decisions. They still try and score on second play multiple occasions. They don't complete high. I just think that it's a club that has too many players with the wrong mentality for consistent, top tier rugby league in the NRL. I think a mentality change is what is needed. And as again, if you go, we're getting trained we're too flat. Well, it's like, you didn't have that last year and you were flat then as well. Matter of fact, the Broncos, I think they sit in essentially the same spot as they did last year. And so there's no real turnaround or anything like that. It's the tough thing that playing group faces is if this continues, it won't be the coach that goes this time. It'll be some key players, unfortunately. So they've got to turn around quickly.
Yeah. And I know this stuff's boring for the average league fan, but the internal data at the Broncos shows that when they make in excess of 50 decoy runs a game, they never lose. And what does that point to? That points to off-the-ball effort, and that points to attitude. And we talk about attitude and everything, but it has tangible results on the field. People, the clubs measure these metrics. They see what's going on, and there's so many guys. You look at Penrith, for an example. Liam Martin, the amount of decoy runs that he makes, it's the amount of times that he doesn't get the ball that lulls you in that first false sense of security. Because you saw last year, he exploded with more tries, and they go, and everyone was saying, he's added this running try-scoring element to his game. No. He was always there playing in a system, playing a part of where a ball goes. And then it's the same thing at the Broncos. That's what got them that 23 grand final, right? And so I think there's some issues in there, and the fact that now they've got Ben Hunt's out for a few weeks with a hamstring injury, right? They've got to rush Ezra Mam straight back in, don't they? He has to just come back into that squad. And I don't think there's no point playing mind games of having him in the 14 or on the extended bench. Madge's got to put his cards on the table and go, okay, Sunday, 2 p.m, Dragons. Here's my number 6. This is we're going all in. He's done his time, whether the audience agrees with the punishment or whatever else and the court system, all that other stuff aside, they've got to go and win football games, and they've got to bite the bullet on it. And it's got to happen now, because I know I think you saw it Magic Round, didn't he? Flashed up on the big screen and there was some boos there. It wasn't a Broncos crowd. Yeah, the Broncos are playing that. It wasn't a Broncos crowd. That was a Magic Round crowd of all sorts of fans. So on that Sunday at Suncorp, you're going to get a parochial Broncos fan.
I still think you'll get a similar reception.
Yeah.
I still think that a lot of Broncos fans are a bit upset at the length of suspension. And I just quickly with that, you don't have to bring Ezra Mam back in. There are a lot of coaches in this NRL that, with Billy Walters at 6, Adam Reynolds at 7, Pakes at 9, Selwyn at fullback, and then that team on paper would still be able to get wins under their belt. So, like, although I think that they probably are going to bring Ezra Mann, I don't fully subscribe to the idea of, like, they have to, no matter what, like, they've been forced their hands. That's the thing with, like, principles. It's like they're not reactionary. They exist regardless of what is happening around you. And so if they are trying to really, go down the path of, like, no, Ezra needs to spend some time in Queensland Cup and earn his jersey back and all that kind of stuff, then I almost think that's a bit of a, and I'm not saying that you said this, but I think that's a bit of a cop-out. Unless he's come back and he killed it in Queensland Cup and he is just red hot right now. But, like, if he was truly being put back into Queensland Cup to earn the jersey again, how many players just play one game and are immediately back in that aren't Origin, top-tier Australian representatives? Very, very few are. So it's going to be interesting. They got a hard. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's easy, and I know people's jobs are on the line, and there's all this pressure in that. But I just think that, like, they definitely got to do it. I'm just not too sure.
Do you liken that to the Lockie Galvin situation as well, with that week in reserve grade to try and win back the trust? And we're talking about results. 1 try, 3 try assists, and on report the first play of the game for South Logan as they beat the Clydesdales 66-10. So obviously the talent's there. He's been working hard, and this is the thing. The behind the scenes stuff that people don't see is that Ezra Mann's mum getting up and driving him to training and taking him, and all the responsibility that falls on the family to make up for his mistakes. And I think he's been getting a pretty harsh dose of reality in the last few months about seeing how his actions affect other people. And so, and if he needs a couple of more weeks in reserve grade to really see where they need to, and the Broncos to say, hey, we may, and that might be the lesson, right? We're sacrificing having you in the team because you're definitely in our best 17, but this might be the next part of that. I don't know if he's doing parole or whatever you want to call it, right? But that coming back into first grade and earning your stripes. But
yeah, I think it just depends what the plan was. If the plan was he was always, going to play just one game and he was going to be straight back in, then, like, fair enough. Although I may disagree with that plan, then I think follow for it. But if the plan genuinely was like, no, he needs a couple of games, he needs to get his fitness back, then I would hate to think that, you bow down to pressure just because one player got injured. Especially, like, it's not like you're a bottom 4 side on paper. Like, you got plenty of talent there. Like, Billy Walters is a good solid 6. Adam Reynolds is plenty good enough to lead his team around. Corey Pace showed at the start of the year he's a good 9. Selwyn Cobbo, obviously, he had a mixed bag on the weekend. It's a tough one. It really is a tough one because I think that no matter what game Ezra does come back, he's probably going to get booed, and it's going to take quite a while for fans to kind of, like, forgive the situation or whatever. And, like, Ezra didn't suspend himself. He's just doing what the NRL has said. But I think, unfortunately, that's just the reality of the situation.
what do you think about the story that Buzz Rothfield had in on Code Sports over the weekend about Madge bringing the team down, and they go on Anthony Bell's cruiser? They have a harbour cruise on the Wednesday, a couple of days before the game. Concerns with that? Do you think that's okay? There was no drinking, obviously, but telling for me was the fact that the players were instructed not to post anything on social media, so they didn't want that. They didn't want people knowing that they were doing that, but all for team bonding. But I don't have a view either way. I was keen to hear what you thought.
I mean, if they win, we don't hear about it. I don't think it's out of the realms of I think it's because they're on a boat. It's like, oh wow, they're on a boat. They must be doing something crazy. But like if they went to dinner together, we wouldn't be even talking about it. It's just like because they're on a boat, it makes it look like there's some flash crazy thing that's happened when they've just got together as a team and done something. So I don't have an issue with it.
I agree. I think if they win, you don't hear a thing about that.
Yeah.
It's like when they're on the pokies against the night before the semi-final against the Eels a few years ago. Remember, they got 50 put on them, and yeah, that's all anyone was talking about.
Yeah, the only issue I have with that is like, should you really be out till like 12 o'clock the day before a game? Is that good recovery and all that kind of stuff? Whereas like if you want to have a slap at the pokies or whatever, like that's fine. It's more just like what is the best preparation? I don't know whether it, sitting at the pokies till 12 o'clock at night is probably the best preparation for a game.
Just on Ezra Mann before we move on, like if they don't pick him this week, they've got the bye the week after. Do you look like if you don't pick him this week, you don't see him for another 3 weeks? Does that maybe help to smooth it out and give Billy Walters the opportunity to show what he can do? Like I personally would pick Walters at 5'8" this week. I just think the look around it and I'm not sure if Brisbane are going to be able to handle that noise. But is the noise going to be the same in 3 weeks too? Realistically, like
Yeah, I personally, I'd be picking Billy Walters because I just the gravity of the situation. I think it needs more than one game in Q Cup before you're back to where you were before. And as I said, I know that he didn't choose his punishment, but like at the same time, the Broncos, they have an opportunity here, like this idea that their hand is force. It's not force. You can choose not to play him. You can choose to say, mate, you killed it because he, by all reports, went well on the weekend. I mean, there's no one doubting talent. Like even the biggest Ezra Mam hater knows he's a bloody good player. But again, principles are supposed to be there regardless of what happens around you. You can't just go, oh yeah, principles when they suit me, like, oh, I'm big tough on standards and earning the jersey when everything's going well and we're sitting in the top 4. Like, no, you should be like that no matter what. And I think that, me personally, I think that Billy Walters is a good solid 6. I think that, a good 3, at least 3 or 4 games in Queensland Cup. I don't know about, I can't speak for everyone here, but I think it actually would have served Ezra better for a 6 to 12 months out of the game in total. And I know you could say, well, he had that because of the off-season, whatever. But I even just think a season would have been good for him, or at the very least, like a season from outside of NRL. Like, so if he goes back and he's in Q Cup for a season or something like that, because I think that would have a lot more of the wider audience would have said, although I still disagree with what he did, he's done his time. You can get him back into the side. And there are people that think he deserves even more than that. But I think that it's just the 9-game suspension to bring him back after just 1 game in Queensland Cup. I just don't know if that's the best look for the Broncos.
But to Rue's point as well, the next couple of weeks, the next 8 weeks are really crucial for the Broncos because, but then again, how many are they going to lose for Origin? You're going to lose Selwyn Cobbo, Patrick Carrigan.
Maybe Cobbo, because Talangi could get picked on the edges there.
Talangi could be on the,
So those 2 middles going though, like...
Yeah.
Talking about guys that are buying into what Madge does. Those 2 are the blueprint of it. Without them, I'm really concerned about Brisbane.
Yeah, and that's a tough 8 weeks to get through with, and then when Reece Walsh comes back from injury, so they've got a bit to work on there.
Tough. The one thing they've got in their favour is of the 2 major Origin weeks, they will be on the bye. So it's a big ask for them, but Haas, Carrigan, if they want to back up from Origin, obviously output will probably be a little bit different and maybe a little bit lesser, maybe a few lesser minutes, but there should only be 1 week where they're going to miss for the Broncos, which helps a lot, but you're still asking these 2 blokes who are going to play massive minutes in Origin to back up 2, 3, 4 days later. But as far as the draw's gone, beneficial for them.
Yeah, just tough without those 2 dudes Monday to Friday though. Like they set all your standards.
Yeah. And the game they're going to miss in that, because they don't have the bye pre-Origin 3, that's the return clash against the Bulldogs. So that's a tough game. So... Yeah, it's a watch this space on the Broncos, I think.
Yeah, I think also like this idea that, Madge is safe this year. So I'm not saying that, it's all good if the Broncos finish in the bottom 4. I'm not. But if you want to set standards, you might have to take some... Like, look what Serraldo did in his first year at the Bulldogs. He copped loss after loss after loss after loss. You know why? Because he had a set of standards that he was refusing to budge on. By the end of the year, even we were sitting there going, wow, does this defend? Matter of fact, even his players were sitting there going, I'm not sure if this whole Serraldo system works. He copped a whole season of just getting towed up. Are you telling me the Broncos can't cop a few weeks of not having one key player because they're trying to set standards? I just don't know if I agree with that. And I want Ezra to get back to the heights that he was, that he can get to. And so I actually think the more you make him earn the jersey back, it's better for him as a person as well. I think that if you just bring him straight back in after 1 week, what does that teach a young fella that's, 22 years old? I don't know if that... what does that say about your standards? I don't know. I don't know if it's the right thing for the Broncos.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Their external conversations last week was about he needs to get some football under his belt, needs to do this. The internal ones may be very different around, okay, this is, we've read the room about what was widely considered to be well short of public expectation for in the courts about his suspension, and loss of license, and then the 9-week ban from the NRL. The public thought that should have been longer, right? So maybe the Broncos are looking at that and going, okay, well, let's set those standards within here and see where we go from there.
But I even think though, like, it's good for Ezra. Like, I think the main goal should be, obviously the biggest priority in all this is the victims of the situation. They're the number 1 priority. But if you're just individually speaking about Ezra, the main goal should be, how do we get this bloke to be the best version of himself for the rest of his life. Not just for one season, not just for me to get a couple of wins so I don't have to have pressure with the media and all the headlines that are going to come with the Broncos are falling out of the 8. It should really be, how do we make Ezra repent from what he did, become a better human being off the field first, then becoming a better footy player, so that this isn't just, okay, he's back in first grade, who cares, nothing happened, nothing to see here, guys. We won a few games. Ezra, he's got 5 try assists in 3 games. Everything's all good. Like, I just think there's got to be a longer vision about things that are more important than footy with Ezra. I just don't understand the idea of, like, oh, well, he's injured, let's got to bring him back in. It's like, well, that's not how standards are set, in my opinion anyway. And that's coming from someone that, as I said, wants Ezra to be the best version of himself, wants him to push through this extremely hard time. He's going to cop a lot of criticism. He's going to cause negative headlines. He's going to be booed. And unfortunately, like you could argue, obviously stuff that goes too far is not warranted. But what he did was extremely serious. And unfortunately, there's going to be consequences for that long term. Again, not stuff that crosses the line that's way past the pale, but just the pressure and the negative headlines. Unfortunately, that's the consequences of doing something as serious as he did. In regards to the Broncos, where's the pressure in regards to, like, I think they're sitting still in the 8, but, like, they're nowhere near where they should be.
Yeah.
Is there any, I guess, pressure on players or, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, the issue with the Broncos, I think we've touched this before, the salary cap for the Broncos is a squeeze. They're about to announce the re-signing of Katoni Staggs, a 3-year deal. What does that mean for Selwyn Cobbo? But I don't think that's the problem positions for the Broncos. I think they're edge forwards. I think the backup, and to your point before, the support that they're not getting for Carrigan and Haas through the middle, and those edge forwards where you've got guys who they need to be. I don't think they've got the depth in those spots, and I think that salary cap issue is something Madge he's very aware of it, and he's looking at it and going, okay, how do we manage this, and how do we get the right talent coming through, and don't underestimate the introduction of the Dolphins into the competition about the spread of talent and the fight for players in southeast Queensland. And the Bulldogs set something up in Toowoomba, and the Titans are just down the road. The Broncos had it their own way for so long, and everyone's going, oh, they've got all this to choose from. They don't. Yes, they do in a sense, but it's not like it was back in the 80s and 90s where everybody was Broncos and nothing else, so they could dominate things. So it's tough for them, and so they've got to find what they want to do, but what they need to do is stop running through coaches. They need to because every new coach comes with a whole new coaching staff, a whole new ideal about how to play, and whether those players can adjust to the style of play that Madge wants, or does he have to go and rebuild the roster again? And I don't think, if you wanted to take up a roster as a coach coming in, you'd jump at the Broncos roster any day of the week. But that's not to say there's not issues with that. And I
think there's a mentality issue with this current roster. I think that's. I'd love to get your boys' thoughts. I personally think there's a mentality issue of when everything clicks for them and they are enjoying rugby league, they're probably the best side in the competition. Genuinely, like when it's all clicking, the balls are landing where they want to. But when things aren't going their way, I don't know if they've got the mentality. No, well, at the moment it says that they don't have the mentality to push through it right now, in my opinion.
I agree with you. And normally when you've got sides like that, it's it can quite often be the pack you look at. Like, they've got the middle forwards that will get into a gutter, get into the trenches, but I don't think there is buy-in from the rest of them.
Yeah, I think you'll probably see a bit of an overhaul of the roster in coming years. And I can see Madge taking this, not necessarily this current roster, but I can see him taking the Broncos to great things and potentially a premiership within 2 to 3 years. Absolutely. I just think Madge is the kind of coach who I see him with a roster like what Serraldo's created, the Bulldogs, of just these hard workers who put in the 1%. You're going to get from them every week. You're going to get effort areas, all these sorts of things. I think the Broncos roster at the moment is just got talent throughout it. We all know that. It's got ability, it's got skill as much as anyone in the NRL. That's not necessarily what Madge wants, because I think it's clear that there's some attitude problems there, and there has been for a few years since they made the grand final in 2023. They've got the talent. They should be doing a lot better than they are. And I think there's complacency sets in. Mobsy mentioned even that little stat about the decoys and all that, and they're the little effort areas that the Dogs get week in, week out from their entire roster. And I think you'll find whether they make a run to the grand final this year or they miss the 8, I think Madge will clear out a decent number of this current roster over the next 12 to 24 months. He'll get players that he wants, and what the access the resources and all of that they've got at Red Hill, I think he'll put together an outstanding roster. I just think it's going to take probably 2 to 3 years, and there's no reason why they won't be competing for a premiership soon, but I think we're going to see a big change to the roster.
How locked in are the Broncos in supporting Michael Maguire? Because the key to Bulldogs' success is they were all in on Serraldo. They gave him a full-on year to be terrible, and then obviously we've seen what happened. Are the Broncos all in behind Michael Maguire for at least 2 to 3 years? Yeah,
they're all in on him because they know they can't afford another revamp, another restructure of the coaching staff and everything. So they're all in on him, and Madge has shown that he can do this. He's shown that he can build a roster, and it's not just the salary cap that tilts the Broncos roster. They're very unbalanced with, you were talking about Billy Walters before. Billy Walters, Corey Pakes, and Tyson Smoothie. They've got 3 hookers there. They've got Blake Moser coming through. There's 4 hookers on the books there. They've got to get this balance right. And Madge is going to come in and look at this. And
he's already kind of done it with Billy Walters. He trained him there at 6 for most of the preseason.
Yeah. And guys, it's the next couple of years, to your point, Tim, is going to be crucial with guys like Xavier Willison and Ben Takura and these young guys that they've got a good bunch that are coming through, and they've got high hopes on, they think Kobe Black's going to be really good, but, the halves market at the moment has just been skewed by how good Isaiah Katoa is and how good Nathan Cleary was at such a young age. Halves, Jonathan Thurston was nowhere near that at that age, and he developed into this great player, and I don't think every half can do that. So they've got to give these guys time to get where they need to be. And Madge sees that. He sees the roster. He's happy with key parts of it. But, they need to make sure the Broncos, and something they haven't had to do in the past, is get their free agency stuff right. They got Fletcher Baker from the Roosters, who I don't think was a great buy. They've got to make sure that they get these... they've got to identify their weaknesses and what they need to get from the free agency and what they're not getting from their pathways, and add those guys in. And Madge can do that for them. But they've got, and it's tough. The Ezra Mam stuff on the side, you bring in Adam Reynolds. But again, that takes salary cap. Sorry, not Adam Reynolds, Ben Hunt. But that takes salary cap. That takes a place out of the top 30, that disrupts what you're doing. So it's not all their fault. It's not all self-inflicted from the club itself, but it's all stuff that kind of winds in.
And the beauty of Madge is, first he's got runs on the board, but we know he's going to make the tough decisions. And if there's players that the Broncos love and the players love and all that, I know you can't risk getting players offside, but he'll go I don't care if I'm cutting one of the blokes that you love because he's fun off the field and a good bloke. He goes, I'm here to win footy games and build that culture. And you look at the start of the year when he picked Jack Kajewski on the edge over this supreme talent like Brendan Piakura. He picked Gomat Shibasaki over another talented outside back in Dean Mariner. He'll do it. He doesn't care. And we'll see that in the roster as well in years to come.
Yeah. Super, super interesting watch. And for all Broncos fans, don't worry, we won't spend as long in the review, so you won't get a double dip of this. Mate, first of all, you can go to codesports.com.au/bloke, enter redemption code bloke, and you'll get access to a special discounted annual subscription, just $49 for the year. The link will be in the show notes. As I said, just go to codesports.com.au/bloke. Use your code because the codes don't last forever, guys. As you know, last week we had the magic code. That is now done. I promised you it would be done. It is done. Other big stories before you leave, mate, this week on codesports.com.au.
Yeah, look, a little preview. We've been working on something in the background at the moment, and I think it's something that fans want to know more about, and it's rugby league player agents, the silent influences of rugby league. So what we've gone through, we've tracked down every player's agent who represents every player at every club across the game, never before seen. And so what we want to do by this is sort of highlight where the influence is at your club, or who holds the balance of power, right? Because you take a guy like Isaac Moses, who the Roosters, through Nick Politis, refuse to deal with. There's no Isaac Moses clients at the Roosters. He's got Lockie Galvin at the Tigers. Hammy, I know you probably have some opinions on that, much in the same way I do at Parramatta when he's got some players there. But it's about having a look through what managers have what players, what sort of influence they have, and sort of breaking down that barrier to see the good, the bad, the ugly of what these player managers do, because a lot of people accept they're a necessary evil, but There's also a lot of really good cases of great agents doing great work for their clients as far as helping them off the field with things. And so we've delved into a little bit of that as well. Something else we're doing as well is we've done a survey with 50 of the leading player agents on some of the big issues in the game, around the salary cap, around who should be the first $2 million player, stuff like what Lockie, Galvin and DCE would be worth on the open market if you were managing them. You know, I've been wanting to do this for a couple of years now, so it's tricky. It's been a lot of phone calls, a lot of will you be on the record, and like you see, you don't see many managers quoted very far and wide, and there's a reason for that because they don't want to be the headline. So going to be really interesting insight. So that's coming out this week on Code Sports. So
okay, so we can dive into it next week on the show?
Yeah,
awesome.
I might send in old Peabody, Brent Reed, next week to have a little bit of a discussion because he's very much in with some player agents, a lot of phone calls that he makes. But
sounds good.
Yeah, it'd be really good to get into.
Alrighty, thanks as always, mate. We appreciate it. Guys, use your code Bloke to get your special discount. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Alrighty, it is time for Menulog, Hungriest player. And I tell you what, I mean, the names pop to your head straight away. So there's going to be some people that are angry that their bloke missed out who they thought were the hungriest player. And we actually have data to back it up to a degree, so don't get too angry. The hungriest player, it could have been Pappenhausen. It could have been Latrell Mitchell. If you want to put them in, more than happy to do that. But the hungriest player, it is Stephen Crichton from the Bulldogs. He was absolutely phenomenal. And, you know, we talked about last week how important he was last week against the Titans and had these incredible moments. But then he comes out this week and they're down in a top-of-the-table clash against the Raiders away from home. And you already saw the headlines. Their headlines, they already read Bulldogs, flat track bullies, Bulldogs when they get against good sides with big forward packs, they can't handle it. You knew the headlines that were coming. And then Critter comes out. And he didn't just have like, you know, some, you know, a good tackle here or a good run here. He literally single-handedly tore the Raiders apart with individual brilliance, which gave the momentum back to the Bulldogs, which made them win a top-of-the-table clash and essentially locked in I believe, their bona fide premiership credentials, and it's all off the back of Critter's incredible performance on the weekend. Boys, what do you reckon?
He's just amazing, isn't he? Like, and I heard a lot of people, not a lot of people, I heard a few people like name their origin sides over the last few weeks that some people didn't have him in there, which I can't make sense of at all. And, you know, obviously had a good game on the weekend, but just in general, I can't make sense of it. I posted on Instagram the other day, mate, like, he's one of the better balanced athletes we've seen, I reckon, in rugby league. Like, the way that he transitions from hand to hand without losing anything, he is such a special character.
Incredible. Timmy, what do you reckon, mate?
Phenomenal, wasn't it? He, like, the timing of after the, you know, big chat we had about Stephen Crichton last week for that enormous performance, he's just, we said that he doesn't necessarily stat pad and fill the stat sheet week in, week out, but he has big moments. And a week later, he just does exactly that. I mean, he did fill the stat sheet this week, but the Doggies down and out, seeming like that game was over by half time. And where do they go? They didn't have any answers. They go to their captain, Stephen Crichton, for not one, but two, but three, just big play after big play after big play. He was on another level to anyone out there and going through some really good defensive plays as well, Hudson Young being one of them. Yep. It was an incredible performance from Critter.
What do you reckon, Hammy?
Yeah, I think degree of difficulty against the Raiders, 20-0 down as well, captain's knock sort of stuff, as well as just incredible plays, like really just put the team on his back, you know, completely changed the feel of the game, put the weak gutted dog over for a try as well, which is always nice, which gave us a great moment with the post-try celebration as well. He was elite, and I think what we saw across this whole round was a lot of Origin-ready players demand to be picked, just showed why they're so good. And he, you know, was probably the pick of the litter, really, just given the magnitude of what he did against the red-hot Raiders at halftime. Very, very impressive. Yeah,
geez. And like your captain's knock, like there are very few outside back captains as it is, but then also an outside back captain that can just go, okay, I need to turn something special on. I almost need to be a little bit selfish here and demand the ball come to my edge so that I can do something and get my team back into the match. And just the way he was carrying the ball, swapping one hand to one, I can't express, bro, you know how friggin' hard it is to carry the ball in one hand. That, like, it's not hard to do that, but when you've got blokes hitting your arm like that, just incidental contact, like it is tough. It is tough. And he did it made it look like it was nothing. I think also, you know, because he's got quite long legs, I think defenders are surprised at how quick he covers that first 10 metres. Because he's so long and rangy, you don't usually expect tall blokes to be able to do that, but he just explodes when he wants to. Just an incredible performance by Critter, and you know they've really got that scalp now where any time in the end of the season where they get a bit of doubt and they're like, oh, okay, the game's not going our way, they just go, nah, boys, this system works. It works against any forward pack, whether they're big, small, fit, or whatever. We'll get to the review later on, but an incredible performance from Critter, and you know, he's really becoming a pin-up boy of rugby league.
I didn't notice it at the time. Obviously, half-time, it was 20-0. I thought the Raiders were going to win that game of football at that point, but I went back and just watched at half-time, and just watching in hindsight Critter in the change rooms at half-time, it wasn't a big rev-up speech. He just, a few times, he just looks at guys and sort of went no, we're good. We're good. And just the confidence he gives guys around him. Yeah. Incredible.
It's just such a good performance by Critter. And as I said, if you had Pappy, if you had Trell, absolutely understandable, because those two guys were also outstanding. But Stephen Crichton, he is our hungriest player. Use code CRITTA, CRITTA, for free delivery. Minimum spend $30, but free delivery to your house. Use code CRITTA. Massive congratulations. That's back-to-back attacking absolute incredible performance from Critter, heading right into Origin at the right time. Cannot wait to see him explode in the Origin arena. Okay, it is time. And as always, a massive thank you to Menulog. They've been partnered with us for years now. A massive, massive thank you. Alrighty, team of the week brought to you by Grumpy Coffee. Grab your Grumpy Coffee today. And DJ Grumpy, he'll be down at the Rusty Rabbit, Darlinghurst from 8:30 a.m. till 10:30, maybe even 11:30. I'll get down there too. I'll try to get down there. Come down, try our coffee, try a feed at the Rusty Rabbit in Darlinghurst. Give them a follow on Instagram and listen to some really, really cool tunes. You can even request it. Request some tunes from DJ Grumpy. How good? So grab your coffee from grumpycoffee.com.au, guys. It's the best coffee in all the land. Okay, at number 1, it is Latrell Mitchell. At 2, Coates. 3, Herbie Farnworth. 4, Critter. 5, Mulatalo. Geez, him and Garrick running battle. At 6, Blaze Talangi. What a performance. At 7, really, really tight one. Just went Hines. We went Hines at 7. He's been playing outstanding footy for the last 3 or 4 weeks. At 8, Keon. 9, Garlic. 10, Barnett. 11, Aitken. 12, Kickow. 13, Tino from the Titans. 14, Pappy. 15, Big Nash from the Storm. 16, Aaron Clark. And 17, Isaiah Katoa from the Dolphins. That is your team of the week. Let us know, should there be any changes? What would you put in? All that good stuff. That is the team of the week. Leave a comment on our YouTube or Spotify and we'll get back to you guys. And it's brought to you by Grumpy Coffee. Make sure to join us this weekend, this Saturday, at the Rusty Rabbit in Darlinghurst. We'll be down there putting on some tunes thanks to DJ Grumpy. Alrighty. Now, this is part of the reason why maybe we were allowed to kind of go, not allowed, but we could get kind of both people in regards to great performances this next segment. Kayo can't miss moment. And what a great round of footy we just had. One of the most remarkable ever between Latrell's field goal, Critter's performance, Pappy's 4-try haul. Fox League exclusive games in round 11 are Knights v Eels, Friday 6 p.m, Dolphins v Warriors, Saturday 3 p.m, the Cowboys v the Sea Eagles, Saturday 5:30 p.m, the Sharkies v the Storm, Saturday 7:35 p.m, the Broncos versus the Dragons, Sunday 2 p.m, the West Tigers versus the Rabbitohs, Sunday 6:15 p.m. And you're not going to want to miss the PGA Championships, which kick off on Thursday night after the footy with Min Woo Lee and Cam Smith leading the charge for the Aussies. The only place you can watch all the action is on Fox Sports, available on Kayo. And Oscar Piastri is leading the F1 World Championships and will be looking to extend his lead as the championships return to Emilia Romagna. Hope that's right. Tune in every practice, qualifying session and race live on Fox Sports. Race is on at 11 p.m. Sunday night, Australian Eastern Standard Time. Get on board today. If you love sport, you can't miss it. It's on KO. The KO can't miss moments. It is Latrell Mitchell, try-saving tackle on Haas. And initial the try-saving tackle, you go, oh, he did it against a big fella, because he's a big fella and he used his unique strength at fullback to be able to take a front rower down in a one-on-one tackle. And you go, okay, that's why you got it done. And then one of the game's fastest, explosive outside backs make a break. And you go, okay, well, because he's a big fella, he's not going to be able to catch Dean Mariner, but that's what makes Latrell so special. He's a big fella that's as fast as some of the fastest outside backs, and he takes Dean Mariner out. And then if you weren't done there, and there were plenty of other moments that he had as well in the game, all of a sudden, He gets the ball. It looks like a typical set where nothing's happening. It's going to be a bomb to the corner. And Latrell Mitchell, like only Latrell Mitchell can do, says, give me the ball. I'm going to nail it from essentially 50 metres out in the torrential rain. And he absolutely nails it. Not only that, he creates controversy, even though I don't think it's controversial. But that's Latrell Mitchell. He creates headlines, baby. One of the best headline creators in the game. There's a lot of people in the media that owe half their career to the Trelly Mitt. At the end, he puts his knee down when the whistle is essentially gone. He looks up and realizes, oh, the Broncos have literally just walked off. I'm just going to score a try now. And then, so, I mean, honestly, the amount of Kayo can't miss moments in this game from one man, incredible. And what makes it even more incredible is he's had so many of these moments in his career dating back to his first season in the NRL. What an incredible performance, and a performance that only Latrell could do. Only Latrell could tackle the front rower, tackle an outside back that's faster than anything, kick a field goal from 50 out, then have the crazy moment at the end. Boys?
Isn't it crazy with a field goal, like without, minimalising the moment? It's that sort of stuff that we know Latrell can do. No one else can, but we know Latrell can do it. It's probably those two tackles that I think a lot of people go, Latrell doesn't have that in his game, especially the Dean Mariner one, as you pointed out. Like even in that moment when Mariner took him down the short side, in the wet and all that, it's probably not the best player, but part of me thought, oh, no, he'll find a way here.
Well, you're backing Dean Mariner to have done this so many times in his career. Of course that he's measured it and gone, I'm way easy quick enough to get to the corner.
Yeah.
And Trell just goes, nah, not happening today.
I think as well, like the other thing with the field goal, it's in the wet, all that stuff, but like with 3 minutes to go on the clock, it's a huge play because if he misses, you give Adam Reynolds a 7-tackle set to march back up there. Like it could have, like the game, it really put the game in the absolute balance in that moment. I think you've seen over the last 6 weeks, the vast majority of teams in that moment would have just got, kick it to a corner, just back ourselves in here.
It'd be one thing to, it's 3 or 4 minutes to go and you're 20 out and you take that shot. You go, well, you could have probably just grinded it out, maybe had a shot later on. To do it at 50 metres out, that's even crazy because if he misses, everyone's going, why are you taking field goals from 50 out? Yeah. And he still has the confidence. And so that confidence and that, some people would call it arrogance, some people would call it confidence. Without that confidence, you don't get those big plays.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
The only guys that are willing to have that shot like Latrell are the guys that aren't scared to fail. And Latrell is willing to put his balls on the line to do it.
And he nailed it. Timmy, what do you reckon, mate?
Yeah, and the other one, I think it was his first game back this season, was that long cutout ball with the game on the line that probably should have been intercepted and game over, but he went for it and he pulled it off. And to your point, Roo, he's just no other player in the game has that special nature about them and ability. Like if Nathan Cleary hits that, it's unbelievable. Anyone else hits it, it is unbelievable. This will never happen again. Latrell does it, and you're kind of like, yeah, because Latrell does this shit. And it didn't surprise me one bit.
Yeah. Just incredible. Like watching the game live, because I actually did some commentary with SEN. Just when you watch it live and you see the big moments that he has time after time after time, and just how much he stands out in the game, it's seriously amazing. Seriously amazing.
And we'll talk about it as the weekend goes on, but there was a few games there where I'm sure our big discussion point will be set up for field goals. Joel just goes, fuck it, just give me the pill.
Just give me the bill. I'll just absolutely know. What do you reckon, Hammy?
Yeah, I mean, it was unbelievable just to do it. I think when he got the ball and started to wind up, he was on the other side of halfway as well. But, and once he nailed it and then just turned around, like, didn't even celebrate, just, like, walked back. I mean, that'll clip up beautifully. Love the reaction from Cooper and Matty Johns on it as well the next day as the Queensland Twins. Sensational stuff. But, I mean, we spoke about with Crichton as well, a week and a half out from Origin, there was a few players that just put their hand up and go, this is why you got to put me in the team. And, Latrell maybe started the season a little bit slow, had a couple of good games, but stuff like this is why you've just, there's just no question that he's got to be, selected.
I think it's, and just to further your point, 2 weeks ago, we were sitting here and saying, you just want to put Latrell at fullback because you want him in these positions to do these kind of things. And maybe we got it wrong a week early because Jai Gray was playing so well and, you're going to get that 250 metres a game. But the extra 150 metres a game, they're not worth sacrificing what we just saw on the weekend. And so Latrell's made me look like an idiot because I come out and said, I just want him at fullback because I just want him on the ball. Like, just on the ball, in the position to dictate terms of the game. He comes out and he has a Barry. Like, he kicks it out in the full twice and you're going, okay. So we come back here on the next Monday and we go, okay, maybe it's a little bit too soon. Ease him back into the season, get him back to centre. And then eventually when he gets his form back up, we'll put him back at fullback. And then in Latrell fashion, he goes from having a Barry to having one of the best games of any player this season. And makes us, well, at least me, I'm not sure about you boys, but it makes me look like an idiot for doubting, only for giving him one game at fullback instead of just going, you know what, you just got to have him there, keep him there. And it's why Wayne has said from the get-go, he is the club's fullback. Like, yes, okay, Jai Gray is in incredible form. He's going to get you 250 metres a game. But at the same time, the intangible stuff we all talk about every single week, unfortunately, you just can't sacrifice that. You need Latrell in a key position at the back there.
Do you reckon he's like the greatest player isn't the term, but do you reckon he's the player with, the biggest seesaw of the amount he's doubted, but the amount of big moments he consistently has that just evens it up?
Mate, it's crazy. Yeah, the amount of reminders he has to remind people. Just go, oh, by the way, I'll do this again. I'll do this again.
Despite how doubted he is week in, week out.
Yeah, it's crazy. And look, granted, I get it. He's been inconsistent at times. At least this year. When he wasn't injured last year, he was actually quite consistent. But he was incredible. He was absolutely incredible. And I know some people will try to go, oh, but he could have done that from centre. And I'm like, yeah, but could he have done the try-saving tackle on Haas and on Mariner and all the other stuff? And so I just think it's a key position. It gives him freedom to be in the game as much as possible. And that's coming from a guy that, if I wanted to protect my own ego that I did put him back to centres, I'd be saying, oh, well, he still could have been a roaming centre or whatever. I just think that Wayne probably sees it the best and says, listen, he just needs to be fullback there. They still need to find a spot for Jai Gray. I actually didn't agree with Wayne putting Gray in at 9. I thought that was quite surprising instead of putting Humphries to 9 and Gray to 6. But we'll get to that in the review. Incredible moment from Latrell Mitchell. Like, just the amount of times he's done it too. That's what's the crazy thing. Like, the amount of big moments he's had is just, he truly is that one player that you don't want to look at don't look at the meters run or how many runs he's had. Just wait for the big moment. He will arrive and he will nail it. Incredible. So that's the Kayo can't miss moment this week. And you could interchange it. You could have Kayo can't miss moment. It could have been Critter and what he did. And you could have put Latrell at Hungriest player and vice versa. Both players, absolutely incredible performances. And, insane to think we had the Pappy, Trell and Critter performances. All three of them could have been like performances of the season. But they all happen to happen in 1 week. So massive congratulations to the Rabbitohs and Kayo. The Rabbitohs and Latrell Mitchell for an incredible, incredible moment. Okay, let's get into it. The round 9 review. Also, DJ Grumpy, he will be at the Rusty Rabbit in Darlinghurst. That's right, the Rusty Rabbit in Darlinghurst, doing a set from 8:30 till 10:30, maybe till 11:30 if it's all going well. I'll also be trying to get down there as well, so come down and say hi. Try some Grumpy coffee. It's at 252 Forbes Street, Darlinghurst. And if anyone wants to reserve a table, go to therustyrabbit.com.au. You get a free DJ, you get a beautiful feed, and we'll be down there too, most likely, saying hi. So get down there, say hi, and enjoy DJ Grumpy. Also, grab some Grumpy coffee from grumpycoffee.com.au, guys. Beautiful, best coffee in all the land. As you can see, all us boys are smashing it, absolutely loving it. Okay, it's time for the round review. Dolphins defeat the Eels 20-16. And I spoke about this a little bit on my Friday show, but for me personally, this was the Katoa show. Herbie Farnworth, last week, Critter sends a warning shot across the rest of the competition and says, I'm still the best center in the competition. Herbie Farnworth goes, hang on a sec, I got something to say about that. He returns serve, and then Critter returns serve to him again. But I really felt like this was Katoa's moment. To go down to Parramatta, Mitchell Moses, everyone is demanding, or at least most people are demanding he be in that New South Wales side for game 1 this year. And Katoa at 21 years old, turning 22 next year, goes down there and puts on an absolute clinic in attack and defence with some of his one-on-one steals on Junior Paulo, his incredible try assists, an absolutely outstanding game from Katoa.
Yeah, going up against one of the Premier 7s, I thought Katoa came away with a big W in this one. Even just from like a game management point of view, like there was 2 key sets where Parramatta got to last tackle and Mitch Moses didn't have the ball and they put in poor kicks, and you sort of felt like from that moment there that this game sort of turned, and that's got to fall on the halfback's head realistically. Katoa, he was incredible, and without a doubt got the best of one of the best 7s in the game there.
What do you reckon, Timmy?
Oh, he just looks better and better and better every week, doesn't he? Like, that opening try assist for the Bostock try, you're just watching that as a footy fan going, or like, ex-footy player having had a run around, how the hell do you defend that? Like, the game is all about, like, as a half, one of your key jobs is creating space for the blokes on the outside, these strike weapons, centres and wingers and fullbacks, to produce their magic. And the way Katoa did that, like going as deep into lines as he could, attracting about 4 different blokes on him, and the last minute just going bang out the back, like that, and we mentioned it for a few times, but that ball playing and that awareness, it's as good as I've seen since Joey Johns. In that, like, not him as a halfback, but that one aspect of his game.
Yep.
And going into the line and creating space out the back. That try was a masterclass in playmaking.
Yeah, it was incredible. And just, it wasn't even, we spoke about it on my Friday show, but like, sometimes with those big plays, it's because the outside edge runner just ran this crazy line, so he held up defence. Or it was because, the fullback just hit an incredible line outside, so that created all the space. Or the man inside Katoa, he held up all the defenders, which gave Katoa time. Katoa literally went into a line with 4 defenders wrapped around him like that. And just because he went like inside, outside, like the deceptive nature of the ball being held by him, that's what made all the space. Literally just ball in hand, deceiving the defence, knowing that they'll react certain ways. And that's why I know people don't like the Joey Johns comparison. And just to be so clear so you don't lose your minds, he's nowhere near Joey Johns in regards to where he's at, blah, blah, blah. But that's what made Joey Johns brilliant, is he could literally just have ball in hand, looking you in the eye, and know that you're going to step left instead of stepping right. And we go back to that 2005 series, which is the greatest game of rugby league played by a player ever. That was what it was all about. It was just Joey Johns fooling the defence, not with crazy footwork, not with crazy speed, strength, lines outside him, just with ball in hand and making players make the wrong decision constantly. That was it.
And part 2 of that, Kempy, is the best playmakers, when we talk about what Joey Johns does and what Isaiah Katoa does, they've always got so many options around them. And that's what makes it hard for defenders. They'll have an inside runner, they've got the short man, they've got out the back, they've got a good show and go. So when you're defending them, like, there might not be a lot happening, or it might be a slow play the ball, but going to the line, they can go one of 4 different options. And it's about then executing and picking the right one. And Isaiah Katoa, he's getting that right decision more often than not.
Yeah, so good. And I mean, leading up to that, he nearly had a line break with an incredible unders line, no-look pass, hitting unders on Dylan Brown. So just a special talent. And, if you're Dolphins, you're just locking him up for as long as possible, don't you? Like,
Just watching that try again, when Bostock puts the ball down, like, there isn't a Parramatta player within a metre of him. It was 4-on-4 with 15 metres to work with. And
and he created a gap of like 5 metres on the edge for Bostock to just fall over the line. Again, there weren't crazy lines outside him steaming through. It was literally just him going, I'm deceiving. Boom. There you go. Here you go, Cody Nikodima, who did pass quite well, Nikodima.
Yep.
But all the space was created from Katoa in that middle, that area. Just special talent. And what's crazy is, like, we would be super stoked if a small, wiry, like kind of like Sam Walker-ish guy. You can understand why the smaller halfbacks have this kind of Alfie Lang and Andrew Johns ability to deceive defence. Katoa's big. Like, he's a big halfback. He would be at least 6 foot, at least 95 kilos. And that's what's scary, is like, as he continues to grow, like, what's he going to be doing at 25? Like, and that's why it's really important that the Dolphins deliver a squad for Katoa to fulfill his potential. Like, it's really important, because you don't want a guy like Katoa to waste his career at a club that unfortunately isn't going to push for premierships, because that's where he belongs, in that premiership areas. Not necessarily now, but when he hits the 25 years old. Similar to like a Payne Haas at the Broncos, he deserves a premiership push. Tino deserves a premiership push. That's a kind of class of player Katoa is, in my opinion.
2026 World Cup Tonga, every chance, honestly.
Yeah, with him, 100%. Yeah.
I mean, they've already proven it. They got to Pacific Nation, got to a grand final for that. Yeah. Hammy, who stood out for you, mate, in the Dolphins?
Well, just on Katoa, I just want, like, the thing that's amazing about him, and yes, he's a little bit bigger, but to be so young and just, he doesn't look like he's scared of getting smashed or nailed at all. Like, a lot of young halves, they kind of get rid of the ball a little bit early, but just his ability to kind of hang on to it that fraction of a second more, certainly just opens up a lot more options for him. But he was definitely super impressive the other night. I thought the Hammer was pretty good the other night as as well. Continues to put his hand up. We can't talk about it. I know we're going to talk about Origin tomorrow, but for maybe
there's already been two strikes.
There.
2 strikes.
So I got 2 to play with.
No, you got. Yeah, you've only had one. Rude's got one as well.
Oh, okay, all right. But I thought he was.
Where I get one for
the critter. A lot of people are saying the critter won't get selected.
Fair.
I can't believe it.
Yeah. All right, we got one left. Sorry. Really didn't show that. But I was really impressed.
We don't do punishments here though, so don't worry.
Really impressed with the hammer. I just thought again, it must be just that time of year. He kind of he just snapped into gear, and I thought he was a real handful.
I'm with you too. He is. Hammer is just like that. That last try that it's a try saver that I guess you were alluding to as well with Dylan Brown.
Yep.
The fact that he could turn around and catch Dylan Brown like that. Dylan Brown's the fastest number 6 in the game. Like, Dylan Brown is quick as anything, like a super athlete. I mean, just signed a 10-year contract, $1.3 million a year. And Hammer is so fast, he can go, yep, you're going to dummy there, and then I'm going to turn around and catch you and then make you knock the ball on.
I was watching that with a mate who doesn't watch a lot of rugby league. And when that play happened, we were all on edge of seat. And when he turned around, his quote after, he goes, that Parramatta bloke, like, he must be so slow. Did you see what the fullback did? Like, he turned around. I go, mate, you've got it so wrong. You're looking at the fastest bloke in the NRL who defended him.
Yeah, literally. Like, we've got a lot of sprinters, but, like, I feel like Hammer is footy fast. Like, he's just got that footy pace that maybe if you were to measure top speed or first 10 minutes, I don't know whatever. It's almost like Matty Bowen to a degree. Like, would Matty Bowen win 100 metres? I'm not sure. But I'll tell you what, that footy speed, he just had it.
I think, I love the conversation. It's one of the best pub chats of all time. Who wins the 100 metre sprint in the NRL? I think he wins in a canter, honestly.
In a 100 metre sprint?
Yeah, I do.
Well, that's what they say at the Dolphins. They're like, we don't know how fast he is.
Yeah, because he was never good.
He only runs as fast as he needs to.
I don't see how anyone comes close to him.
Yeah. I mean, when you see guys like Savage and Cooler and that stride out, and Saab, obviously, like, geez, they're quick.
Guess they've got, from younger days, times on the board of these.
That's what I mean.
10,
like,
50s and 60s. So they do have proof there. But Hammer, looking at it on eye test, I just think he wins it.
Football in hand, I think I have to back Hammer.
Yeah, and that's, I don't know, it's just something about the footy speed that he has. He might not on a track 100 metres. Maybe he would, I don't know. Maybe
even the other thing, when you talk about like Kohler and a few of these blokes who did it, and Savage when they were younger and, in year 12, whatever it might have been, since then they've all put on a lot of weight since they've recorded these 10, 5s, 11s and that.
Yep.
Hammer,
he's so quick. So, yeah, great shout, Hammy. He was outstanding on the weekend. Absolutely outstanding. Also, the review is brought to you by 180 Cadence, who are offering a $50 off the Sydney Ultra Marathon for Bloke Club members. This is their biggest discount ever, and they're part of the Bloke Club, guys. So head to www.bloke.club, make sure to join and get your discount today. $50 off the Sydney Ultra Marathon. In regards to the performance by the Dolphins, I actually thought, was it a 9 out of 10 from them in regard? They're their best ever. Like, they've had periods of 20 minutes that is much better than what they played on the weekend. But I actually thought, overall, it was their most consistent 80 minutes of about a 7.5, 8 out of 10. They completed at a really high rate. The penalty count was killing them in the first half. Like, they couldn't get a call to save their life. They hung in there. And if they had completed anything less than 85 in that first half, I reckon the Eels probably put a decent score, at least in the first half. But they just hung in there, kept completing. And I think that's that mentality where, some teams you can, let's say the Dolphins were to lose that game, you at least go, you know what? They gave themselves every opportunity to win that game. They fought hard. They never gave up. They completed high. It's the frustrating thing with other teams is they don't do that. And when they lose and you go, well, they didn't even give themselves an opportunity. And the Dolphins in this game, they gave themselves every opportunity to be in the game. So when the momentum did turn, when the bounce of the ball did go their way, when luck landed for them, they took the opportunity. And I liked that from the Dolphins. Now it's just a matter of, how do we do that every single week?
And
how do we do it every week?
You can look at it in two ways, Kempy, because the negative mindset is, all right, I think they had a near perfect completion in the first half. They ended up going 35 of 39. I think up until very late in that game, they'd only had 2 incomplete sets. And the last 5 or so minutes, they conceded 2 or 3 line breaks. Eels bombed a few tries, got an opportunity. All right, they conceded at that. They had an incredible completion rate against the bottom place team in the competition and still only got home. And you go, oh, should they have won by more? But it's irrelevant. They did complete at that. They did get home. They did grit their way to victory. So Yeah, it might not have been pretty, but, you know.
Well, they won a game with less possession.
Yeah.
So they had 3 minutes less possession than the Eels. And, like, yes, the Eels are at the bottom of the table right now, but would they be there if Mitchell Moses was playing? Or if Mitchell Moses and Dylan Walker are in the Eels right now from round one, I don't see the Eels on the bottom of the table. I don't reckon they would be.
I agree.
So I think it's like, I actually think the Dolphins and the Eels are probably both at full strength, are probably at about the same block of 3 or 4 teams on the ladder. So I think it's a good win. I think the argument I would make is, like, if they don't complete that high, if they don't do all the tough stuff, they're definitely going to lose that game.
And to be honest, mate, like, you look at the whole bottom 8, and you could make an argument for most of the competition, but the bottom 8 in general, you know, you could throw a blanket over them in terms of what's going to turn up week to week. There's not much between them.
I thought the most underrated moment in this game was Tom Gilbert's effort play to stop the Iongi try.
When
he chases back.
Oh,
Dill Brown's
shit.
going to score for all money if Gilbert's not there, and Gilbert had no rhyme or reason to be there. And he just forced him to throw that last pass. And Tom Gilbert's probably, I don't want to get another strike, but he's a guy that at times I sort of, he's in or he's
Hammy,
out.
You're the ringmaster. You got to punish this bloke. You're the ref.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
What now?
No, not now. Not now. But just keep it in the back of your
Leave
head.
it with me.
I don't think he actually said the words.
I didn't say the word,
But you
I
gave
will
yourself
cop
a
it. I
strike.
alluded to it. Yeah. But you just know that, like, in watching that moment, Billy Slater would have just been sitting there going, yeah, that's what I want to see.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's why if Gilbert does roll out in the Origin side, don't be surprised.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
those
You'll
plays.
know why.
Yeah, you'll know why, because Rouge is about to get punished by. Now, just quickly, the try-saving tackle from Herbie Farnworth one-on-one with Bensini. Oh, mate, when he went half a metre in the air, I'm going, he is about to land in row 3, and it's about to be an incredible try by Bensini, and the Eels ran away with it. How he hung on to that tackle, I will never know. He literally grabbed the end of his hand and just somehow just hung on long enough to make that try-saving tackle. And I didn't like watching Herbie Farnworth. Like, Iongi is a bloody good footy player, and he's also kind of like footy quick. But then there's like when you saw Herbie hit his in and away and just hit full speed, like you saw the super athlete in Herbie, like 6'2", long stride. Over the first 10 metres, I'm sure Iongi has him. But at top speed, Herbie he was away.
If the NRL tomorrow opened the doors on Origin eligibility to anyone, as a New South Welshman, I would straight away go, fuck Herbie at centre. I don't want to deal with this.
Yeah, he'd be absolutely. I mean, we are at like 10 now. We're at 10 strikes.
I made no. Some sort of punishment here.
We're all getting fucking punished. Okay, so look, great win for the Dolphins. Great win for the Dolphins. With the Eels, it's a mixture of, like, they absolutely should have won the game, but I just think I get why Eels fans are disappointed, but I tend to look at it like this. You're in the middle of the depths of a rebuild. A team came down, essentially completed it, like, it was 89% by the end of the game, but, like, for most of the game, it was like 100%. I think at one point it was like 30 from 31 or something like that.
I think almost at least very late into the first half, they were 100%.
Well, first half they were 18 from 18.
Yeah, there you go.
And then I think they might have made an error or 2 in the second half. So, like, 2 errors all game. Like, you can get solace in, like, the fact that they needed to do that to get the victory. And also the Eels are in the depths of a rebuild. I know that's like, I know as Eels fans, it's not what you want to hear. You want to probably sit there and go, the game was there for one. It's disappointing. We keep losing all these games and that we're close. But at the same time, like, yeah, at least the improvement from round 1 to now is so substantial. I don't think you can just go full scorched earth on the Eels for this game. Because I just keep thinking about the first few games we watched them play, and I just go, mate, they have come so far in so little of a time that I can't go too hard on them for this game. Still definitely should have been won. There's no denying that at all. But so much progress has been made since round 1, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think if you even just have a look at the guys they've signed this year, like Iongi, it's very evident he's going to be a star. How much of a signing has Fox been since he's come? Like, he's been
unbelievable.
They've got to activate that club option.
Have to sort that out.
Surely.
Once you get Lomax back, like, mate, I even reckon Dill Walker was unreal the other night. He's been a really good signing.
If Mitchell Moses is like 1A for the turnaround of their season, Dylan Walker is 1B.
Yep.
There's no denying it. And like they actually started to play good footy when Walker arrived.
Yeah, it didn't start when Moses came
No,
back.
they were playing
It
good
had
footy
begun.
before that. He just took them to obviously that
And
next
credit
level.
to Jace Riles for that, right? Like,
Yeah.
obviously, he comes in, he says, we've got this rebuild, and a few of these signings, he's gone bang, bang, bang. They've pretty well all nailed so far.
Yeah, and I love that role. You know, whether you agree with what he's doing with Madison Cartwright, like it's been a tough time, and he's just stuck to his plan. That's what you want to see from a coach. You don't want to
Absolutely.
see panic stations. Get the first graders back in, and I think you're starting to see some good footy out of a guy like Katoga. He's rough around the edges, but you can see the ability there.
Yeah.
He's getting a lot of reps under his belt.
And he's the exact one there, that Katonga, that offload for the try late in the game or the line break late in the game. As you said, there's so much potential in him as a back row, but a few rough areas, and at any time you can call back Madison or Cartwright and have a stable first grader in there. And then Katonga, they persisted with him. Look, whether long term it stays that way and you can maintain it, I don't know. I hope so, but he came up with a massive play in this game when they needed him. And as you know, as a destructive back rower, you need these things. So
Yeah. And like we spoke earlier about Serraldo, like what was his, I guess thing that you admire the most is he had like everyone hounding him, change your defensive system and stop being so harsh and, don't clean out the whole roster, keep certain guys. And yet he just stuck to his guns. And I agree with you, Rue. Like I'm happy that he's actually just sticking to his guns at the moment, Riles, because it would have been super easy. Because you could argue that the Eels, it was easier for Serraldo to stick to his guns because he had no one in reserve grade ready to go. Whereas it would have been so easy for Riles to go, I've got Cartwright, I've got guys like Madison. There are actually quite a few other guys that we're forgetting that you could easily just bring straight back in. They let go of RCG, they let go of Gutho.
Joe, yep.
So I'm with you, mate. Now, does it mean that they're guaranteed success and the people that he's replaced them with are going to go on to be great? It doesn't. We don't know that. But at the very least, at least we know we're getting what Riles wants next year. At least whatever runs out next year and the year after, at least we know that's Riles' visions rather than like this weird mixed. And it's almost a bit like, the situation the Broncos find themselves in. Like if there are clubs right now, like the Eels, and granted I know they're in different positions of what is expected of them because of the roster, that are willing to go, Maddo's not getting selected, Cartwright's not getting selected, we'll go let go of RCG, we'll let go of club captain, and also guys like Joe are getting let go. Surely the Broncos can sit there and go, Ezra can play a few more weeks if that is the plan to send the message that we want to send. And so, I'm with you, mate. I think Riles deserves a lot of credit. And I know it's frustrating for Eels fans because the game was to be there to be won, but at least we're already seeing the direction they're headed in. And it hasn't taken a whole season to see the fruits of his vision. We're actually seeing it in real time. I know a lot of Eels fans want these guys picked. Like they were picked last year. You want a spoon off? Yeah, absolutely.
Like I think Riles, whether you agree with Riles or not, I just like that he's backing the decision he's making in, and I think it shows a lot of integrity in a coach that, despite all the pressure and losing, he's not folding.
Yeah, I agree with you, mate. I'm with you. And at the very least, as I said, whether they win or lose next year and the year after, you'll know that it was his team. It wasn't some weird team half selected by the board, half selected by recruitment officers. It was his team.
Interesting one on just Sean Russell goal kicking. Missed a big kick at, I think it was 20 to 16 at the time, 5 to play. Big kick in the context of the game. Took that penalty option out of it. Just interesting that Mitch Moses hasn't taken back the goal kicking yet. And obviously it's a decision around, from physios and club docs around injury prevention, but I think it was his first game back. At the very end, he took the final kick of the game from the sideline, nailed it. It's been a few weeks since then. I
think it would be a because it's his foot. It would be like a I don't know what the word.
Repetition or something.
Yeah, repetition.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming they're because it's not just the kicks you see on the weekend. Because let's say you take 8 kicks on the weekend, which would be a lot. It's the training that you don't want him out in the park. I remember when I was doing kicking, and I was training so much that my groin was starting to go, and they were telling me I wasn't training enough. And I'm like, boys, my groin's fucking so fucked right now I can barely run. And you're telling me I need to do more kicking, even though I was doing at least an hour after every session. And so I think it's a repetition thing with Moses. It's like what's the lesser of two evils? Yep, Mitchell Moses is a much better goal kicker, but at the same time it means that he might miss games or.
And it's not a knock on him. There'd be obvious reasons
Just a
for
question.
it. Just curious.
Yeah,
How'd How'd you hit him, B? Because a soccer player, you'd have
Mate,
struck it well.
you know what? I started really, really well, and then I just had too many. Like I had a kicking coach telling me I need to change this, and then obviously Ivan Cleary's a noted goal kicker, so he was telling me certain things, and then like the assistant coach, and then like it just got in my head. I just lost all confidence because I was getting told all these different things by different people, and then like also there was one time where I even went to Ivan and I was like, man, I don't want to kick anymore. Like, and all I needed was an arm around me at that stage, like mate. Just some kind of, clearly this is a young 21-year-old that's just, new country that just needs an arm around it. It wasn't an arm around at all. Got angry at me and I was like, oh shit, okay, sweet. So,
But my initial, when I was watching that, I take all that context in and it's good to hear that. I was very surprised Moses didn't take that kick. At the
But
very
yeah,
end
like
there.
one kick.
Yeah, I just assumed, I don't know, like Mitch will take the tee off him as the halfback here, but it's good to have that context to it. I hadn't thought about that.
yeah, it's just all the kicking during the week, I'd say. Okay, so is that coming up now? Yeah, okay, we'll keep talking. We're nearly done with the Eels anyway. But so as I said, I think depending on how much he's getting, but mate, with that O'Carr, like I thought he'd be good. He's been outstanding the last 2 weeks. Outstanding.
It's been like Storm Fox.
Yeah,
almost last couple of weeks.
absolutely.
He got it 2 doubles in a row, ran over 240 metres this week. He's been one of their best, probably since he's come back every week. He's started for him.
I reckon that, as I said, depending on how much it is though, but surely they're active because it's a club option.
Yeah.
Lock it in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%.
Seems happy too.
He seems happy. Seems like the fans love him. Mate, and like you look at the other edge, I think Bailey Simonson's been friggin' phenomenal since coming back as well.
There's a couple of moments in the end, and a few laid on with that O'Carr where he didn't have a lot of space, and the winger sort of kind of showed him the edge and said, as good wingers do, they say, take me on, I'll take you out. And Fox goes, okay.
Yeah.
Took him on, went bang straight past him.
It just showed like a good solid winger, but there's levels, and the Fox of his generation, he's been one of the better wingers. So, yeah, good to see. Good
You'd have to assume this week Lomax back in, all those training videos. Looks like he's
I reckon get Bailey into the centres and
he's
Lomax
injured.
on the wing.
He's out for like 10 weeks.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So you'd assume Lomax will come back on the wing and they'll keep, what's his face?
Sean Russell.
Sean Russell.
What's his face?
Oh, what's his face?
You know what always throws me with Sean Russell? When I'm watching him play, I reckon he looks heaps like Mitch Moses when they're playing.
Yeah.
Really? Really,
When they're
boys?
playing.
Like that back of head kind
Yeah,
of thing.
back
like
of
from
head
the
when you're-
screen-
yeah.
TV view, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd notice that back ahead anywhere, Roo.
And Lomax will be so desperate with that.
Do you see that too? What do you
One
think
game
about
for
that?
Well, I'm just looking at him now, and I can see, if you were to take, definitely the shape of their head and the style of haircut they got too. Style of hair. It's probably not the first thing I notice about him, but now that you've kind of put it out there.
That's not the weirdest thing I'll say. So.
I mean, no wonder you said, what's his face? You look in the back of his head all the time.
Not Mitch Moses.
So, yeah, look, the rebuild's there. It's happening. I'm not too fussed on the Eels loss. I don't think they're going to make the 8 this year. If they did, it would be a miracle, which sucks. It's easy for me to say because that's not my team, and I'm sure there's Eels fans sitting there going, "Fuck, oh yeah, mad we don't make the 8 this year. What's the point of supporting the rest of the year?" I think if I was in that situation, like let's say the Broncos couldn't make the 8 this year, my focus would be like looking at the young guys that are getting opportunities now and going like, how well are they reacting to Riles? Like, do they play 40 minutes of really good footy, and that's the vision that Riles has. Do you reckon they can make the 8 this year?
Parramatta?
Yeah. It's a close comp, I'll say that. It is
a close comp. Well, I had them in my 8 to start. I think I was the only one that did, but even with Mitch in, and now with Mitch, I assume he'll go and play Origin, so I just don't think there's enough games in the season.
Yeah, and they've
to
already
catch
had
up.
their bye too. Yeah,
Yeah.
then I'm
So
at 6.
I think it's going to be too much of a stretch. But I think, mate, like, if you just go back to the first 2 or 3 weeks, like, it looked like they were going to get beat by 40 every single week. Now, like,
Mate,
they're
are
hard to tip each week.
Mate, they were lucky to be a reserve grade side at the start of this year. That's how far
Well, they have
off
come
were.
a long way. Where they're going to be in 20 weeks' time. Yeah, it sucked for Eels fans this year, but at least you can see the direction they're going in.
Riles had a good comment in his press conference. He said the last thing to change is the scoreboard.
Okay,
which
I like
didn't
that.
hate. Didn't hate that one. And they're definitely, you can see there's been a bit of improvement there just even in the first, 8 or 9 weeks of the season.
If I'm a coach, if I'm a rookie coach, I'm just constantly saying, look at Serraldo. Look at Serraldo. Just to get me an extra 12 months.
Yeah, yep.
Because if we're coming last, I'll just go, look what happened to Serraldo. So that'll give me 12 months of no pressure. Alrighty, now it's on to the next game. And as I said, guys, the Bloke Club, make sure to join www.bloke.club. This one, is another member of the Bloke Club. That's right, Phrase Skincare. It's brought to you, this review is brought to you by Phrase Skincare. The boys have put together, they're going to put in a box valued at $350 for one lucky winner. And we'll be picking a club member, Bloke Club member at random to claim the prize. They're also running a 20% off sale right now, so get in and check them out. And these are legends. They've actually been listening to the podcast for years. 2 tradies that were just doing their normal trades, and they thought, you know what, let's have a crack. Bloke's skincare, you know, it's usually seen as a lot of stuff that women do, but men need to take care of their skin too, boys. And I think the key one for me is I wear moisturiser and everything every day because my missus is in the skincare business, and I enjoy it now. But the main one I would say, boys, is get your bloody sunscreen. Go to Phrase Skincare, get your sunscreen, and not just crappy stuff you buy off the shelf, high quality stuff, because there's too many of you blokes out in the sun that go, she'll be right, and then before you know it, you've got some problems with, that's skin cancer or something like that because you're not wearing sunscreen, boys. So make sure to go to Phrase Skincare, go to their Instagram, give them a follow, buy their product. They're getting around us, so get around them, boys. Okay, the Knights, 20-24. The Titans get the job done, away from home. And this is exactly what the Titans needed. It wasn't pretty. Matter of fact, it was very ugly at times. But...
Not pretty was generous.
But you know what? We've been hounding the Titans to win a not pretty game forever.
Yeah.
And the good thing about this game is that it's the first brick in the wall. You got a big brick wall to build, about 1,000 bricks to put in it. But it's the first brick in the wall that says, you know what? We did the tough stuff. We got in the tough stuff. We were far behind. We're away from home. We got the job done. And so you could almost argue, look, if they won this game 44-20 and they had everything go their way and all their points were flowing, we'd go, well, we know the Titans can do that. So, okay, let's see what they do next week. The good thing about this win, it was gritty, it was tough. They can build now.
It's a really fair point you make. My whole mindset was the Knights lost this game. But the Titans, they had to hang in this game to keep themselves in it. We spoke about in Team of the Week earlier. Like, I didn't realise how insane Tino's stats were. You have got to give the Titans credit because, as you said, mate, if they win a game 44-40, I'm not impressed. 24-20, they were well and truly out of this game. It was 20-0 at one point in Newcastle. You got to give them credit for what they've done here.
Yeah, and Newcastle are a good defensive side at least.
For sure.
They struggle to score points usually. And so, we could, guys, let's get all the disclaimers out of the way. It's one game. It's against the Knights. We need to see more of it, all that stuff. Let's just focus in on this good performance. They got the job done. You got to give flowers when they do it. And it was a good, gritty win. Timmy?
Yeah, you touched on it, boys. They showed ticker. And, that's what we've had the concern with all year for about the last decade with the Titans. And we know they've got ability there. We know they can put points on easily. But to fight back from down when they looked dead and buried pretty early into the game, and you thought, all right, here's another big loss for them. To fight back and show heart, in a relatively tumultuous week where, there was things thrown up, all those clauses about Desi Hasler, or things with David Fifita going on in the headlines. It was a tough week. So to go down to Newcastle, who had their tails up after a big win on Magic Round, it wasn't pretty, but they showed heart, and that's what we wanted to see from the Titans.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say, Jaden Campbell to this side is just unbelievably important. And, he's such a unique player because he actually can do game management and he can do all the conservative stuff that you need a 7 to do, but also he's a massive game breaker as well. So, I can see the vision with Desi because, the vision is you basically got a similar version of Jerome Hughes in Campbell. That's the kind of 7 I see in a perfect world. If you were to say everything goes right for Desi and the Titans and he becomes a player and we know he can, he's Jerome Hughes, where you've got to worry about his conservative, good kicking game where he can lead the boys around, do all that stuff. But then also you've got to worry about a running game that is as equal or as good as any fullback in the competition, which is, if that happens, then look out. The Titans can be dangerous because then you've got Brimo on the other side that's relatively similar as well. It's just a matter of can they get to that point.
I agree with you on Jaden Campbell. I don't think he's a halfback, but I think he is closer to a halfback than what a lot of people give him credit for. Put it this way, if you were to swap Jaden Campbell with Luke Metcalf, do you think the Warriors look wildly different?
I don't think so. No, I think that they're both relatively similar-ish kind of players, yeah.
I think that, if Campbell had the opportunity to work with Sean Johnson, Stacey Jones, those sort of guys day in, day out, I think it could be a bit of a different situation there. But But I just also, mate, just AJ Brimson, like, when Campbell is there, it just allows him just to play his natural game.
Yeah, you don't want Campbell, Brimson doing long kicks and all that stuff. You know, both of them are like with an inch of not being halves. Like both of them are, I still am of the mind that they're the best position is fullback.
Yep.
But as much as you can alleviate the half responsibility, at least from Brimo specifically, because I think he's closer to an outside back, fullback, centre, wing than Preston is. Than Jaden is. The better, because he just needs to be unlocked. You can't have him worrying about all that other stuff.
Yep.
What do you reckon in regards to performances, Timmy?
Oh, so good, and touch wood over and over again, but AJ Brimson, just so good to see him string some games together. Like, we know how good a footballer this bloke is, but 4 of the last 5 seasons, he's played sub-20 games. Injury after injury after injury. Fortunately, never anything major, but just these soft tissue, the light injuries where he misses a string of weeks here and there. So to play the first 9 games of the season, it's so great for him, so great for the Titans. Even now that Jaden Campbell is back from injury, hopefully they can build on this combination. And he's such a talent to our game, and if he can put a whole season together, like, sky's the limit for the bloke.
Mate, I'm with you. Brimo is, I'll never forget his Origin debut where he just tore it apart. You're just going, wow, that's the level he's
even
at.
like the irony in you sit here and the headlines during the week about Brimo potentially defecting, going and playing for the Poms end of the year for Great Britain with some eligibility chances there, which he'd be giving up the opportunity to play for the Maroons. Then you're up Ponga struggling, Walsh is injured, and you go, how far away is he from an Origin spot? And not saying he'd be there picked for
just marked
one,
it
but
out,
first of the show, we all get one.
Oh, he's onto it.
Yeah.
He's onto it.
But again, not saying he's going to be there at game 1 this year, but very quickly, if he keeps playing this sort of footy, which we know he can do if he stays fit, he goes into that conversation again. So, yeah.
Now, speaking of, put a warning down, speaking of Origin conversation, my boy, Phil Sammy. Like, I know no one thinks about him when it comes to Origin, but right now there's a... Yeah?
No, I was going to say the same thing, but
Okay,
I had the punishment in mind. No, I completely agree with you. I think he's been pretty good through the season. A couple of tries here on the weekend. Again, just slips under the radar, I guess, because the Titans haven't been going that good. But him personally, why not? Why can't he get a start?
He won't get picked, and if he was to get picked, I think casuals would go, what the fuck? But me here, I'd be going, oh, Christ. He's going to be a handful.
Yeah, he's just going to be a handful.
I don't know what he's going to do.
Mate, he's quick as anything. He's underrated quick. You never forget that chase down that he did quite a while ago. Was it the Fox or was it a Hammer?
That's Fox, I think.
One of the fastest in the competition at the time. And he never gets brought up in Origin chat. But, mate, he's a gun.
He's only 27 too. He was there 5 years ago.
Yeah, he's an absolute gun on the weekend. And he's always niggling and giving the opponent problems, and every run he has, it's all elbows and everything's getting thrown around everywhere. He's got a bit of lip about him. Mate, I love Philip Sammy. I think he's a bloody good player to watch, and I just wish that friggin' Desi Hazard would, pick where he is. He's a centre or a winger. Mate, what's doing with that?
Just pick him on the wing.
It's like they're chasing shadows every week.
Yeah, I don't get it. If there's one easy spot to pick, it's your centre and wing. That's the easiest spot of any position in the comp, but Desi keeps changing it. Bruh, just stick with...
Just on him, and I'll cop another strike here, but I didn't get to jump in at the back in there. But, with Ben Hunt injured now, if something was to happen to Dearden next week, Brimson's probably not that far away from that 14 jersey.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue against it. I'd probably go you Kurt Mann before him, but he's not as far as people would make out to be.
As a New South Welshman, AJ at 14 would worry me more than Kurt Mann, though.
He'd come on and he'd lift speed-wise. He would be friggin' unbelievable. Look, really, really good win from the Titans. It's just a matter of backing it up. We haven't even spoken about him yet, but he made our team of the week. But Tino, you can, as a forward, sometimes it's you can miss how important a forward can be to a side. You can genuinely watch a Titans game. When he's on the field, they're in the fight against most sides. As soon as he leaves the field, they just fall into a heap. Now, granted, they fought their way back here and all that good stuff. He's only off for 10 minutes. But he truly carries them on his back.
It was interesting. They only used, 2 interchanges on him this week. Normally they use 3 or 4. Then you look at their bench, outside of Chris Randall, no one else played more than 19 minutes as well.
Yeah.
It's an interesting balance they've got.
I don't know what's going on with Desi, seriously.
You got Tino's brother, he played 6 minutes. Arama Hao, I apologise if I got pronunciation wrong, he played 12. Pahulu played 19. Tino's not going to be there in 2 weeks' time. Every chance Mo Fodawaker's not going to be there because of Origin. You're asking these guys to go from 5 to 60.
That's one knock on Desi's stuff that, like, I don't know what some of these decisions are. Like, I feel like they can be a bit chop-changey. But, look, he's won comps.
Like, there's serious Tino reliance right
Yeah.
now. And, like, coming back from an ACL injury, a big boy, a big mobile boy as well, to do what he's doing, the numbers he's punching. He's playing, like, 60 to 65 minutes every week. As you said, 70 on the weekend. And he's not just playing them and getting through 25 tackles and having 8 or 9 runs. He'll top run count for them every week, tackle counts, or thereabouts, I should say. And he's impacting games with big output. He's remarkable.
Yeah.
And it is a bit alarming that, like, I thought the one positive for the Titans coming into this season was, okay, well, at least it's not all about Tino now. It's heaps about
It
Tino.
is literally, it's the Tino Titans. It's the Toitons. The Toitons.
Yeah, shit, he's very tight.
It's toit like a Toiton. I tell you what, wasn't toit, the fucking Toy's defence.
Oh, come on. Nah. Long bow, big drive-by.
Huge drive.
I'm going to mark that down on the...
It's not
on your
a long
ranking
bow. Toit like a Toygo. That's the same.
No, I'm not having it.
Okay.
Put it down here.
What was I going to say? Oh, just quickly, and people, in regards to him as a specimen, people think he's like, him and Payne Haas are the same height. No, he's bigger than Payne Haas by like at least like he's 6 foot, I think, like 6 or something, and Payne is 6'4". Like, he is a specimen. Seeing him in real life the other day, you just like he's like the Rock walking around.
Yeah, it was terrifying.
Friggin' huge, great
A pair
human.
of
Great
budgies
human.
as well. Jeez.
Tell you what, yeah, if lucky he got locked down at a young age because he's a good-looking man.
Yes.
6'6", play for your state, and you're that good-looking, and you're all around in budgies, mate.
It's a Swiss Army knife. He's got it.
Jesus, Jesus. But no, very happily married with a beautiful, beautiful family, Tino. Okay, on to the Knights. Speaking of the opposite of beautiful.
Wow.
Wow. Well, mate, as a Knights fan, I think you have every right to be furious
They're
with
an
that
unhappy
performance.
family at the moment.
Mate, what is happening there? We spoke about that a few weeks ago. How, like, I don't think this is, well, at least in my opinion, I don't want to speak for you boys, but in my opinion, I was like, this is a team where it's not just footy. Something's going wrong off the field here. This does not look like a happy team. Now, granted, they came back and, they showed a bit of a good win against the Rabbitohs. I did say in the preview on the captain's run on Wednesday, which is actually the Resi's run because the captain's no longer there, I did say don't get too caught up in this big win over the Rabbitohs. It was against essentially a reserve grade side. So you cannot be too confident with that going, oh, yeah, we're back. And unfortunately, they're ahead, 20-0 or whatever it is, and they allowed a Titan side to come back at home.
Yeah, at home's a big one.
And it's just like those fans, mate, you think your club has loyal fans? Mate, the Knights were getting 20 to 30K not sellouts, but 20 to 30K to a game when they were winning spoons. It is probably the most loyal, if not the most loyal fan base in the competition. And they cop that. Tough.
Yeah, I don't know what more to say on Newcastle, to be honest with you. As you just said, mate, at home to go up 20-0 and lose that game of football, not to the Canberra Raiders, not to the Canterbury Bulldogs, to the Gold Coast Titans, like, it's unforgivable kind of areas. Like, imagine that change room after.
Bro, and look, I would get it if we saw the Titans just come out and it was like Campbell, stepping everyone and offloads out
Weren't
his
even that good.
That's what I mean. The
You
Titans
just did them every favour you possibly... Like, you did everything you could to lose this game of football.
It's honestly bizarre. Honestly, I just... and we'll get to... I know, like, there's Knights fans sitting there going, oh, what about your Broncos? Don't worry, we'll get to the Broncos, boys. We'll get to it. I know. I'm not going to pretend like they didn't let their fans down either, but... Mate, this was a and also, like, the club is in a dire position right now. It's not like you've been flying high and then you just have a blip. Like, you've got a good win against the Rabbitohs reserve grade essentially, or reserve grade with some first graders. To do that, to dish that up in the second half when you were looking as good as you were.
Like, to win this game of football, they didn't have to be great in the second half. They just needed to be average. Hold the football, get to the end of your sets, and you'll be fine. And they just refused to do it.
Mental. Absolutely.
And on top of that, like, defence isn't their issue. It hasn't been
exactly
for 2
right.
years. So,
Yeah.
like, defend a lead like that they had. And you just look at it in the Knights right now, and just so many things look off, and you sort of assess, the last couple of years under Adam O'Brien, and I just can't help, and we've spoken about it before, but look back to that stretch of 10 games a couple of years ago where, his position was under a bit of threat, or a lot of threat, leading into that stretch. They turned it around and they just extended off the back of it. And, you can sit there and say that they've played finals the last couple of years and scraped into the 8, and, that's a tick. And it is absolutely a tick, but with the roster that they've got, with a superstar like Kalen Ponga in your team, they should be playing finals. Like, it's a bloody good roster. But between, team selections and chopping and changing of halves and all these different things, as you said, it can be something stinks there. Like, something doesn't add up. I'm not saying that's Adam O'Brien, obviously, but not all feels well at the Knights. If they can't put things together and get back on track by the end of this season, something has to change, whether that's Adam O'Brien or whether that's an overhaul elsewhere at the club. This squad that they've got need to be dishing up so much better than what they are for fans, because they sell out games. They've got the support. They've got the roster. They've got the superstar. They've got the defence.
The problem is the situation though is Dylan Brown arrives to the club. And so I think a lot of people are like, oh, you've got to give him an opportunity with Dylan Brown. He brought him to the club. So I just think that's almost worked in his favour. Because, I'm with you. He got them out of an absolute dire situation. Bottom of the table, club was in all sorts. Adam O'Brien came in and they've essentially made the finals every year. I think there was one year they didn't. But let's just say essentially every year. But that's not, you're not in rugby league to make the finals every year. The problem is they've stagnated. Since they've made that rise from bottom into finals, they've essentially stagnated as a squad, aside from, as you said, a 10-game run off the back of some of the best form we've seen in a very long time, obviously outside of Tom Trbojevic. And so I'm with you. Did that 10-game run paint over a lot of cracks that have never, or not even cracks, paint over the fact that this club has been stagnated for at least 4 years now?
And a 10-game run at the back end of a year where... We know it happens every year. Teams get injury depleted. I think from memory it was quite a soft run as well. They stormed over teams, a lot of games at home, and they came home with a wet sail. I think 100% it's glossed over some probably bigger issues at the club.
Yeah, and look, in Adam O'Brien's defence, he's had so many different player managers, so many different, team managers, not player managers, team managers, recruitment officers, and different people above him. But at the same time, at some point, for example, on the weekend, Kalen Ponga had 15 runs for 105 metres, 3 tackle breaks, no line break assist, no try assist. And I granted, I understand that, there are other fullbacks that have had those stats where we wouldn't be as harsh, but we're talking about Kalen Ponga here. If he's not, up around the 5-6 tackle breaks or at least some line break assists, for his standards, that's not good enough in my opinion.
And Kalen Ponga 2 weeks away from Origin 1 as well. I just expected him to be up and about and absolutely flying at the moment.
They got the monkey off the back last week. They put some points on. You thought, all right, cool. Let's start to build something. They've got a soft run of games. And I think on top of it, the Knights, they hardly have an injury to their roster. I think Jack Hetherington listed as the only injury on the NRL site. Greg Margie got injured later on in that game. It was a pretty, relatively fully fit roster. There might be another 1 or 2 there. The Titans coming down after last weekend, and they are missing Keanu Kinney, they're missing Kieran Foran, David Feeder's not selected there. They have excuses.
Yeah.
The Knights, I just don't think there's any excuses there.
I think the worrying thing is too, and I don't know, maybe I'm on my own here, but I know Dill Brown arrives next year. I think most of us are really concerned about how that's going to work out. Leo Thompson leaves, Adam Elliott leaves. I think that roster is worse next year than what it is this year right now.
The question I have is this, for the Dylan Brown arrival. Are we confident Adam O'Brien can make that work? Or that he can get Dylan Brown playing the best footy he can possibly play?
No, I'm not.
That's where I go. If there's been one weak area of Adam O'Brien, it's his ability to get a 6 and 7 at the club playing good footy.
The one thing I will say is he's had so many halfbacks on his roster and 5'8" in the last couple of years that have been a very similar level, where anytime there's losses, he goes, all right, let's change it. Or, injuries, we can chop and change and give blokes chances. At least once Dill Brown arrives there and with the form of Fletcher Sharp, you go, this is my 6 and 7. I don't have to have headaches over who my halves are. I've got my 6 and 7.
Shouldn't Adam O'Brien at least pick one of those guys and make him the best version of himself?
Of course he should. But he hasn't. But at least that he doesn't have a choice in coming
for example, is Fletcher Sharp playing the best footy he can play right now? He had one good game. It's a couple of good games at the start of the season. Then he had a really good game last week against, a reserve grade side. You'd expect Fletcher Sharp to tear that team
I
apart.
think he's been the shining light in a very ordinary attacking outfit.
I think it's purely off his own talent, not off Adam O'Brien.
Yeah.
Like, I think he's playing anything that he does is just because he's a really talented bloody young footy player. At the moment, I believe that Adam O'Brien over the last couple of years has had enough talent in the halves to land on one guy to become the guy. And every single person that has come to that club has either not gotten better in the halves or gotten worse. And so I worry with the Dylan Brown one is like, do we have faith that he's going to get the best out of Dylan Brown? I'm not sure. The funny thing is, like, you actually look at like a Jacob Saifidi stats. He had an outstanding game statistically. And their forwards, their front row and everything went hard, but very, very disappointing week. Very disappointing week. I don't know what the direction is. I think that I'm inclined to, they've come down this path so far to give him an opportunity, to your point, Timmy, of like, look, if there is a knock on the recruitment with the Knights, they've brought halves in that aren't necessarily like showstoppers. This will be the first year in 2026 that they have some of the most gifted halves in the competition in KP, Brown. Brown is super gifted. Whether we will hit that potential, we don't know, but he is super gifted. And we know Fletcher Sharp is super gifted. With Phoenix at 9, which is more than good enough, I'm of the mind of leading towards give Adam O'Brien that season to just work with some really hot shit talent in the halves. What do you reckon, boys?
Yeah. I mean, you have to.
Because I just think it's pointless. Yes, they could have a terrible year this year, but like you're so far down the river. Like, why now? If you were going to get rid of him, it should have been fucking a couple of years ago, probably.
And mate, history tells us in the next 6 weeks they'll win 4 games by 1 point.
Yeah, and then get back into the 8.
We'll be sitting here, what's going on? I'll tell you what. This Friday night though, they take on the Parramatta Eels at home.
Got to win it.
Must win. Like, there's no ifs, buts, excuses. They have to win that game of football at home.
Yeah, I think you give him an opportunity next year to. I do think next year is the make or break year for Adam O'Brien. I personally would be giving him a chance with that spine. What do you reckon, Timmy?
I agree. Like, you have to. He's made the biggest decision, in my opinion, in the club's history.
Yeah,
you have to give him a chance to see what he can do.
Yep.
Yeah, as it stands right now, definitely.
Yep.
I wouldn't be feeling safe about it as such. Like, I want to see how the rest of the year unfolds, and not just on the field. I want to see what's the club look like, what's the vibe like. Is my main man Kalen Pye happy? Is the staff club? Is everyone happy? Is the culture on the up? Then we've got Dylan Brown arriving. All right, we might not make finals footy this year, but that's okay. There's signs of improvement. We got Dylan Brown. You give him that chance. If we get to the end of this year and they're bottom 4 and there's some disgruntled people in and around the club, then I sit there and go, you sign one player, cool.
Yeah.
And I mean, mate, the reality is if they don't want Adam O'Brien, they're going to go into the market and your halfbacks are 5'8", your 5'8's a fullback. We don't have any middles. Like, who's going to go there?
Yeah.
I think you have to just back Adam O'Brien in.
It's such a weird thing to talk about because you're right, Roo. Like, he has got them to the finals.
Yep.
He really has. And some of these other clubs have just been basket case over the last 4 or 5 years. And you've got to give him credit there. I just think that the halves thing has been such a weak point for so long now.
The head coach has a big job, but the attack's been the issue this year. It could, I don't know the inner sanctum of the Knights. It could be attacking coaches. It could be halves coaches. It could be all sorts of things. I'm just saying something needs to change by the end of this year if the attack doesn't improve because the roster's too good not to.
Alrighty, now time for the Rabbitohs v the Broncos, brought to you by a club member. That is Charity Trades. Guys, this is an organisation on the Central Coast that helps those that need it the most. If you want to get involved or hear what they are all about, reach out to Sam via the Bloke Club. Bloke's giving back and helping out where they can. So that's Charity Trades. Really, really bloody good organisation, guys. Get around them. They're a part of the Bloke Club. And this review is brought to you by them. So get around them. Okay, Broncos defeat the Rabbitohs 22-14. Was there to watch this game. And I just thought it was such a brave effort from the Rabbitohs. And I think you saw everything that Wayne has been trying to instill in this Rabbitohs side because they've been up against it. They have all these injuries and things not going their way. I really think that this was a good example of that all coming to fruition. Basically saying to that playing group, it doesn't matter who's wearing the jersey. If you are wearing a Rabbitohs jersey, there are certain things that are expected from you, whether you're on $1 million or whether you're on $150K a year. That's what we saw on the weekend. An incredible show of grit, determination of a bunch of blokes that said, you know what, we'll do everything we're told to do. So we'll do all the stuff that doesn't require talent, doesn't require skill, and then we'll rely on our star to get us across the line. And that's exactly what happened with the Rabbitohs defeating the Broncos.
I thought the guy that personified that was Jai Arrow. He was just at his absolute prick best, which I love, with Origin just around the corner.
Add on to that, Keon just going all day long in the middle there. Jeez, he's a middle player. He's a middle player.
Oh, yeah, I don't want to harp on about it, but how can he not be in the middle?
He just went toe-to-toe with Payne Haas and Paddy Carrigan.
And he's probably 10 kilos under where he should be to play in the middle.
He's a middle player, and I'll tell you what, he'll be one of the best. I tell you what, his way back into the Origin side might be through the middle. That's how good he is in the middle. Because on the edge, it's just absolutely stacked. And don't get me wrong, when he plays on the edge, he's incredible. But, mate, when he was playing 13 last year, he made our team of the week every week.
Yeah,
he's a middle player. He is a middle player.
Playing through the middle, his ticket to Origin, man, it can be his ticket to play for the Kangaroos if he wants. Like last year, if he would have stayed there, I think he's one of the better middle forwards in the competition.
100%. And he also offers everything. He's like Adam Fanor-Blake mixed with, I don't know, someone else, but he's got the late footwork at the line. He's not as big as Adam, obviously. Yep. Strong, incredible offload, good line runner. He's amazing. Amazing.
Yeah, the Bunnies are sitting in 11th, and it's Wayne sprinkling magic. That sounds so ridiculous about a team coming 11th with the roster they've got. But with the injuries they've had this year to key players, to key spy members, the chops and changes that they've had all season to counter the losses of players, they should be bottom 2 or 3, and no one would question it because of the injuries that they've had. And if it was any other coach, I reckon they're bottom 2 or 3. But as you said, Kempy, Wayne's ability to get players up, if they're reserve grades, if they're fringies, whatever, and just go, no, next man up mentality. To be 5-5, they're sitting 11th, but they're on 10 points, equal with the Broncos, who are in 7th on 10 points as well, a poor for and against. But to be scraping by with
to suggest they're on equal points with the Broncos right now,
it's crazy.
Insane.
To come this far with the injury list they've had. What a brilliant win. Again, the Broncos backs against the wall after that big Magic Round loss to Penrith. I thought they had no chance in this, but I thought it'd be a big F from the Bunnies. They're just killing it.
And the crazy thing is, heading into this year, if there was one knock on the Rabbitohs, you could say maybe that forward pack a little bit light on, and there's a few players that if they get injured, then the depth's not there. It's gotten to the point now, at full strength, they've got too many forwards because you got guys like Hubner that have come in leaps and bounds. I think Moali's been much better since, obviously, under Wayne Bennett. Tallis Duncan didn't have the best night on the weekend, but we know how good he is. You got LeBlanc as well. LeBlanc that comes on, rips and tears. All of a sudden, you've got all these young fellas coming through. This side at full strength is going to be a problem for teams.
Totola went from captain to 18th man in a week. Imagine how many coaches would have the balls to make that decision. Even me, when I saw that on the team list, I sort of went, that doesn't make any sense to me. How can he be captain material? Well, I think most coaches would have too much pride to be able to fold like that. But Wayne, being the guy he is, just went, no, this is the right decision.
And that's why, when this talk comes around the Broncos, should they start this and should they start that? Mate, you've got coaches all around the NRL making arguably tougher decisions.
Yep.
Then that decision should be easy compared to, taking a guy that's your captain and your player of the year a year or two ago and going, no, you're on the bench now. Than a guy that you have every reason you could sit in reserve grade and let him earn the jersey back.
Shaq Mitchell's also returned via New South Wales Cup, says another one.
Just crazy. An incredible victory.
And when you talk about the South Sydney side, being even with the Broncos on the ladder, the only reason why they're there, in my opinion, over the last 6 weeks is because of Jai Gray. He played 12 minutes in this game.
Yeah. And actually, he got hooked, essentially. He played poorly. That's why he got hooked, watching it at the ground.
That was bizarre.
I don't know why he did that. I don't know why Wayne put him in at 9 instead of just getting Humphries in there, get him at 6 or 7 or fucking whatever.
I personally would have just played Jai at 5'8". Would have had Bud Sullivan off the bench is what I would have done.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ironically, it was Sullivan, a few bit of the show and goes at the end there that actually got him back in the game. But I'm with you, mate. I'm with you.
And Sullivan had 2 try-saving tackles on Piakura.
And also they just run at him all day long. He's super brave. But I know what you're saying.
Isn't it wild how Wayne's mind works? We sit here for 4 weeks and discuss whether Jai is to be fullback, 5'8", whatever it is. And Wayne's just like, I'm just hardly going to fucking use him.
Mental. Absolutely mental.
Down in a game, I've got no right to win whatsoever.
That's why this idea of tough decisions, mate. There are coaches currently making tough decisions everywhere. You've got a guy that was leading the Dally M basically getting dropped from Wayne Bennett. You got a captain who was getting dropped. It just, and that's why, when he says there are standards that you have to hit to wear this jersey, he means it. Within an inch of his life, he means it. And that's why they're playing this well. I thought Ewan Aiken was absolutely outstanding. Another guy that, it's funny, like Wayne's ability to pick the right guy to take with him to clubs, that, they're not hot on the market right now. Not everyone's desperate for him, but he just goes, you. And also, wasn't Hubner from the Dolphins as well?
Yeah, he was. And couldn't really get a bait in that first grade side. Was doing crazy things in reserve grade.
Yeah.
But when he came to first grade, he just didn't look like he was ready.
Yeah.
He arrives at South Sydney. Give you the hot tip. He wasn't ready. Cam Murray gets injured and Wayne goes, okay, now you have to be ready. And he just makes it work.
And he's got dogs in your pack. They just got enough dogs to just go at a game and just chase it and just chase a game. It was an incredible win from the Rabbitohs. And you're just looking at this you respect a halves pairing of Humphries and Sullivan and your nines Havili.
Shout out to Sleever.
Against Ben Hunt, Adam Reynolds, Billy Walters at 9. Ben Hunt and Adam Reynolds versus Humphries, Sullivan. And they got the chockies.
Yeah.
And then you look at, Payne Haas, Pat Carey and all this, and then the old bull, Sleever Havili, who's, turned into a middle forward, of course, in recent years, played a bit of number 9 back in the day, but comes out, Mamzelos injured, 68 minutes at number 9, and outstanding.
5 minutes in the first half, goes straight over through the middle. Unforgivable stuff there.
Havili made his debut in 2014.
Wow. Far out.
How old is he? 32.
32, yeah. At the Warriors too. I don't even remember the Warriors days, to be completely honest with you.
That's true.
I remember the Raiders days.
I will say, though, this side with Brandon Smith in it is exciting.
Yeah.
You obviously play Panama this side with this kind of dog and mongrel and fast through the ruck. That's exciting.
That was a bit of a cheese play from Havili, wasn't it? Really, just picking it up, running, crashing over. How soon can they get him? They can get him this year?
Well, they're trying to. They're apparently they're quibbling on 40K. The rivalry is just...
This week? Huge.
All of a sudden, I know they're going to miss Cam Murray for the whole year, but when they do get all their players back on the field with cheese in that forward pack, fuck.
And not just getting cheese with a B in his bonnet.
Yeah.
You can tell he's pissed off.
And also getting cheese coached by Wayne Bennett too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
I really hope that there's not even a conversation about Cheese playing 9 there. I think
I don't. I don't think so, because it all lines up with Mamazellus coming back. I think it's more just a matter of, we talked about last week, that squad does not have enough 9s in it, and then with the argument was, maybe they saw Humphries as a 9. I think they've clearly gone, look, Humphries an out-and-out 7. We need to bring in a 9 to fill out our roster, and as in, a guy that can play 9, but obviously I think that the fact that he moved Keon and Jairo into the front row is very telling to me, that I think he's starting to think, okay, I probably need a more mobile front row heading forward. And I think we'll see Cheese basically as a front rower, or 13, but front rower essentially when Cam Murray comes back.
Yep.
Is Keon locked and loaded as a middle, asking for my Supercoach team?
Surely.
I wouldn't say surely.
I wouldn't be moved. I understand Wayne might make a different decision, but I'm saying surely keep him in there.
For me, would be, but I think it's pretty evident he doesn't want to be there.
But it's just bruh, that sucks for you. You're in there.
Yeah, I would have said that to him in November.
Yeah, he went back there and ripped and teared. So clearly he doesn't like being in there, but he clearly rips and tears.
Coach is a big one too. To nearly any other coach in the game, you could be a Keon, but look, I want to play on the edge. I'll play middle if you need me to, but I really want to be on the edge. I feel like with Wayne, you're just Wayne, whatever you want, I'll do.
Yeah, I think so too. And also, I think it's okay if a player is I don't want to play in the middle. I want to play on the edge. But as long as they go out and rip, like he has, it's okay, you can say you don't want to play there. That's fine. You can have a preference in where you want to play. But as long as you're out there ripping and tearing wherever you're at, that's fine with me. It's when the player goes and has a sook and doesn't play well that's a big issue. But yeah, I think you keep him there. I think you got to. In today's game, with how we've seen it change and the need for a more mobile forward pack that could just... And also, it actually, ironically, suits the Rabbitohs because you've got a guy like Kepi or Totola when he's in the side off the bench that can come on for 10 minutes and just... Because he's a big boy, you just say, mate, north to south, go as hard as you can, south to north, whatever, go as hard as you can and get you off the field after 10 minutes or so.
I hope you're right, because they need to do it. I think they need to do it in round 1, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I just think that this is a good indication that Wayne has made that decision. Because, why would you just go, okay, let's go and beat the Broncos with the best front row in the competition on paper, All right, now we beat them. All right, sweet. Boys, you come back to the edge. I'd be surprised. I'd be very surprised if he did that. Definitely capable of doing it, obviously, but I'd be surprised. Who else stood out for you boys with the Rabbitohs?
Ewan Aitken. I think he's been such a good signing. He obviously hasn't played a heap of footy there for South Sydney, but I just think the longer the season goes, more of an astute signing he will be. You've obviously got Hubner that he's brought down from the Dolphins, who's been really good, but I think Aitken's going to be a super important one. Because if you don't have Aitken, you probably can't afford to move Keon in there realistically.
Just stay fit, Ewan.
Yes.
Yeah, I hope he has a good run.
Yep. I'm with you, mate. Just stay fit, because if he can, he solves a lot of problems from. Obviously, Tallis Duncan, he had a bit of a tough night at times with quite a few errors. But, him at his best. He's a bloody good player.
I do like that Wayne's just backed him as well. 80-minute edge games as well. As a result, moved Clyde to the middle to accommodate it, essentially. And Wayne's just gone, you know what? The time's now. You've done your trade as a bench player, an impact player off the bench. We want you as an 80-minute man. Now's your time.
And to South Sydney's credit, we've sat here for ages going, why doesn't he start? Why doesn't he get more minutes? Like, when he has got his opportunities, you have seen a lot of these moments from Tallis Duncan. Like, credit to South Sydney. Maybe he isn't as far ahead and ready as what we probably think he is.
Yeah. I just wonder whether he was inconsistent when he did get his opportunities because he was constantly fucking moved around all the time. Like, very hard to get like a bit of a rhythm in key positions when like 1 week you're an edge back row, the next week you're in the middle, then you drop back to reserve grade. I wonder whether he was under the best development at the time there.
Yeah, and quite possibly. It hasn't been when he has started, it hasn't been the knockout victory I assumed it was going to be.
Yeah. I'm willing to lean into, I think he got a couple of years of bad development, to be honest. But I'm saying that, we'll see. We will see. Outside of that, boys, anyone else that stood out for you?
No, I think those key ones you kind of covered off, and I was very impressed with those front rowers. All the chat was like, Carrigan and Haas will have a field day, but those guys did pretty well to combat them in the middle there. Ewan Aitken, you've touched on him, but 48 tackles, 1 missed. He's just like epitomises the kind of tough, understated player that kind of Wayne, gravitates towards. I thought he was really good as well, but I think you've covered off on pretty much.
Bud Sullivan made 29 tackles. Like, they just went at him, and he just hung in there. I just another shout out. You guys already spoke about him, but just Jairo, I think people forget when he came down from the Titans, he was like a marquee signing. He was the man. I'll never forget one game against the Sharkies where he ran for like 300 metres. And he, to be honest, he was doing what Tino was doing, really, just carrying that side on his back. And he's the kind of player that doesn't get the raps he deserves, but is usually there or thereabouts around the Origin arena. And I think a lot of Rabbitohs fans just love him because he's win, lose or draw, he's coming in and ripping and tearing. He has got mongrel in him. He fights against anyone. Matty?
You summed it up perfectly. I absolutely love him. I love him in the middle a lot more than I love him on the edge, and that's an argument we've had for a year. I love the starting combination of Keon and Jairo. When I saw the team list on Tuesday, I was stoked. Ewan Aitken and Tallis Duncan are more than formidable back rowers. I hope it stays like this, to be honest. I reckon it's just what's the worst thing you could want as an opposition? It's Jairo and Keon in the front row coming at you.
Yep.
I love them. So, yeah.
And I guess like Kepi and Totola, they are shaped. They do have the shape of old school front rowers. Big boppers. Laterally not that good. But at the same time, they can bend a line. And that's why I just go, maybe they do just come off the bench and you just go, boys, 10 minutes of the best. I just need you to get us momentum. That's it. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens at the selection table. Don't forget as well, the Origin selection table tomorrow, brought to you by Menulog. At 3 p.m, it'll be dropping, the selection table where we select our Origin sides. Okay, on the Broncos. Now, we won't sound these too long, guys. We've already spoken about the Broncos quite a lot in the code segment. As always with code, guys, go to codesports.com.au. Use code Bloke for a discount, $49 for access for the entire year to the best written content on the internet when it comes to sport. Okay, the Broncos just need a massive mentality change, really, and I think it needs to start at the top. I think that Adam Reynolds, unfortunately, another poor game for him. I felt that, especially when the game was in the balance, he really needed to step up and make things happen, and I don't think he did. I thought he was quite quiet when the game was in the balance. There was even some fifth tackles where, we captains challenged it or something, but he got the ball on the fifth and was getting basically tackled it, he was kicking it. And it was almost like it was a rushed last play and just stuff that Reno we know doesn't do usually. Usually he's so calm, he's so collected. And I just wonder sometimes, like, does Reno rev the boys up enough? Does he yell at them behind the goalpost? At training, are the Broncos too willing to go, oh, well, you know, it's Reece Walsh. He's allowed to let things bounce. Or it's Selwyn Cobbo. He's allowed to not track behind because he runs the ball back really hard. I just wonder whether they allow those kind of small things to happen too much because they have so much talent that they walk past all the little things. Because it was a really, you know, I think there will be a lot of red faces in that Broncos squad after that performance. A lot of still trying to score on the second tackle, you know, running overs lines, getting taken out, not being patient. Any time that they did put together a set or two, they would score points. And so, like, as I said in the code sports, there's this, like, some people saying, oh, maybe my Madge is training them too hard and that's why they're flat. But that doesn't explain the mentality of always wanting to score every set you get instead of trying to build pressure. Like, very rarely do I watch a Broncos set where the goal is give the ball to the opposition in a key spot and let's defend. Usually when I watch a Broncos set, it feels like every time they're trying to score. Every set, it's points or bust. It's basically, yeah, points or bust.
With the experience of Hunt, Reynolds, Haas, Carrigan, it's stunning that is the case.
Yeah. But it is.
It is, absolutely, week in, week out. And then you throw Madge on top of it, like how that lack of discipline and that, you know, leaning on flamboyance at times and throwing the ball around and just the ill discipline. I can't believe it happens with so many of these experienced heads at the club.
Here's a good example. So, like, Dean Mariner, one of the best young guns in the comp. Absolutely love him as a player. But he got taken out twice because he just said, stuff it, I'm going for the corner. And, like, don't get me wrong, I love that mentality to a degree. But at some point, you have to go, you know what? That's the selfish option. Like, I can go for the big play, which is I score, I'm the man, everyone thinks I'm the... Or I can go, you know what? Let's just take the conservative play here, take the tackle, and we build on after that. And so I think he's like Selwyn Cobbo's the same. He'll attack from anywhere. At some point, they have to ask themselves, boys, this isn't working. And, like, back to the whole Michael Maguire chat, guys, you had the Kevy Walters was the coach that was free, let you be yourself, like all of the fun stuff. He let you play as any footy you kind of like, and it didn't work. He got sacked. He lost his job. So you can't fall back on that now. Not to suggest they are, but I just saw some fans saying, oh, maybe Madge is being too harsh on them and it's too hard. I'm like, they had the most modern coach you could have in Kevy Walters in regards to letting boys just be themselves and play the way they want to play. Attack. And it didn't
also
work.
The old... Everyone just always says with Madge and assumes they hear, oh, you know, he's such a hard-nosed coach, he's tough on the plays and all that, and some players can't handle it. It's like, come on, like Madge has had success, I know in shorter stints, but with the Blues, remarkable, with the Kiwis, he's won a premiership and all that. It just seems like such an easy out that, oh, you know, Madge is too hard on him, where it was like, you're a professional sportsman. If he is tough on him, like, adapt. It's your job. Buy in,
Yeah,
and you'll win a comp.
And that's what's like... I was getting a little bit worried with Madge. So all the way leading up to this, every press conference, he protected him. Oh, that's on me, and I need to get to know these boys better, and the preparation need to be. And it was always about like, oh, how do I? This is a first press conference where you saw him pissed off and like, that's not good enough, and putting some onus on the players, going, that's not good enough. The concern is, I just wonder from top to bottom, do they have that? Does that mentality suit this playing roster? I don't know.
I think you've summed it up perfectly, both of you. And I, coming into this season, I felt really confident that Madge would get an immediate response out of this side. You just haven't seen it.
And I'd look, if let's say we were completing at like 90%, playing super conservative footy, and we were getting beaten, then I could buy, mate, he's training them too hard. But that's not the problem with the Broncos. It's not conservative footy that's the problem with the Broncos. It's the willy-nilly, we'll attack from anywhere, who gives a shit if we make a mistake stuff. And it's great. There's highlights and it's exciting. You don't build premierships on it. You look at the Storm, super conservative. Like, funnily enough, Storm's actually a really good example. Outside of their premiership win with Cam Smith, they haven't won a comp since they changed their style of footy, which is very attacking oriented. When they had their dominance for 20 years, it was based around conservative defensive footy. The Penrith Panthers, they built their dynasty, conservative footy. The Roosters, relatively conservative footy, but also incredibly stacked roster. But they were always tough as nails, know when to be conservative.
And Pretty boring, but it works.
Yeah, it works. It sucks. It's boring to play. You don't get to go, oh, it's fun this week. We get to just go out and play a game of footy and everyone gets to be happy. It's just like... So, and I feel sorry for guys like Paddy and Payne because, like, mate, they give everything every week.
They can't do any more.
They literally cannot do more. The only thing that maybe they could do more is, like, should they... No, and this is... I don't know whether they are or they aren't. Maybe every week they are yelling at the boys saying that need to be better. But maybe that is one area where they need to go, you know what? We need to be harsher. When the boys make mistakes, when they let that ball bounce, when they run out on the second tackle or kick on the first tackle or whatever, maybe they could just be harsher and say, that's not good enough. I don't know. But it is disappointing times at the Broncos. The talent is all there. The answer is there. As I said, if they come out and they play really conservative footy and they're not getting wins, then I'm more than happy to put my hand up and go, okay, maybe Michael Maguire is training them too hard. But until we see that, all we can look at is all the silly things they do on the field, unfortunately. Because this side doesn't make the 8. You think Michael Maguire is scared to not select someone? You think he's going to be scared to clean out? He will clean out. And it will be drastic. It's just a matter of whether they want to get on board.
Kobe Hetherington get injured on the weekend.
That's another thing with the rotation where I probably am a bit weirded with Michael Maguire. So, like, he leaves Paddy on for like 60 straight.
Yeah.
And so when the forwards come on, Jensen and Baker, he moves Paddy into 13. But I just reckon, like, I would rather see both him and Haas come off around the 30-minute mark. Just somehow trust that Jensen and whoever he's, Willison, is good enough to get the job done through that period. The problem with Kobe Hetherington, he hasn't probably kicked on the way I think a lot of people would have hoped in regards to the ball playing. Because going in, their attack looks so clunky. And in my opinion, it's because, like, who's our ball playing forward? Is it Paddy or is it Kobe? Because it seems like it's Paddy. But then how do you build an attacking set when your front row is sometimes he's the front rower and sometimes he's the 13, he's the connector? As soon as he moved back into that 13 role when the forwards came on, the front rowers, they looked so much better in attack, so better flow. But at the same time, Paddy is not going to be practicing his ball playing as much as he would if he was playing 13 week in, week out. And so I think there's probably one area where, and I was all for it, moving Paddy to front row and Kobe to 13, but it hasn't paid off, I think, the way that Michael Maguire has thought it would. And I think that he either needs to go into the market for an out-and-out 13 or he maybe needs to bite the bullet and start with Haas and Willison in the front row and then go out in the market for an edge back row.
I think that's what I'd be doing.
I've said it for, a long time now, but I just think they're crying out for that Kurt Mann, Max Plath style of 13.
Yeah. I think they thought Kobe could be that because he's a bit of small butter.
Yeah. But like even Kobe, he does a great job, but to me, he's just that hard-working, toilet middle forward, outstanding defender, handy with ball in hand, like running, got a bit of a passing game, but I just think that smaller, more mobile, bit more agile sort of 13, you've got size in your pack, you've got Carrigan, you've got Hash, you've got these brilliant like meter eaters, just that smaller, agile ball-playing lock.
Yeah, I'm with you, mate. I think it would suit them perfectly. Like this roster with an agile lock, like a Connor Watson, a Kurt Mann, those kind of blokes. Plath, like...
Maxi Plath, perfect.
Just quickly, Selwyn at the back there, just as a fullback, he had such a bloody good game last week, but you can't be dropping bombs the way he was dropping them. And these were genuine, just end over end, nothing bombs. Dean Marin also dropped a few. I mean, between Dean Marin and Selwyn Cobbo, they had 8 errors.
It's such an interesting window, isn't it, in this period of the next month or so for Selwyn Cobbo, because he's off contract or can negotiate off contract next year or the year after, soon enough anyway.
No, he's off. He can leave next year, I think.
Yeah, he can leave next year. So
he'll be another
He's
club.
got this window with Reece Walsh out where he's playing fullback and he can take his price tag from, with a good month of footy from $750K to $1 million to go, no, I want fullback money and I'm good enough to do it. He's been presented that because of the Reece Walsh injury. And I'm with you, mate. I think the last 2 weeks he'd been really good at fullback. No good on the weekend. So a big game this week, also leading into Origin selections where he'll, of course, be in that conversation. So for his future, huge little period coming up for Cobbo. He's in the middle of it, I should say.
From what I've heard too, it sounds like Reece Walsh is going to be back in 2 weeks.
Okay.
He reckons,
okay. Just quickly, in regards, I think that the Broncos forward pack is, so of course they're missing Flegler. Flegler's a gun. But it's not, I understand why they can't keep Flegler because he's a Origin front rower, but they're missing the dog that he had. I just think that, this Broncos side, they don't have any fucking dogs out there that are willing to just get in the dirty, nitty gritty. The amount of times they need energy lifts that Flegler used to give them, or even Herbie to a degree, he's not necessarily a dog, but some of his runs, I just think that they're missing a forward that is like a Hargreaves, is like a, you know, you name it. Everyone knows this kind of forward I'm talking about. Not necessarily Flegler because he costs too much, but a guy that's willing to get into the dirty stuff of rugby league. Paddy and that, they are mentally tough. Like they are one of the most mentally tough forwards in the competition. They go all day. But there's a difference between mental toughness and being a fucking dog. And like, I just think that like Paddy and Payne, that's not their nature. And Wayne Bennett's the king of this. He knows that. I've said this story so many times, but he pulled me and Darius aside and said, like, it's not your nature to be in the niggly, but you are both very passionate about winning. Focus in on that passion. And I think that that's what Payne and Paddy are. They're passionate winners, competitors. We're just missing a dog in our side. Like, for example, I hope he doesn't mind me telling the story. It's not that bad. But like Justin Hodges always used to say to me, Kempy, if someone lies on the ground and there's a free shot to hit, you fucking belt that bloke. Because he is lying on the ground, just going, yes, willy-nilly. We're just gonna all just be okay with him lying on the ground doing and surrendering into the tackle. And just that last tackle where Latrell put the knee to the ground, it just reminded me of Justin Hodges. He would never, ever allow anyone else in the Broncos side for a superstar to just go, oh, knee to the ground, all good. I've just towed you up. I just ended the game with an incredible field goal, but you guys just be nice to me now. That's not rugby league. This is a violent sport for violent men. And when I saw that, when not a single player, they all just got up and walked away and didn't even put a hand on him, it just reminded me, like, we got no dogs. We got no fucking dogs. Take his fucking head off. Like, and I love Trell. You reckon Trell's not going to take our head off? You reckon Trell, if we had just beaten the Rabbitohs and he's our main man and I'd scored 4 tries against him and I took a knee, you reckon Trell's not going to fucking wrestle me? Fucking oath he is. And we're just going to let Latrell Mitchell, the guy that just broke our hearts and is going to make half the, like, we're going to get towed up at training all week long. And it was just it reminded me of the Justin Hodges and I know everyone that used to play him, you're all sitting there as New South Wales and going, fucking hate that bloke. Good. Because he fucking hated you.
The only people that liked Hodges were Broncos fans and Queensland fans. Outside of that, he was hate. I respected him so much, but I couldn't stand to look at him.
Yeah, but he won.
Yeah.
He's a fucking winner. He won premierships. He won Origin Series. He's a winner because he didn't let none of that shit slide. A superstar. Like, okay, here's another one. Tarpane, watching Reece Walsh fake an injury when the game's over. Do you reckon he went, oh, don't worry, Walshy, you just carved us? He even said on my podcast, he was like, bro, he's been carving us all day. You reckon I'm going to let him just fucking... Bro, this is rugby league. We've got Latrell Mitchell. You got a free shot on him. He wants to take a surrender. You reckon Latrell's going to just go, oh, yeah, no worries. After you just know what, he's going to fucking wrestle you. Or at the very least, not even wrestle you, but he's going to take you to the ground. And that's where I'm really worried about this Broncos. When I talk about mentality, all the talent in the world, Paddy and Payne, all the mental toughness in the world, but we need some fucking dogs. Like, I just can't believe people stood up and walked away when Trell took that knee. I just can't believe it. Like, and this is coming from. I'm not a dog. That's who I was. I was a winger that scored some tries, did fuck all. In the grand scheme of things, I'm a nobody in the NRL. So I'm not sitting here saying I'm some hero, but there are heroes out there that are fucking dogs, and we need them. So send your resume to the Broncos.
Isn't it funny when you reflect on like the name you said there as well? Like, imagine the situation you'd be in if you paid overs to keep Tom Flegler and he hadn't got on the fucking field in the last 3 years too. Like, you actually dodged a bit of a bullet there as far as your salary cap goes.
Yeah, but we just miss his mentality.
Yes, 100%.
That mentality of like just in it. And it's just disappointing. I get it. Like, is it the sportsman thing to do? Is it the right thing to do? Like, okay, Trell took a knee, so you tat on the back, you're all mates, you talk to each other on social media. But at the end of the day, rugby league is a violent game. The most violent teams win. You reckon Penrith Panthers just let shit go? You reckon the Melbourne Storm through their dominant period let shit go? You reckon the Roosters just let shit go? Unfortunately, I tell you who let shit go? Bottom 4 sides. That's who let shit go. That's coming from a winger too. I'm not sitting here saying I'm some hero, but my part was all the other stuff that I was good at. There were other people in our side like your Neville Costigans, your Tony Carrolls, your Webkeys, your Petros, your Brad Thorns. They would not let that shit slide.
If you could see any name on the team sheet tomorrow for the Broncos, anyone in the comp, like if you could sign anyone you wanted to fill that role, who would it be for you in the comp?
Who would it be in the whole comp? a dog that I'd love to bring to the side.
While you're thinking about it, I reckon Nathan Brown would be a great one. Not saying he's going to go then he's a signing, but he's exactly that kind who comes off the bench, speed through the middle. He's a dog. He's got it about him. He brings that impact. He brings that energy.
Yeah, a bit long in the tooth for me. A bit like a guy like Gilbert.
Yeah. So I wouldn't have minded. And like he was almost available last year. Corey Horsburgh's one of those guys.
Yeah, Corey Horsburgh. Get him in there. But for me, right now, I just, like a guy like Gilbert, you know, even a guy like a Ray Stone to a degree, he doesn't play enough first grade for that to happen. But a guy like Gilbert is he's a dog signing because I know he loves that shit. Plath to a degree, see how he develops as a player. Like, for example, I think John Bateman's been exactly what the Cowboys need.
Yeah, he's a good one.
You know what I mean? He's a fucking dog. He gets amongst it. And, yeah, okay, does he cost you games at times? Yeah, he does. But that edge that the Cowboys have needed, he's been it.
Yeah, like we spoke about that and how much they need him on the edge and, like, he's been good for them. The Broncos now, who they're battling for edges.
Could have used him. So, and it's come from a bloke that was a bit unsure about the Bateman signing to the Cowboys. But they've ended it. Anyway, that's just my thoughts. As I said, guys, I know I'm a nobody in Broncos history. I know I've only played 40 games. I'm not putting myself in anyone near Hodges, all that kind of stuff. I'm just telling you the experience I had when they were the best team in the competition. Hammy,
you're talking about someone else.
Hudson Young would be my biggest dog.
Yeah, Hudson Young. Yeah. Yep.
Aaron Clark as well.
He gets amongst it. Yep.
Yeah.
Fish, obviously. You'd love the fish, but...
Yep.
Yeah. Anything just quickly on the Broncos, Hammy, before we move on?
Look, I think you guys have covered it off pretty well. I don't know exactly how they change it or how they get a couple more dogs in there, but there's just clearly something's not gelling quite right at the moment with Madge. But I've got every confidence it will get there in the next year or two, even if it means it's got to move a few people on. But disappointing result for them for sure.
You could say Katoni. He gets amongst it.
Mate, I think Tony's been really good the last month or so. He's been having a red
Except for that one, man. Tass looked like Greg Inglis out there. What was with that?
Just got stuck in the mud. Didn't he?
Holy shit.
But at least Katoni's been coming with that energy.
Yeah, with that energy. And they're missing that energy. And that's what Flegler brought. At the moment, it's just, I feel sorry for Paddy and Payne because they are just like, seriously, what more could they do? Like Payne's making line breaks like an outside back. Paddy's running for a bazillion metres a game.
And then making 45 tackles. Yeah.
Mental. Okay, on to the next game. Don't forget, guys, Good Day and Daylights. Use code DMP for 10% off your order. BeGoodHealth.com.au. You can combo that with subscription. You get 20% off. Good Day, the best multivitamin in the business. Go to BeGoodHealth.com.au. I use mine every day, guys. Alrighty, Bulldogs versus the Raiders, 32-20. And this is a tough one to talk about because if the Raiders could just bottle that first half, they are a genuine premiership threat. I guess the worry I have is they got to a big game and they almost let the emotion get the best of them, I think, the Raiders. I wonder whether they went too hard too soon and there was like an adrenaline dump in that first half because they came out in the second half and they just looked like completely flat. However, I'm still really impressed with the Raiders. Yep, okay, you can be super disappointed about the fact that they scored 32 essentially unanswered points, but it is the Bulldogs. They are essentially, outside of the Melbourne Storm, the best team in the competition. I'm still high on the Raiders. Obviously, I'm high on the Doggies. I just think that they may, if the Raiders could do their dance again, I reckon they probably just tone down that first adrenaline dump to a degree. I'd love to know how hyped up Ricky got them before they ran out. I'd love to know what happened there. Timmy, thoughts, mate?
We bottled the first half, mate. We just did it in the wrong way. We absolutely bottled it. But, I mean, first thing, shout out to just the local Raiders fans and the Doggies travelling fans.
Looked like finals footy.
Yeah, it did. And, the game had that to it, despite, two completely different halves. But a sellout in the capital, I believe, was the first regular season sellout since Mal Meninga's farewell game. I'm pretty sure that was the word. So it just looked like an unreal afternoon down there. So shout out to all involved. Yeah, I mean, look at it. You could look at it whichever way you want, right? You could be stoked with the first half. You could be filthy about the way it finished. But we came out against the ladder leaders who have lost, a game all year, probably the best defence in the NRL, and we put 20 points on in quick succession. It was a brilliant first half. Maybe the emotion... Pardon me. Maybe the emotion did get to us in that second half a little bit and we came out too aggressive, but...
In the second half, do you think? I reckon you dumped emotion too much in the first half.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so we ran out of steam. You could look at it whichever way you want. As a Raiders fan, four tries off the bat against that Doggies defence. It was excruciating to see that second half and the way it unfolded. But I think there are enough signs there. And two ladder-leading teams at the time, yeah, it was a cracking game of footy.
I took the Doggies to win this game solely off the Raiders. The 3 weeks before this have had 2 come-from-behind victories, and then that Storm game that they put a lot into. And I sort of thought, it'll catch up on them. And at halftime, I'm going, you moron. Yeah, you missed the mark by a country mile. But then I think in the second half, as you said, whether it's the emotion they put into it, the 3 weeks leading up to it, I think it just all sort of took its toll on the Canberra Raiders and caught up on them. Doesn't make me sort of question the Raiders' credentials at all. It doesn't really change much for me as far as this competition goes, if I'm honest.
Well, in a finals game, they don't come out and play like that in a second.
No
half.
way.
I don't think. No. Like, they might still have gotten beaten, but not 32 points unanswered. Yep. Can I be that guy? I want to be that guy. I actually sent a text message in the first half when they were getting towed up, and I said the Doggies have just got to cop their medicine here. The fitter, faster pack will come over the top. And it did, and I think that like the scary thing for the rest of the competition with the Bulldogs is they're getting into Penrith areas of it doesn't matter how many points you put on us in the first half, we can come out and put on 20 to 30 on you in the second half. Whereas like the Doggies of last year, they didn't have this attack in them. They couldn't put 32 points on like this anyway. And so I think the scary thing for the Doggies is they now have obviously the runs on the board for the fact that they're on top of the table, all that good stuff, but they now have in the back pocket, even if you do get a lead, we will fight. We will chase it down.
Who are you texting that isn't us, just quietly? I feel like I've been
I
cheated
do
on.
have some fucking friends, you know.
Like not footy friends. We're the crew.
No, this is better. Trust me. It's Matty Johns.
Texting roasting.
It's Matty Johns. I text Matty Johns. No, actually, you know what?
So do I. Just never reply.
No, it's I'm actually cheating on you. It's a Morning Glory show that I text, but I text it in a response. So Benny, our producer, he wrote, "Fuck, they look sharp, Canberra," and then I wrote, "Doggies just got to hold on and cop their medicine. Their speed and fitness could be enough to get them back at the end of the game if they don't let it get too far." But then Matty John said he went even further. He said, "I've seen this a million times. The moment there's a subtle swing of momentum, back the Dogs," and he got on them when they were down by 20 points as well.
The Raiders were never going to win that game easily. They never do. Even the games they've won in recent weeks, they've come from 16-point deficits or whatever it was. They keep coming back. It's never easy with the Raiders. I didn't think we were going to lose at 20-0 up, don't get me wrong, but I thought it was going to be tight.
Yeah. I think everyone got that feeling. There's no way Bulldogs are just going to let them fucking towel them in the next half.
But the composure the Doggies showed coming out from halftime, it's like, no, back in our systems, we know we can do this. And the way they did it, it wasn't with flamboyant play and chancing their arms, just get a bit of early ball to Critter, he'll get his one-on-one with Sebi Chris, he'll do damage. Very impressive.
It's just smart coaching from Serraldo too, because he's gone, okay, what have I got here? I've got a friggin' massive forward pack that is just bashing the shit out of us. So I'm going to ruin the momentum that they've picked up in this whole game and just start doing what I did to the Broncos last year, which is side-to-side stuff, which is like when you're a forward pack that's bashing the fuck out of someone else, the last thing you want, because you got all this energy, you come out in the second half and you're like, here we go again, I get to fucking belt the opposition. The first set happens, they spread it. Oh, fuck, didn't get to tackle anyone. The second set happens, they spread it again. Oh, didn't get, and then all of a sudden, all that energy you built up, you lose that momentum, and that's what Serraldo did. It was like a short circuit. It's like it short-circuited the Raiders forward pack, because all this energy was getting put into nothing because they were just getting the ball. The line breaks were happening on the edge. And as a forward pack in the middle, if the line breaks keep happening on the edge, it doesn't matter how much line speed you have, you can't stop it. It's on the edges to make their one-on-one tackles. And I just think that Serraldo made that slight tweak at halftime and nailed it.
And that's it, mate. All in all, you can be critical of the Raiders and why they let it go. It was 2 or 3 pieces of individual brilliance from Stephen Crichton. And to your point, there were one-on-one tackles missed, and it just changed the game. There was nothing drastic game plan or energy. It was Critter brilliance.
He makes 2. If he just makes 2 one-on-one tackles, it probably changes the game.
I think we win the game.
Yeah, and that just swung everything.
Yeah.
As soon as they got that first line break early and the try, everyone, including Raiders fans, was like, okay, here we go. Here we go. And the rest happened.
Yeah. Can I put a little shout out to Cooper Johns and the boys? Next time Dad makes a shit call, please let us know.
A shit call?
Yeah, he's been on fire the last few weeks.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I've been on fire
Cooper
too.
and Jack, next time he gets one wrong, let us know.
I messaged first. Sure, and he got on the back of it. So, like, just so you know.
Should have messaged us and told us to load up.
Yeah, you don't do what I want anyway, so don't even listen. I'm joking. No, he has been fucking red hot. So he's gone that. And also, I think he might have gone... No, I think he went Bulldogs head-to-head. I think he just went to Bulldogs head-to-head. I was going to say 13+, but I don't think he did 13+. He has been... Yeah, I mean, what's crazy about Matty, and I didn't know this was going to be a Matty Glaze session, but I'm happy to do it. It's like he's got the best rugby league mind in the business, but he's also the funniest in rugby league.
It's not fair.
It pisses me off.
Why don't you get him on the show sometime, mate?
Mate, fuck Matty. I've had him on the show. Oh, you mean on this show here?
Yeah.
No, we can't afford it. He's costs too much.
Way too good.
Charges too much. But you know what? I'm going to let everyone in a secret. He's not as good as you would think. He's actually a fuckwit off air.
Yeah, right. We've all missed it this whole time.
Yeah, this whole time. Everyone thinks he's a good bloke. Like, you know, talking to him, been in the business for 25, 30 years. Fuckwit.
Clip it up, provide no context.
Not my experience. It's been fantastic on air and off air. Maybe it's just that rapport that I built up.
Oh, that's good stuff. Okay, we'll talk about the Raiders and then we'll get into the doggies. We've already spoken a bit about the doggies in regards to the Kayo, Menulog's Hungriest player. I think the most impressive thing for me with the Raiders is just like the depth of their forward pack. I will say as well, like I know that they ended up losing it, but mate, Fogarty is just getting better and better. Like especially that first half, it was a masterclass.
Yeah, if I'm Manly, I'm absolutely stoked with how. Like if you're considering how poor optically it is,
Yeah,
I reckon getting Fogarty there at the reported value they've got him at is unreal.
well, like if you had said this at the start of the year that Manly will sign him on a 3-year deal, $700K a year, people would have said that is fucking insane. Absolutely insane. It's getting to the point now where like, you know, DCE's form's not going that well, and I'm not saying that he's, you know, I don't think he'll ever reach the heights of DCE. But when it comes to like PR right now, it's getting to the point where people are going, you know what, I'm kind of happy of getting for Fogarty.
I think the other thing as well, like if you said to me, who's going to be playing better footy in 3 years' time, I think it's Fogarty without a doubt.
Well, because of the age thing.
Yeah.
And look, I've spoken to Manly fans that like, we want DCE gone now. And so like, as I said, I think from a media perspective, Manly actually might come out looking decent in this situation where they've gone, we've got a guy that's younger on a 3-year deal on less money with DC on the way out, not playing great footy, and he's getting older.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to look that much different next year. Like I think without DCE, people shouldn't get worse. I think Fogarty's going to really surprise a lot of people.
I actually think Fogarty suits Seabold way more than DCE does.
It sounds bizarre. I think this well, but they could actually be better. I think a change of direction there might actually be a good thing. And
If Seabold's good at what he does, for sure.
Yeah.
Like if that's the question. If like Seabold is as good as coach as people think he is, I actually think he'll get more of a response out of Foggy than DC because like DC has a very specific style of play. DC is essentially a coach. There's a reason why, regardless of who they've had as coach, they essentially look the same. Like this side doesn't look any much different to when Des Hazard was the coach, as in recently. But I actually think because Seabold is a very like systems, structured, numbers, maths, science, all the new age stuff kind of coach. And Fogarty is a very conservative kind of 7, whereas DC is anything but that. He is not conservative. He will play what he sees. He will throw the cutout ball coming out his own end. And so I don't know whether they'll be better, but I do know Fogarty from a coaching perspective. I think Seabold will actually find it easier to coach him because DCE, like if I'm being honest, knows more probably about, not probably, I think DCE knows more about rugby league than Seabold. Like that's just with everything that he's achieved. So it's hard to have that conversation with someone that's already achieved so much more in rugby league than you have.
I think as well, like with a guy like Fogarty coming in, if you're Manly, like last few years when Turbo goes down, they're Gonski. They can't work without the superstar. Fogarty's gone, man, I've never played with a fucking superstar. I've made it work without superstars my entire career. If you give me one and he plays 20 games, I think it. I do think there's a world, but they really do improve.
Oh, mate, if they went to another level, that would be fucking mental. I mean, it'd be a huge win for Seabold because, like, watching Seabold in that press conference, geez, he looked defeated as. I mean,
what do you reckon about that? You've seen more of Fogarty than anyone.
About what? Just the whole going?
Going to Manly and how they'll go, yeah.
Fantastic signing, yeah. On the value they've got him at and the form he's showing, he's brilliant. Yeah.
Given what some halves are getting paid at the moment, I reckon they've got him in an absolute bargain based on how he's going at the moment. Top 4 team this year, one of the best and best organised teams probably this year as well, which comes back to the 7.
Yeah.
I reckon they've got him at a steal.
Yeah. I'm not sure I'm as with you in regards to they'll be better. And it'll be one of the great calls if you get it right.
No, look, once again, I'm not saying they will. I think they can
do
better.
it. Okay.
Like, even to your point, you're saving, 300-400K on Fogarty from Cherry Evans. So that disperses across the squad. You can fill up another position potentially. So it's...
As well as if they go poorly this year, Manly they're playing with house money then. Because they're like, guys, we fucking missed the 8 anyway. What are you talking about? So like, if Fogarty comes in and they come, I don't know, 9th next year, let's just say that, which they very well could. I don't think they're going to be that much worse. Then Manly is sitting there going, guys, like, we came fucking 9th before. We had one little prelim run. We got bounced out pretty much straight away. The year before that, we didn't make the finals. The year before that, we didn't make the finals. You know what I mean? So they actually, when you look at it from that perspective, I think the reason why the DCE one was so dramatic is because at the time, they looked like premiership threats. Now, if this keeps going the way it is going to go, all of a sudden it's like, optics-wise, it's actually, guys, we weren't in the finals anyway.
As well, if DCE stayed at Manly, he plays for another year, 2 years maybe, all of a sudden then Manly's going out trying to get a halfback and competing with PNG, Perth.
Yeah.
There's not a hope in hell you get a Fogarty player for 700K in 2 years' time.
Yeah, it's a great point. And he's 31, like he's not 38. No. You know, he's young. He's quite young. Anyway, back to the Raiders. I know the Raiders fans are going, what the hell? This is our chat. Talking about friggin' Manly. So in regards to that first performance, the first half performance, I thought Tarpon there. I will say, like, even though the Bulldogs did wrangle the game back, I do still think there is merit. If you are a big explosive forward pack, you can find a bit of love or a bit of... You can win the battle against the Bulldogs more likely. Like, you're never going to beat the Bulldogs playing Bulldogs footy. It's almost a bit like the Penrith situation. You're never going to beat Penrith playing high, ball in play, all that, because they've got Nathan Cleary to capitalise on ball in play. And I think with the Bulldogs, if you're trying to be the fastest or the fittest forward pack in the competition and you try to go toe-to-toe with the Bulldogs, I think you're just falling into their style of rugby league. I do think there is evidence to suggest that if you've got like a Paddy Carrigan, a Tarpanair, a Payne Haas, a big forward pack with those boys in it, you can find some joy against a smaller pack in the Doggies. I know they came back and they wrangled it back in, but it still was a dominant first half performance.
Yeah, and like the 1-2 punch, like we know what Joe Tarpany does. We speak about him every week. Obviously no big red Corey Horsburgh in this one, but the 1-2 punch of Papali'i and Mariota off the bench. You spoke about the pack in general before. More limited minutes for Big Papa these days, but he's been exceptional. Like the impact he had as soon as he came on in this one, Mariota, the depth is so good.
Yeah, so good. Now, Ricky Stewart was asked about the weak-gutted dog comment. He said he laughed and said, "Do you think I care about that?" I'll be honest, I would never call Ricky Stewart a liar, but I think he cared a little bit.
Shout out to Lara Pitt for having...
Lara Pitt has the biggest guts out of anyone in that press conference.
Oh.
But she says it in a respectful way.
She's the best.
Mate, most journos would not have the guts to ask Ricky that question.
Not in a million years.
And she just went...
Back in my journo days, if I was in that press conference, I'd be sitting in the back corner shaking, hoping that no one asked him. I'd be so scared. But Lara Pitt's the best.
She's the best.
Such an underrated presenter.
And you know what? It is a talking point. Like, I know, what a silly question some people say. No, bro, it's a talking point. You can't have Ricky Stewart getting filmed and someone yelling out, "weak-gutted dog," him turning around smiling about it, and then the opposing player says, "weak-gutted dog."
Yeah.
Well, I actually saw Salmon on my run in Cronulla actually recently. Good bloke, met him. Looked like he had a strong gut.
Yeah, guts were good.
Look, I've seen weak guts in my time.
Not the case when you saw him.
Relatively strong gut.
Good.
Must be probiotics each day.
22 tubs of yogurt.
Yeah. Got into his yogurt. He should do the remake of the footy show, Yo Play.
French for yum.
Salmon should do that. Weak gutted dog and just do that.
Reach out yogurt brands.
Reach out. Tell you what, if I was a yogurt brand trying to make a name for myself, I'd go with salmon as well and make that ad. You'd go viral straight away.
Grumpy yogurt. Coming soon.
Sorry? Grumpy yogurt, yeah. Give me a call, Salmon. Grumpy yogurt. Ricky will try and fight me next time we see him. Lara Pitt, I think she deserves a massive rap. Having the guts to ask that, man, most journos wouldn't. And she always asks the tough questions in press conferences as well. So I agree with you,
Gun.
mate. Good on her. She's a gun. Yeah, she is a frigging gun. Actually.
Strong-gutted journo.
Strong-gutted journo. She likes her yogurt, absolutely. Get her on the ad too. Reach out over it. Okay, now on to the Bulldogs. Just like, if you needed a game, like it's one thing going down and just beating the Raiders, and you go, okay, we beat a top-tier side down in Canberra, away from home, good win against a big forward pack. But it's the way they did it that I think they are just going to get so much confidence, because they can go, not only did we beat them when we got towed up in the first half and scored 32 unanswered points. Imagine if we actually just withstand some of that, that avalanche of points and emotion and aggression from the Raiders. I will say, though, that no try against the Raiders where they said Starling was tackled, come on, bro. What are we doing? I said in that, and I text you this time. I didn't text the other boys. I said, does the bunker have a humiliation fetish? Do they like making Barry Crocker calls so they get slammed all week? How was that tackled on the ground? Even there's not a single person in that stadium was like, hang on a sec, that wasn't a try. He was tackled on the ground. Even Saluka Fafita didn't say anything. And then they're just like, you know what? Let's look for a reason not to give the try. Doesn't make any sense.
Shocker.
As I always say, like, it's a grey area game, and that's the black and white rule might say tackle, but everyone knows it's not.
He stopped, and it just no way in the world he's had no try.
I didn't even think it was grey. I just felt like
I
they went
didn't think it was
searching
grey.
for
I didn't think it was grey either.
any reason.
Because as he got control of the ball, he'd actually moved his hand out from touching him. So, like, that's where I'm just like, I just don't get it. You're asking, like, there's no pressure to call that. And you just go, you know what, fuck it. Let's just do it and see what happens. Silly call.
So I'm not saying it's grey. I'm saying they lean too far into the black and white in that situation instead of just watching the actual game
Mate,
of
not
football.
they just straight into all white there. They just don't even have a different colour. And also, maybe I'm wrong in this one, and I think I've been wrong before on this one, and maybe it's from not growing up playing rugby league. But if a bloke is jockeying a football, I should have every right to push him out of the way. But then straight after that, the Raiders got a penalty against him for pushing in the back. Is that, am I wrong here?
I feel
don't
like
get
this
that.
one changes every year.
If you're jockeying the football, so you're stopping people from getting to it, I should be able to push you out of the way, or at least push you in the back. I don't understand. So what, we're all just about, if, let's say, the ball's on the ground and I'm just jockeying it all the way to the dead ball line and someone shoulders me out of the way, that's play on, but I'm not allowed to push someone in the back. I don't get it.
I know exactly what you're saying. I think that is where it becomes grey, because then when a player is going for the ball and they get pushed in the back when it is a penalty, I think you're just opening up a can of worms. I know exactly what you're saying.
See, I think if your hands are like this and you make no effort to grab the ball, you're literally, you can see, hands are out like that, jockeying the ball dead, you get pushed in the back, you're in play, in my opinion. Now, if you're going to grab the ball and you get pushed, that's a little bit different. But you know what's funny? Even if I'm going to grab the ball and I'm just about to grab it and I get tackled, that's just a tackle. Usually, now don't get me wrong, I know there's been some bunker replays where, he was a millimetre away from touching it, he got tackled before the ball. But usually we play the eye test and we go, he was essentially about to touch it and that bloke came in to tackle. Anyway, that's just my opinion on that. Now, onto the doggies. The special thing about that is, as I said, they've walked away from that with an even bigger scalp by saying, we didn't even play that well in the first half. Imagine if we play 80 minutes the way we played the second half. And so that's what's scary for the rest of the season. And I thought Max King had a great bounce back game from the week before. Reid Marnie went through his work. But I got to say, and I missed a little bit of it, but I thought when Bailey Hayward came on, man, he impacted the game massively. And I think that the Bulldogs are staring there going, how do we get this guy on the field more? Because he is just getting better and better and better.
You'd want to get him on the field, find a way to do it, because two new franchise, I've said it before, he'd be one of the first guys I'd target.
Mate, absolutely, because he's a gun six, but also he can play, he's proven he can play in the forwards at 9, and that's why, I reckon Reid has a bit of pressure there. I really do. Not this year. I think heading into next year, I think there's a lot of pressure for Marnie to continue to play at his potential. Look, Marnie at his best is at an origin level hooker. But I think, and this happens in any good squad, the good thing is you've got so much pressure on a guy like Reid Marnie. He has to play well. Otherwise, Bailey's straight in there because he's been outstanding.
He's been brilliant for them. And you look at Kempy, we were speaking about the Broncos for needing a sort of smaller ball-playing 13.
Oh, mate, get him up there.
Yeah,
Jeez.
but like the doggies in that have Kurt Mann who can do that, Jamin Salmon who can do that, Bailey Hayward can do that, Josh Curran, not even to a less degree, he can do that. The doggies have too many of them.
Yeah, Curtis Moran.
Curtis Moran can do that.
And so, like, if the Broncos actually had money, I'd be absolutely. Hay would be friggin' on my radar as like almost a number one signing. He's tough. He can play multiple positions, and I actually think it also puts pressure on Burton as well, because Burton came on, especially in that second half. He was phenomenal, and I just think that Bailey Hayward is a young rookie. I know he's not a rookie technically or whatever, but he's like a key to them continuing to play good footy because he keeps Reid and Burton honest. But, mate, I thought he was outstanding when he'd come on. I really do.
I thought in the second half, Kiraz was phenomenal.
Oh, my. Couldn't touch him.
I don't know what his stats look like at halftime, but I don't think he had 12 tackle breaks at halftime. He went enormous in the second half.
He's so good. He is so good. Talk about cult heroes. He will go down as a cult hero. I have no doubt in my mind he'll go down as a cult hero with the Bulldogs.
Yep.
He is a friggin' outstanding player. Already spoken about Crichton quite a bit, guys, in the Hungriest player, so make sure to get to that. And just looking at some other performances. Oh, Kickout, we haven't spoken to him. Oh, bro. When you get him on that sweeping play close to the line, honestly, as a defence, you may as well just go, bro, just go over. I don't want to get injured tackling you. I don't want you getting injured because you're a gun. Just fall over the line, please, for me. Because when they hit that line and you allow the Bulldogs just to get him the ball, it's done. It's a try.
He's evolving his game in so many different ways. Like, he can just attack you, whether he's running just a flat stick, short unders line, whether he's sweeping out the back with that tip on. He's exceptional.
We sort of spoke about it last week with Stephen Crichton, and even with like Salmon and with Kickout as well. Like, they look so at home in Canterbury. Thinking about them in a Panthers jersey just seems fucking weird to me now.
Yeah, absolutely.
They just look like they belong there.
Yep, absolutely. Alrighty. That is us done for that game, because otherwise we're going to be here till deep into the night. Alrighty, now it is time for the Dragons v the Warriors, and it is brought to you by Aspley Mazda, Luke Camilleri and the Bloke Club. Make sure to give Luke a follow, LDC_01, and shoot him a message too. If you mention Bloke, he'll give you a very special discount for end of financial year if you need a car, or go into Aspley Mazda, mention Bloke as well. Join the Bloke Club at www.bloke.club for your chance to win a Mazda BT15. You might be thinking, Kempy, if a bloke gives you a car to give to your audience, one lucky winner, surely you're not going to intentionally bring him in after his team lost by a point at home. Surely you're not going to be that much of a bad person. And yes, I am that much of a bad person. Oh, it's all lined up perfectly. We got the big fella on the line. Lukey, how you going, mate?
I'm good, mate. I'm glad you're happy.
Hey, don't worry, mate. Wrangling these blokes in this morning was a bloody... Mate, I'm hated here. I'm like a mean dictator. That's how they treat me.
Yeah, we lost 64-0 yesterday, and he still made me show up. So, so that makes you feel any better,
mate. I'd like the fans already know this. The audience already knows this. The bloke community, but mate, you're obviously a Dragons fan. A tragic. What did you think of the performance yesterday from the on the weekend from the Dragons, mate?
Mate, I'm a disappointed Dragon, to be honest. I thought as in previous games, we come out really slow out of the blocks without the intent that we should be. And we just kind of just hang on for a bit. And that first half was just pretty clumsy. But second half effort I thought was good, came out and obviously got a chat half time. And that first 20 minutes of that second half was excellent. But just, again, poor decisions and lack of discipline. And that result, like third or fourth time this year by 1 point or 2 points, like just at home too. Very, very frustrating. Very frustrating.
I hate to rub it in, and you probably follow him as well, but it's the NRL roast. He actually put together a ladder of if 1 point losses were given 2 points on the ladder, the Dragons would actually be in the top four right now.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy because those games, and they're games that usually, that we should be winning. And the games that we're out in front. And I know we came back in that game to level it up, but, we're 10 out and they kick a field goal, and I think 6 or 7 minutes, or 5 minutes to go, we decided to kick a field goal, but we had really good possession at the time, bit of momentum. I thought it was just crazy, So, I don't know. I'm a very frustrated Dragon at the moment, along with probably every other Dragon supporter, but, geez, she's a tough follow at the moment.
Mate, now some positives, though. Who stood out for you on the weekend? And also, in regards to the season, as any of the young fellas you're really excited about?
Yeah, who stood out probably consistently again? Jaden Sewer. I thought he was excellent. He just tries. He plays for the full 80. He's just solid. But for some of the youngsters, I'm really, really big fan of Dylan Egan. I'm loving what he's doing just on that edge. And young Loco that came in, I don't know how many minutes he ended up playing, but geez, his energy was great. And I thought what he brought to the team was really good, really, really good. So Hamish Stewart's another one. I think he's a really good prospect in that back row. So there's some really good things there. And I think that's possibly the frustrating part is there's some such good quality there. But they're just struggling to put it together, as a team. So, but yeah, I know it's not all negative. There's some positive stuff there, and I think Jaden Stewart's been excellent. And I think Bell's been going hard in the centres and having a crack. But there's just a couple of players that probably need to stand up and go with him. Probably wasn't Gutho's best game that he's had. But yeah, we're close. But it's falling away from us at the moment.
Some positives. I reckon it's the first time in at least 5 years where I've looked at your youth and been really, really excited about how they've played in first grade. Now, you had the Sloan, Amone, and Sullivan come through, but they never really hit their straps in first grade. What I'm really excited about you guys this year, and I know it's been a tough year, but you've got young guys hitting straps early in key positions that usually it takes till they're like 25 in the forwards. Like you got Couchman, the Couchman brothers, obviously, Egan, Stewart, like all those guys. Usually it takes you till you're like 24, 25 to play the way they're playing. I think that's the glass half full silver lining of this year for the Dragons.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And looking at that, it's bloody exciting. And you look at that prospects because we've lacked that. You're right. And I think that's always been the fix in the past as we've gone for more experienced heads trying to buy some players, and that youth quite hasn't been there. And we've struggled with some of those guys that, you're right, didn't make it in have come along and played first grade but didn't really, really make a mark. And I think there's some of these players now that are. And you look at like the likes of Dylan Egan, like he looks like he's been playing first grade for years. He's looking exceptional there. Hamish Stewart's been good. Couchman boys, unfortunately one of them's gone, but they've been looking good. So you're right. From a positive, there's some really exciting things. We just wanted a bit sooner rather than later, so.
And mate, are you a Shane Flanagan? Are you in the camp? Are you all on board the bus?
Yeah, I am. I am. It's just hard at the moment. There's some things there that I thought that Flanagan's done really well that lacked in the past. That he's from a discipline point of view, but just some of the decisions that have been made on field, you wonder where they're coming from because it just probably doesn't toe the line with what Flanagan's indicating. So,
yep.
But no, I'm all in. I think that it's hard for him. Because they're frustrating. You like you said before, you put the losses in there, the 1 and 2 point losses, and we're a top 4 side. So we're close. But I don't know why we just can't finish games and see them out that final and play the full 80.
Mate, and I'll be getting up there during Origin period for us to shoot some content, hopefully do some interviews with some ex-Origin players, but we'll keep that under wraps. Mate, what's going on at Aspley Mazda and for yourself at the moment on your Instagram, LDC_01?
All happening here, Denham. It's a really good time, actually. We're coming into end of financial year now, so May, June for us is always pumping. So June especially with end of financial years, but just starting to see a little bit of momentum now. BT50 is really, really flying for us. All their SUV range is coming along and being pretty strong. And there's some buoyancy in the used car market too, with fuel efficiency standards kicking off in the new financial year. Everyone's getting in now. So, there's a lot of activity in new and used car sales at the moment. So, Aspley Mazda is the place to be, mate. It's pumping.
All righty. Well, make sure to get in, guys. Just mention Bloke. Message on Instagram. Even if you just want some advice on some cars, LDC_01. Get into Aspley Mazda. Mention Bloke and you get a special end of financial year discount. And, mate, I can't wait to get up there and shoot a bit of content.
No, I'm looking forward to it, mate. It'd be good to catch up. And just on that, Bloke, encourage everyone just to reach out and DM for any details. We've had quite a few already do that, and it's been great. We've got some good legs on that. So anything big, small, anything car related, just DM me, and I'm happy to answer any questions and do deals. And mention Bloke, and we'll can put something very special together,
mate. Awesome, because you take care of the boys like Opataya, Glenn, Yo. You've been very good with myself and my wife's car. Matter of fact, I tell you what, you helped me out with the premium package, and everyone took the piss out of me with the premium package on the DMP. Everyone did, mate. But I had your back, mate. I said, Luke, he's taking care of me. You guys can all laugh at the premium package. And I tell you what, she went into Mazda and got treated like an absolute queen. And she messaged me, and I got all the brownie points. She's like, oh, man, they're so nice. They've given me a car to use for the day, and they're going to help me with the baby seat. And I didn't say it was you to her. I said it was all me. So just so you know that. But, mate, she couldn't be more stoked, and she was messaging me all day going, I can't believe how good they've treated me, and taking pictures of little Rainey in the car they gave her, which is a really nice one. And that's all thanks to you, mate. So I really do appreciate it.
Very welcome. Best in the business, mate.
Mate, well, it's the first nice thing she said to me all year, so that's a win for me. That's a win for me. Mate, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it, bro.
Thanks, mate.
There he is, the big fella. Big fella. As I said, mate, he's, just trust me, if you're even on the fence, speak to him, because I can sit here all day and tell you how good he is. It's not until you actually engage with him, you'll actually see how helpful he is. And for whatever reason, if it comes to cars, he's the best in the business. I'll tell you that much for sure. Yeah, so just spoke to the big fella, Lukey, and to be honest, I don't think you need to be an analyst or whatever. I'm really on board with what he's saying. It's like, it's got to be frustrating as Dragons fans, because if you're a glass half full guy, you're looking at those young fellas going, geez, they're good. They're bloody good in key positions. They usually take a while to get to that point, but at the same time, my God, their season has been defined by 1 or 2 point losses.
Yeah, we just spoke about the Parramatta Eels before. Like, I think being a Dragons fan is 10 times more frustrating than the Eels, who are currently sitting in last place.
Which is bizarre, because I think because it's right there for the Dragons. Like, they've got this gritty style of footy that gets them in most games, gets them to the point of victory, and they're just unable to close it out. But at the same time, you can sit there all day and go, what if this, what if that? At the end of the day, it's a loss still.
Well, look at the contrast between the two teams, in the Warriors and the Dragons. Dragons with a record of 3-6. They've got a points differential, despite sitting 13th on the ladder, of -15, which is good.
Yeah,
all things considered.
Yeah.
The Warriors, they're 7-2 this year. They have a points differential of 1. They're winning the tight games. The Dragons aren't.
Yeah, that's a really good. Shows you how close. We're so stoked. It's such a great year. And it is a disaster. What are we doing? And I've seen some comments of pressure on Flanagan, Shane Flanagan. I don't subscribe to that. It's like, I think that, listen, this guy with the roster he had and the weight that when he rocked up to the club, they couldn't beg a person to come to the club. Like, the amount of people they missed out on when it came to recruit, they essentially got all of the older players that no other club was really willing to pay a certain amount of money before Flanagan arrived. And then he worked absolute magic in the transfer market, went bang, 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 and all of a sudden they didn't need to go all the way to the beginnings of a rebuild. And so I just think that if you put most coaches in that Dragons role, they'd be pretty much where the Eels are right now in regards to a complete rebuild, like a complete clean out of everything, start again. The fact that, and I know they're sitting, what are they sitting right now?
13th.
13th. I know they're sitting 13th, but they can still make the 8 this year. And the fact that they can do that whilst also blooding a bunch of young forwards, I think Flanagan deserves credit for that.
I think that's the key to it. All the forwards that they're blooding at the moment. Like, a lot of guys in this side that I think most Dragons fans probably wouldn't know what they look like at the start of the year, whether it be Dylan Egan, Hamish Stewart, and there's more to come. Obviously, Loco, he made his debut on the weekend. There's just so many talented kids that are all getting their opportunity. And if Flano turns this around over the next 2 or 3 years, I think you'll look back to this year and go, when we got the opportunity with all those young kids, this is where they learned.
Well, put it this way. You reckon that they're losing all these games by 1 or 2 points if Atkinson was in the side? I mean, we know he can kick field goals in big pressure moments. We know that he's going to be much better in attack than Flano and Ilias, the young fella, he might turn out to be an incredible attacking gun, but right now he's a rookie.
Yep.
And so you look at that and you go, mate, they would have at least won 2 or 3 of those games with Atkinson in the side. And that's who he's recruited to bring to the club.
And you look at it, Kemp, I know hypotheticals are great and they haven't happened, and, you can have concerns over the Dragons' inability to close out these tight games, and that's fine and they're warranted. You need to win them, but they've lost 3 games by 1 point. If one little thing changed in any of those games and they win all 3 of them, that 1 point swings the other way around, they're literally sitting top 4. And it's just like all of a sudden Flano's a legend, the Dragons are humming, they're in this sort of bit of a rebuilding phase with all these new faces and everything changes. So whilst there has to be accountability in terms of, all right, why are we not getting home in these tight games? Does it come back to the halves? We've got these experienced players that have come in Gutho and Cookie, but there's nothing in it.
Yeah. I will say, and we've had this concern since day dot, Flanagan, Ilias' halves pairings, Ilias has already been dropped, so you can't blame him anymore. And then you've brought a young fella in, you put him in the 7 jersey, even though Kyle's the one that's really playing 7, which I do find really strange. Because didn't the young fella play 6 in New South Wales Cup?
Yeah, I believe so.
So I find it really strange that they put him in the 7 jersey and not Kyle Flanagan, instead of just going, Kyle goes straight to 7, this young fella comes in at 6. That's strange to me.
Because the other side of it is too that like they brought that kid in on the left edge, moved Flano to the right. So it's a bit hard to work it all out.
It doesn't make any sense that you wouldn't just put him in the 7 jersey, because that also takes pressure of that young kid. Like, I don't know why you would want that 7 on the young kid when he's A, not a 7 in reserve grade, B, any young fella, the last thing you need to do is put a 7 on his jersey. And Flanagan is experienced, he's been here, he's experienced it all. And so I think that the biggest question, and this is me being critical, is, you got rid of Ilias because he wasn't closing games out. And, me and Roo are probably not as far apart on this as it seemed last week.
Agreed, yeah.
I think that we're just coming from different directions. Because I think anyone could say, like, Ilias has had some poor games and then mostly just solid games. The concern I have is that with Flano, now that Ilias is gone, mate, you're the man that's got to close these games out, and you're not doing it. And I think that's my biggest question for the Dragons right now, is a guy that you had 2 blokes in the 6 and 7 jersey. You chose to get rid of one, which is okay. You've made that decision. But mate, if that close game rolls in again, Kyle should be stepping up and nailing those games, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I thought Kyle was pretty quiet on the weekend. I was, like, all things considered, with the young guy next to him and whatnot, game in the balance. And, if you said to me in this game, like, who's the more experienced main ball player between him and Metcalf, it's Flano by a country mile.
By a mile.
Like, he's had, Metcalf would give his right arm to have the opportunities that Flano's had to learn off guys like Cooper Cronk, be at the Roosters and all that sort of stuff. So, to Ilias's credit, I didn't watch the game, his stats aren't crazy, but their cup team beat the Jets on the weekend by 30 points, and the Jets are a damn good footy side as well.
And so I look at, there was one key moment for me that stood out, because I think your Metcalf comparison is actually really apt, because there was 10 minutes to go. Metcalf goes bang, 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 knocks it over. And a lot of people would have gone, 10 minutes? But it turned out to be a genius play. But it wasn't just that play that Metcalf did. And I actually got on my notes here. It was like 3 minutes to go. Metcalf just went boring, hit up. He went a little dink into the corner, and then the Warriors just attacked with their defence. And then you compare that to Kyle Flanagan on the other side of things. There was a play where the young fella, is it Tonga?
Yep.
He ended up with the ball running out towards the edge. He had got tackled and he knocked it on. It's like, Kyle is way too experienced to allow that young fella to even overcall. Even if he overcalled, he should, if the 9 gave it to him instead of Kyle Flanagan, the 9 should never, even if it was overcalled, be giving the ball to a young rookie 7 over Kyle Flanagan when the game's on the line, because you saw Val Holmes blowing up at everyone because he didn't get the ball when they were trying to go for a field goal. And I look at that and I think that Kyle's got to control the game there. He
100%
has to control the game there.
And there's so many examples of that over the weekend. We'll get to the Panthers and the Cowboys and all that soon, Kempy, because there are so many tight encounters. But at the end of the day, whether you're wearing the 6 or the 7, it doesn't really matter. The experienced half and the bloke that controls the team, when there's a game that's level with 10 to go, the way that match is closed out, it's all about where you get to on the field, all about the last tackle kicks, all of that, the direction, where do you land on the 3rd, 4th tackle for these goals. It all comes back to your experienced half. Generally a 7. In this case, it's Flano in a 6. So that's what you judged on.
And that's where as well, you get, people in the media, fans and everything, when it comes down to those moments, it should be on the halfback's head. But the halfback is Kyle Flanagan. You've now gone through 2 guys that they've given the 7 jersey to when we all know it's Flano.
Well,
and I was the one saying here 3 years ago when the Dogs were struggling, Kyle, he's the 7. He's the guy that should be there.
Yeah.
He's a halfback. We all know he's a halfback.
And in my eyes, Roo, whether you're in the 6 or 7, it doesn't matter. But to the public's eye and the casual observer, they look at that 6 and 7 and it's like, oh no, the 7 should be doing that. Why isn't King Tonga getting around there?
100%.
It shouldn't, and we don't, but that's what the general public will
And it
often
sells
look at.
those guys down the river, which isn't fair.
Yeah, and that's why I'm not understanding the fact that he's wearing the 7 jersey, especially when he was wearing 6 in New South Wales Cup. And I mean, you just look at their stats. He had 4 kicks for 60 metres. That's King Tonga, which is that's what our 6 would do. And then Kyle Flanagan had 9 kicks for 250 metres. And I find surprising is when Ilias was in the side, mate, you couldn't buy a kick from Flanagan. He didn't do any of the kicking. And then once Eels is gone, now all of a sudden he's the main kicker. And I just think that, well, surely you would want Kyle and Elias kicking often to relieve pressure from both players when it comes to that's where although I'm all on board the Shane Flanagan hype train. I think he is the man to bring this club back to where it needs to get to. But this is where I start going, what's going on with this situation?
Yeah. And it's the optics of it. Like, it's not, he's the coach's son, and that's how people look at it. And when, because the same thing happened with Ben Hunt last year too, in my opinion. Flano was playing halfback.
Yeah. But that's the thing is, so he is a coach's son, and you're right. Like, that's the
I'm saying that optically.
Yeah, optically
people.
it is.
Yeah.
But even if he wasn't, let's just say you took his name away and you just put a player that is Kyle Flanagan and he plays like Kyle Flanagan. In no world would you not put the 7 jersey on his back when a rookie comes into the side.
But even more so because he is your son,
You
you put the fucking 7 on his back.
Yeah, exactly. To make sure
for the best for him as well.
Yeah. So it's just, that's where I question, there's no way that King Tongia should have that 7 jersey on his back at
As
all.
well, heading to next year, I love what Flano's done. They've got a problem. He's gone out and solved it. They've got Atkinson. If Atkinson shows up in round 1 and he's wearing 7, which, with all due respect, history would tell us there's a good chance that'll happen. Like,
No way.
It's just ridiculous. Well,
I know, I'm saying there's no way.
it's ridiculous though. Like, would it shock anyone at this point?
I'm with you, mate. I'm with you.
Like, I think you're doing Kyle a bit of a disservice because people sitting at home and fans and everything are just sitting there going, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. And is it the best for King Tongia's development that he's wearing the 7 instead of the 6 jersey? I don't think it is. I don't think it's because as you just mentioned, Timmy, the wider audience is probably going, why is that young 7 trying to run it on the, when the game's on the line? I'll tell you why he's trying to run it, because he's a 6. That's what his job is to be an attacking weapon, but he's just been given the 7 jersey for, I don't know why. And look, even though I was surprised at the Elias dropping, and I probably would have actually given Elias another opportunity. Look, it's happened, whatever. So I'm not against King Tongia staying in the starting side and building towards next year at all. Just put him in the 6 jersey.
Played 8 games of reserve grade this year, 5'8" in every single one of them. Glover was the halfback in reserve grade. Ilias went back to reserve grade, and Ilias has worn 7 since arriving.
It's strange. It's
Like,
very
it's
strange.
for fans that want to make the argument about coach's son and all that stuff. Like, fuck, you're giving him a really good
Yeah, you're giving him
argument to
ammo.
do so.
You are giving him ammo. And so, that last where they were confused and didn't know what to do, and that's all Flanagan. And I know some, we've even said, okay, maybe it's Gutho, but look, you're the 7. It doesn't matter how good your fullback is. You're, as a 7, especially as a conservative 7, because that's what Kyle Flanagan is. He's not a Alfie Langer 7. He's a conservative 7. That's where you should shine. Structure, bang, 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 get to certain points on the field. Now, that doesn't excuse, I think Val had a really good opportunity to ice it. He didn't. So that doesn't excuse that at all. But that was just a big question I've had with this whole 7 and 6 jersey thing. It doesn't really add up properly. And I hope heading into next game they do make the swap. The only problem is if they make the swap now, it almost seems a bit reactive to everything. The fans going, what's going on here, blah, blah, blah. So I guess we'll see. Other performances. Look, I've got to say, I was really good to see Corey Allen back playing footy after all those years out. I think he had, was it back-to-back knee
Believe
injuries?
So nice. Like, the moment when he scored that try after the injuries he's had, he was the big name at the Broncos coming through as a fullback, and it probably hasn't panned out, how it's sort of expected to, as it often does in rugby league. But 15 NRL games between 2022 and 2023. Then he had the big injury last year and didn't play a game. So you saw, just the relief and how excited he was when he got over that trial. It was a nice moment, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Remember when we played golf last year with Corey Allen? Remember that? We show up to a golf day, we see our team list before we got Corey Allen. I'm thinking, beautiful. That'd be a good guy to meet. And it was just another guy named Corey Allen. And when he introduced himself to us, he realised what we thought. He goes, I'm not that Corey Allen.
No way. That's mad. Yeah, so really good, because he would have known. He would have thought his career's over. And I'll give the Dragons and Flano credit, Shane Flanagan, for backing him in and giving him that extra year contract.
100%.
Because they didn't need to. And he's a fringy at the moment. I'd get it if he was like a gun superstar. It's like, mate, a fringy to go, you know what, we're going to back you in and give you another thing. I think the Dragons deserve, and Flano deserves a massive rap for that, because not a lot of clubs would have done that.
Yeah, they've done the same for Cody Ramsey as well. That's paying dividends now too.
Absolutely. I thought Jaden Sewer was really good in a beaten side. He's basically picking up where he left off at the start of last season. Fell off a little bit towards the back end of the year after his origin, I guess getting dropped from the side. But it's good to see that we're seeing Sewer hit his straps again because he's a bloody good player.
Yeah, of all these young guys they've got and whatnot, like your Egan's, your Couchmans, these guys, it's a scary time as a Dragons fan with new teams coming in.
Yeah.
I think Matty John said it the other day, but Egan's a guy that I'd be looking at.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be locking up, obviously, your current starting players. But with the Perth Bears coming in, it's almost more important to be getting your next generation, especially if you're a side that can't win a premiership now. I'd almost argue it's more of a priority to get your youth locked in than it is your current playing roster.
I agree. Yeah,
because it's like, listen, we're not going to win a comp for the next 2 years. Who gives a shit if we lose some star that's 30 years old, he's at the end of his career? I tell you, we give a shit. The guy that we've been developing since he was fucking 12 years old.
He runs a good line, that left edge, Dylan Egan.
Bloody oath.
footballer.
He'll be a half dream, that line that has outside him. And he's also super aggressive in defence, so it'll deter people from coming there. Like I say, ever since we gave him a massive rap, Sloan just hasn't been... He does it to me every time, baby. Every time I get on the Sloan train, it's like the Titans to a degree.
I just thought of the Titans.
No, every time I go, yep, he's turned a corner. Here he is. We found him. He struggles. I don't know what it is, man.
I think you summed it up well there. I don't know what it is either. I will say this. I had concerns about Sloan the last few years that at times he would, I wouldn't say avoid contact, but I just feel like he wasn't willing to go into it. I do feel like he's doing that better nowadays.
Yeah, except for that one time last week. Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
He'll take a tough
for the most part.
Yeah,
Whereas in previous years we saw it a number of times. Ball on the ground where it was bodies diving and it's Sloan and sort of go, that's not for me. So that part of his game's improved, but it's just the consistency once again.
Yep. I'm with you. Just quickly before we move on, anything, mate?
Yeah, I was just going to say, do you think we'd still like to see a little bit more Jacob Little on the field? 36 minutes in this game.
He took him off when the game was on the line.
I just wonder whether, maybe it wouldn't have, but maybe another 10, 15 minutes of Jacob Little. Would that have been another couple of points for the Dragons, maybe?
Yep. I'm with you, mate. I think it's a good point.
He's been great every week that he's come on. Obviously got a couple of tries against the Tigers as well. I think he's too good to be playing that little footy. And every time he's come on this year...
Any pun intended in that little footy?
No, but I will take it. I just think he's been such a... I don't know. I'd even think about maybe starting him. I just think he's...
it's getting to that point, isn't it?
He needs to be on the field more.
Yeah.
They're a better team with him on the field for longer.
Put it this way, if I'm the Warriors with 12 minutes to go, our arse is hanging out the back and I see Little walk off the field, good as goal.
Yeah. I was very surprised because, ironically, in the minutes he was on the field, they came back.
As per every other week.
And look at last week, he scored multiple tries. Was it multiple tries?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, multiple tries. It's very strange. Like, Flano must be seeing something that we're not seeing. He must have vision.
Or he's injured.
Or he's injured. But then,
I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to come up with reasons why else.
But he kills it when he gets on. Surely you're going, mate, and also, do they have the luxury to wait till the end of the year till he's sweet?
Possibly, Roo, to your point, is there something around... He's had such an injury-paid history, and I feel like a lot of hammies in that as well. He's always heavily strapped around there. Is it a case of his body's not allowing him to go 50, 60-plus minutes and he needs
they've got the data.
Is it something like that?
There has to be something like that behind it because it just doesn't add up. You're not talking about a guy that isn't a good coach.
Yeah, they've got data that suggests if he plays every week for 60 minutes, he's going to do his fucking hammy or some shit. Because that's the only thing that makes sense.
Nothing else adds up.
Nothing else adds up at all to go, okay, the game's in the balance, he's killing it, and we're going to take him on.
To me, nothing else added up in round one, let alone now that you've got the sample size of the impact he does have on the game.
And also, you've made big calls about dropping players to the bench or from the starting side and all that stuff. You're at the point now where it's no one should be safe on reputation with that starting side outside of maybe one or two players. And so, surely you go, at the very least, Cookie goes to 13 for a longer period.
Especially in this game, once again, Couchman wasn't able to come back on the field.
Yeah.
You're already short a middle. Wouldn't it just be perfect to put Damien Cook into that role? When you're chasing points, I ideally want Cook
Both.
and Little on the field at the same time.
And on top of that, surely you want every opportunity you can get to get Cookie in that 13 role to help him learn it. Surely you want to be doing that. I don't know. There must be something he's seeing that we're not. Or it's the injuries thing. Anyway, here's what it is. Okay, now to the Warriors. What a bloody gutsy win. Jeez, they came out I get caught up every time where I'm like, okay, This is the weekend where they're going to come out and play like absolute bastards, and they're going to get like 13 plus put on them, and they'll lick their wounds, regather, come back out the next week and be the Warriors I know. But like, I'm getting to the point where I'm like, have they just set a standard now? Like, is this the Warriors that we know going forward? Because if it is, again, I know it sounds like a broken record, but these guys aren't even close to their best footy yet. But they're just, like, they're smart the way they do things. They play high percentage footy. They're willing to get in the grind. Like, the amount of times where the game momentum was against them and it's looking like the Dragons are going to come home strong, and the amount of players that were lining up for tough carries that you don't see other teams do, just like completely fatigued, covered in sweat, you can see they can barely make the run, but they're there ready for the hit up if they need it. Just a gutsy win. They just a really, really gutsy win from the Warriors.
I know there's a bit of a punt because I don't know how Warriors fans will take this, but mate, showing up here to talk about them each week, it's almost boring because they're doing the same thing every week. Yeah. They are just hanging in every single contest they can. For them to win that game last week against the Cowboys up there in Brisbane, like, that was just outrageous. I don't think there's any Warriors team that would have won that previously. And, then they have to go to Wynn Stadium. They don't get to go home. I assume they didn't go home for 2 days, then go to Wollongong. And still, another game in the balance at home against the Dragons. Jackson Ford got injured a minute into the second half.
Mental.
Already got Fisher Harris out. Already got Roger Tuivasa-Sheck out. Got Kirk Capewell playing centre. And they just hang in the contest again. Once again. No, this is just who they are, I think. I think they're just a genuine football team.
Mate, it's truly, like, again, it just always surprises me, but it shouldn't be because they're doing it every single week now. I will say just quickly, is Mitch Barnett, how do I phrase this? Like, not the most improved player ever, but like late in his career, one of the most improved players ever. He went from like a brain explosion away from not being in a first grade side to one of the best forwards in the competition.
He was a basket case. You didn't know what he was going to do next. And I don't know if improved is the word, maybe matured is the word.
Matured's the word.
Yeah.
Like this late in his career to go from fringy, like not fringy in regards to talent, but fringy in regards to brain explosion, to out and out one of the most consistent players in the competition right now.
Yeah. And I think, I can't remember who the player, I think he was the one that put the elbow on the Canterbury player, which feels like a decade ago. It was probably only 4 or 5 years ago. So I think now, like, his Warriors captain, James Fisher-Harris, isn't there, and they haven't missed him.
It's mental. It's honestly, and all of these grindy, tough wins, they're built off the back of a tough front row. Like, you can't really do this unless your front row is just going that extra mile. And also, he lost Jackson Ford in the first minute of the second half.
Maturity is definitely the word. Like, I've watched Mitchy Barnett for a long time because he started early days at the Raiders, came through the 20s there, then went through the Knights, and the football has always been there. Whether he's played on the edge or the middle, he's always been an awesome footballer, but it was the brain explosions. It was the ill discipline that he had in his game that he couldn't shake. And nowadays, it's just out of his game. So he now has become a coach's dream.
He's 31.
Yeah.
And personally, I don't know about you guys, when he arrived at the Warriors, I thought he's an edge. Yeah. I didn't think he was a middle.
It's a great point. It's a great point. He's 31 and he's gone from a brain explosion away from not making sides to essentially, and you can warn me here, a lock in the New South Wales side. Like, there's no New South Wales side I'm seeing that's not picking him.
Yeah, I've noted that down.
And if
I agree, but I put it on.
And if I'm Laurie Daly picking a leadership group, he's in it.
Mate, 100%, because he's proven it last couple of weeks. Like, he is leading a side, we say it every bloody week. I cannot express to you. A Warriors side, guys, just let this sink in. A Warriors side lost Tohu Harris, Adam Fanua-Blake, and Sean Johnson. It might be a better side this year. Like, think about that for a second. It might actually be a better side this year than last year, and arguably even their prelim side. And they lost 3 top-tier, Tohu Harris, club legend, Sean Johnson, club legend, Adam Fanua-Blake, literally Dally M front row, one of the best front rows in the competition. And obviously on paper they're not a better side, but the thing that matters the most is getting wins, and they're getting them. That's how incredible it is what they're doing.
Right now, he's played 175 first-grade games. 107 of them were on the edge. So he's only actually started in the front row on 37 occasions.
No way.
Started at lock on 52 occasions.
I mean, that's just a sign of Andrew Webster as a coach. Like, I feel like last year, and we've still got a ways to go. I'd love to know what happened last year, Was it injuries? Was it,
And you look, Kemby, as well at Webby in the wrap there, just their completion rates the last few seasons under him. And a Warriors side, probably not, in the past known for discipline. They've always chanced their arm, got offloaded, thrown the ball around, played an enterprising style of footy. They had the best completion rate in the NRL last year at 82%. This year, they're number one again at 83%. The Sharks are second in 81%. Then it's 80% or less for the rest of the competition. So they were 19 from 19 sets to start this game. It's outstanding. And all that comes back to is just discipline.
Yeah.
And, you're playing for your coach, really.
Yeah, playing for the mates beside you. And, it gives you an opportunity when the game's on the line, you've done all the hard work early. You've done the hard work early. It's just amazing. As I said, just a reminder, this side, the New Zealand Warriors lost Tohu Harris, Sean Johnson, Adam Blake, and they don't have RTS, and they don't have Fish, and they actually might be a better side. That is mind-blowing to me.
You hear all the chat at the moment about if you're Perth, PNG, the guys you build a club around, everyone says you need to find that front rower. Mate, he has to be the guy, I think. As far as
The only thing holding him back is age, I'd say. He might be a little bit older.
Sure, but even if you can get him when he's 32, 33 for the first year or two, everyone always says, you got to find your Glenn Lazarus guy. He might be the closest to it that's actually achievable.
And it's not going to cost you. You're not going to cost you $1.3 million.
He's playing for New Zealand. He's not a Kiwi. He's probably the guy that you could actually manage. He's been to a few clubs now. He understands that process. He might be the perfect sort of guy to bring to a club.
Yeah. Just an incredible performance from him. You may as well play the tape from every single week since he actually got to the club at Aaron Clark.
Yeah.
Hammy, what do you reckon? Aaron Clark?
Yeah, exceptional. Well, we kind of mentioned at the start of the show, I think he missed out on Team of the Week this week, but we just went, he's going to be there every other week, so might as well kind of mix it. And obviously Tino played the house down, but every week he's just basically a banker for, 160 plus metres, doesn't miss hardly any tackles, stands out with the blonde locks as well, mate. He's killing it over there. It's been his best year to date, easily.
Mate, absolutely. And I tell you what, just another player that was at the Titans, could barely find his position, has gone away, and he's killing it.
Yeah. The other big one, Kempy, just a couple of wins on the road for the Warriors because we know that, at Mount Smart can become a bit of a fortress there and a very hard place to visit, but they were 3-9 on the road last year. Their first two games on the road this year, I believe it was the Raiders in Vegas and then Melbourne pounded in both of them games. All right, cool, they're going to be good at home but not be able to travel again. So to record back-to-back wins on the road, really good sign because that's the thing this year. If they want to play finals football and, it's now looking like potential top four and why not, have to fix that up and so far so good.
Let's say hypothetically they lose this weekend to the Dolphins. How many Warriors teams previously would have gone Suncorp, win Stadium, Suncorp and won 2 from 3?
Wouldn't happen.
And I think they'll probably win this game. They'll probably be 3 from 3 going Queensland, New South Wales, Queensland. I assume they haven't even gone home in that period.
Mate, they're sitting...
Would you bother?
Yeah, you probably don't even bother. They're sitting second. Outright second too. Right now, they are ahead of the Melbourne Storm.
And they've literally got a Dalian medalist injured and the most dominant front row forward of the modern era injured.
And lost all the players they lost last year. It just blows my mind.
$23 to win the comp. Seen worse.
I tell you what, I couldn't believe that. I think the Raiders were half of their price to win the comp last week.
Yeah, they're about $15.
That was crazy. Don't get me wrong, I understand them maybe being a little bit ahead, but half the price?
Yeah. And this is where, mate, that 2023 team, they did unreal things. The movement was great. This side's better than 23, in my opinion.
Well, at the moment,
this side can compete with the top sides.
Well, that's the thing, and that's why I brought it back earlier in regards to you looked at those teams on paper with all these crazy players. At the moment, statistically, they've got more wins at this point of the season than the last side did, and also, I think it's the greatest start to a season they've ever had, or equal to statistically, which is insane.
Yeah.
Thinking of all the injuries they've had. So, look, bloody good win. Just quick shout out to Luke Metcalf. This was his most number 7 style victory I've seen him have. And don't get me wrong, I don't want him to be a conservative 7. That's not what I want from him. But we did see, the game needs to be managed all the way home. 10 minutes to go. Now we need a 7 to manage it all the way to the end. Just ease the ship into the dock. He did it perfectly. He got that point, and then they didn't shut up shop, but everything they did was about, we need to finish our sets in their corner and then defend. And for 10 minutes, they just did that. 10 minutes, back to forth, back and forth, back and forth. Deserves massive wraps up.
Is round 12 a major buy round?
Yeah.
Okay. They play the Raiders that week, so there'll obviously be a few plays out there. That would have been a cracker.
Metcalf, the game management of the early field goal, it's one of the most underutilised things in the game, I think. to do that, like the last few weeks and the weekend in particular has been such a good example of teams when scores a lot, going for a field goal with 5 minutes to go or 3 minutes to go, and you've got 4 blokes steaming up on you, putting on pressure. Referees tend to give a bit more leeway there in terms of the penalty off the line, that sort of stuff, and it's very, very hard to do. 10 minutes to go, Luke Metcalf just goes, sweet, I'm 20 out in front. I've got time, I've got a half-decent play of the ball. Lines it up, absolutely next to no pressure on him. The only bloke pushing up who had any awareness of it was David Clemmer, who was, I shouldn't say half-hearted, but it's not that 1 minute to go sort of one. Running up there, next to no pressure on him, just slots it over like a training run. That's the difference, 2 points to the wires. When across the weekend and across recent weeks, people don't do it enough. So Metcalf to buck that trend and just go 10 minutes early, it decided the game, obviously.
It's something that Sowie does not shut up about, and I'd appreciate if players would start to do it more because I'm sick of getting the text messages in every game.
The thing is this, is like, okay, so doesn't make sense to me when people don't do it. You're down there and you're at about, let's just say, 25 metre mark. These are your options. Okay, the set's kind of ended. You're at about 4 tackle. You can do a bomb to the corner, which is just like, all right, bomb to the corner, typical set. Or you can just bang one over and all of a sudden all the pressure has gone to them. And even if they do manage to go up, because now all of a sudden in their head, they're not even thinking about scoring. They're just thinking we need to get a drop goal as well.
Changes the mindset completely. Yeah.
And so not only they got scoreboard pressure on them, all their sets are different now. It's no longer we're going to wing it to the corner to score points. It's get to certain points in the field and get our own field goal, which we can prepare for. But the beautiful thing about it all is even if you do get the field goal, it's even now. Yeah. We're just back to where we were before. Yeah. So I'm with you, mate. I don't know why. If it's there, look, I'd get it. If I'm all the way on someone's line and it's the third tackle or fourth tackle, like have a shot. Like you're on their line, attack. But if it's a nothing set where you've just gotten through it, 4 or 5 nothing tackles, and you're at the 20-metre line, mate, just nail it, get it over.
If he does that 5 minutes later, he's got 4 dragons bearing down on him, putting pressure on him.
And they're all offside.
And they're all offside.
They're all offside. They always will be offside. It's just what we've learnt to kind of accept is like when it gets to the end of the game in the last 5 minutes, you can just guaranteed kick pressure is offside.
Yeah, and you also know that refs aren't going to decide the game in that moment. It's the reality of it. So
I will say though, sorry to interrupt you, mate. I tell you what, a ref will give a penalty away for though if it's 10 minutes to go and you are offside and kick. So it's all just works. You know what I mean? A ref will go fucking oath. I'm going to ping that. It's 10 minutes to go and you're about 10 metres offside. There was a Campbell Graham one. It wasn't in a drop goal one where I was watching on the weekend. He honestly was about 7 metres offside against the Broncos. I actually even said on the call, is that a professional foul? It was unbelievable. And I understand, just in the pressure, it was smart by Campbell Graham. But anyway, great point, Root. Great point, Ruin Timmy. Alrighty. Anything else, mate? And there was?
No, all good.
Okay. Also, guys, speaking of Warriors, don't forget the Wellness Warriors Gathering. I will be there. It's Gold Coast, the 7th of June, and it's basically advice from leading health professionals on men's health and wellness, life experience messages from former professional sportsmen. Essentially, guys, professionals that can, obviously got chat speeches and stories and everything like that from former professional athletes like myself. I will be there giving a speech, talking about, all the stuff that you don't really see publicly on the show about things that I did to help myself post-career and even during my career. And so go to warriorsgathering.com.au and make sure to get your ticket today because they are selling fast and also it's just worth it. Even if you're struggling with your mental health, then definitely come down because there's some really good things you can put in place to help you. But even if you're not and you just want to be the best version of yourself, get down to the Wellness Warriors Gathering, guys, because tickets are flying and it's only $60. It's on the Gold Coast, the 7th of June. I'll be down there and it's basically a day. You get the speeches, you get the yarns, you get the advice from professionals, but then also we sit around, hang around, just have a chat. You meet like-minded people. Definitely worth it, guys. The Wellness Warriors Gathering. Head to warriorsgathering.com.au to grab your tickets today before they all go. Okay, Cowboys draw with the Panthers. What a game of rugby league. I really think that the most important thing out of this whole situation for this game, it's not the score, it's not the result, it is the coming out party of Blaze Talangi. He came out and said, boys, I got signed and there's been a bit of talk about whether I'm going to land in this 6 jersey or not and all that, and said, this is why I was signed by the best club in the competition, because he was absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, he was enormous. And as you said, his coming out party this game, and they've got the bye next week, and then Nath's not going to be there for a few weeks. Yo's not going to be there. Dylan Edwards is going to be there. Like, they're going to need a big 6 weeks from Blaze here to keep this season alive, realistically. Like, is it fair to say during this Origin period, they have to win 75% of their games?
Oh, absolutely.
Without a doubt.
Yeah, I
and
think
Blaze,
so.
you know, it's going to be him and I would assume Schneider. You'll have Dane Laurie at fullback. Mitch Kenny's the only one of the spine members that's going to remain with Blaze. You know, when you include Isaiah Yeo in that as well, he needs to go enormous over the next 6 weeks.
And I've got to give Ivan Cleary credit because he stuck with Blaze, and I think I probably would have said, mate, put him in New South Wales Cup, let him play 6 the whole season there to get his feet under him. But Ivan stuck with him in first grade, and that's the performance you get, and he just shows like it's a special, special talent, this kid, at a really, really good club. And that's what's the most exciting thing. All of a sudden, the big question, you know, this year was basically, okay, Luai's gone, who fills that role? And yeah, granted, he's got a long way to get to Luai's level of playing, but he is absolutely can be the foil to Nathan Cleary. You can throw him the ball and say, make something happen so that it's not all on Nathan Cleary's shoulders. And that's what's the most exciting thing for Penrith Panthers fans, that they've got this young kid that can, you know, a lot of players, like, you can watch them play and go, okay, you know, they're a bloody good player. They run for 150 metres. They, you know, have a try assist here or there. But then you've also got other players where you go, maybe they're on a bit overs. They're getting paid a bit more than what I would think. But they're getting paid overs because they're game breakers, because they can do things that literally turn the game on its head. And I think Blaze showed that on the weekend, that he really is a guy, similar to Luai. You throw him the ball, he can make things happen.
There's an argument that his halves partner the other night could be the greatest player we've ever seen. They scored 5 tries. He had 4 try assists and scored one himself.
Mental.
It's unheard of.
Yeah, you use the word foil, which is what they've been crying out for in changing all these halves combinations with Nathan Cleary. He was the dominant attacker, like extremely dominant attacker in the opposition red zone. And, you know, when it is only Nathan Cleary and he's the chief playmaker, when they shut him down, it's like, where do they go? And as we've said time and time again, it was, you know, you fling it crossfield to Luai and he can produce something. Jerome Luai never produced attacking numbers like Blaze Talungi did on the weekend. Like, he was exceptional. And the way he did it, like the first 3 try assists that he had, you know, relatively early on in this game, one was just class ball running. The next one was class ball playing. The third one was a class short kicking game. Bang, bang, bang. 3 different ways he's attacked you. Not overwhelmed by being next to a superstar halfback on your other side. You know, we keep saying it. We know he's got the attack, but it's the defence, and that'll continue to be the question mark with him. But that, as you said, was the coming out game of Blaze Talungi. Sensational.
Yeah, sensational. Absolutely. I will say a really interesting kind of takeaway from this game is that their forwards actually ended up running for quite a lot of metres. And that sounds silly, but the Panthers' whole game has been built on their outside backs running for like 150 to 200 plus metres. But I'll just read you this. Moses Leota, 150 metres. Lindsay Smith, 111. Papali'i, 114. Liam Martin, 127. Isaiah Yeo, 168. Liam Henry, 136. Compared to 192 from Dylan Edwards, which is actually kind of low for him, even though it's still high. 148, Alamotti, solid. Tungle, 94. Garner, 134. To'o, 193. Usually it's completely lopsided. The outside backs have just got huge numbers and their forwards are around the 100-metre mark. And I wonder whether we're seeing a slight tweaking in the game plan of Ivan Cleary. Because if there is one knock, and like how can you knock the 4-time premierships? But if you had to be like hypercritical, it is, have they changed their style of rugby league enough to suit a new era, not a new era of rugby league, a new season? Because like I think that you get to some point where, first of all, everyone that's playing the Panthers at grand final, but also they have done so much homework on that style of footy, on that game plan, that it gets harder and harder to implement it. And I just wonder whether we're seeing slight tweaks in the game plan from Penrith.
Those numbers, like that, they don't normally
look like that. Yeah.
In the front row. Even when you got Fish and Leota at their absolute best last year, like they were doing 120, 130 metres. That was it.
Sometimes they'd come out of a game like 90 metres.
Sometimes they'd come out of a game and you'd be like, they beat up on those other front row forwards and they're at 70 metres and you're like, oh, okay, weird.
Yeah. Well, the game plan was all based around, we use our outside backs to get us metres, which rests our forwards, which then bash the opposing. And it was all about ball in play. So if our forwards are fresh for that defensive set, then they only make 20 metres. Or like, let's just say, we'll just say, they make 40 metres. then the set happens, our outside back gets us out, our forwards are fresh again. Instead of they making 40 metres, they make 30 metres. And then after 5 sets, all of a sudden, they are camped in their own. You've won that battle of field position. You are now on their try line. And guess what? Nathan Cleary is just rolling it in for a repeat set, Before you know it, we've had 20 minutes camped down at your end and we're up 18-0. That's what it used to be based on. So I'm interested to see what the tweaks are there. Unless it's just an anomaly and it's just happened like that.
I thought it was interesting too with
because it's a longer game, obviously.
Liam Martin as well. Like, you look at the last few weeks, like over the last month, he's only played 80 minutes in one game. He went the full 90 in this game.
Yeah.
I thought the entire bench rotations were really weird from Ivan Cleary. Like, from the get-go, when they were named with Brad Schneider and Tom Jenkins on the bench, I'm like, surely not. Like, maybe Jenkins starts going and goes to the bench, whatever it might be. Like, it was a 90-minute game. Brad Schneider didn't get on the field. Tom Jenkins came on and played centre. Both centres in Luke Garner and Isaac Tungo were given rest. There might have been some swapping when players came on. Just really weird to me to carry those two players on your bench, get through 90 minutes. I didn't really understand it.
I believe the plan was for Maverick Geyer, but he got injured last minute.
I
believe he was in the final 2.
Oh, so Jenkins was 18th man?
Yeah, I think Jenkins was.
Yeah, okay, makes sense.
That's just how it played out.
Yeah, okay. That makes
Could be
sense.
wrong, but that's what I heard, yeah.
Just a really, good, fun performance for both teams. It was a fun game to watch, I'll tell you that much for sure. A little bit surprised, and I know that play, a lot of people want to have a crack at Kenny for that play, but it's like, bro, go and watch it again. They screamed up out of the line. If he had thrown the ball to Nathan Cleary, he would have got tackled essentially straight away, unless Cleary pulled off some magic. You can go, okay, Kenny should have still passed it, but it's like, surely he's earned the right to make that call, in time, especially when there's... Me personally, I think that the Cowboys were going to land on Cleary as soon as he caught the ball. Now, maybe you could still argue, okay, just get him the ball and Cleary will make something happen, and there's that. But I think that they had more opportunities than just that to get the job done.
I'd need to watch it again, but my initial thoughts are certainly with the crowd that, with any other player, you kind of just go, all right, maybe it was a rushing D, might not get it away, but Nathan Cleary is just, we know he's the ice man. He snaps those field goals better than anyone in the game in terms of speed and pressure on him, and it doesn't worry him. Like, in a 90-minute game, I couldn't believe there weren't better opportunities presented, and that's game management, including Nathan Cleary himself. Like, he's not innocent in all this, but to get this bloke just a clean shot at field goal, and that was the big one for me. And again, having not gone back and watched it again, Kempy, maybe they were rushing up that quick, and possibly it was the play, but you've got to get that bloke more opportunities in that much time.
Yeah, the Marcus did move fucking quick, to be fair.
Yeah, I just remember watching it going, mate, if you pass that ball to Cleary, he's getting jammed first. But
I think on top of that too, if you are going to make that play, you Mitch Kenny, I think you just have to go yourself, not dish off to a front row forward. And again,
I fully appreciate this is great and easy to say in hindsight, especially when you're not on the field, but you have Cleary there. You have to have your other half or Dylan Edwards or whoever it is just off Cleary's hip, because we know everyone's going to rush up to get him. Cleary catches. If they're that quick, he just bang, hits the other option, and then they've got a shot from 20 out in front. I thought that.
See, I'm probably more critical of Cleary in that last 5. I feel like he's been so dominant, and I actually felt like the Cowboys did a better job at, I guess, getting to a certain points on fields. I felt like the Panthers looked a little bit clunky, because there's still here's a pass that he got just then, and he got charged down. That was a relatively so Cleary did get a ball just like the Cowboys, but the Cowboys got to him and charged him down. So I guess the argument that you should still pass the ball to Cleary, I think that kind of proves that they would charge him down, because they charged him down the second time they did get the ball.
As I said, mate, super easy to be an armchair analyst, but Cleary catches, goes bang, hits a bloke on the other side of the ruck, set up to kick it. That just should be a staple of that when you're trying to close out a game with a field goal, in my eyes. It can't just be one option.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it here. So that's where I'm a little bit critical of Cleary, because when he did get an opportunity, the ball passed back to him, he didn't have that second pass ready to go and got charged down. And look, how can you be critical of Cleary? He's literally won like a bazillion games with his boot.
But I was surprising though.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised with it. I did think, and we'll get to the Cowboys, but I did think their actual goal kicking, as in their boot, was so bad. It's like flinging off the side of boots and that. But even Ivan Cleary came out and said we've got to be way better at putting ourselves in a position to ice the game. Just looking here, this was the first one. Yeah, so he did have Blaze back in his left pocket. He just didn't pass it.
Okay.
To him in the second time. They actually, in the replay, they don't have the one where Kenny went himself. But let us know in the comment section. Did Kenny have time to get it to him? Me personally, I don't remember. I feel like watching that, it did feel like as soon as that lands on Cleary, Cowboys are going to jam him. But if I'm happy to, if it's wrong, it's wrong. But I'm just looking at the other replays now. When he did get an opportunity, he didn't pass it back inside to Blaze.
Obviously, it turned out to be a draw and whatnot. And I'm the biggest, advocate of if the ref decides the game, you didn't do enough to win it. And I stand by it in this game. But I thought it was a tough call when Scott Drinkwater got his foot to that ball and it went forward. There's no penalty.
Yeah,
And
it's a tough call, but I feel like the Cowboys got tough calls too.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. But I like, from sitting on my lounge, I thought that was very evident that he touched that ball.
Yeah.
They go both ways, 100%.
I feel like Penrith, they've gotten a lot of big calls in big games that have gone their way. But I'm with you. Like, you want them to be... two wrongs don't make it right. So they should get that right. I think that a key moment in the game that the momentum completely shifted was that high tackle was absolute friggin' nonsense. They went down and ended up scoring from that perspective. But you're right, mate. Like, two wrongs don't make it right. Just because you get the wrong call with the head high doesn't mean that you should allow a Scott Drinkwater offside situation to happen either. They should have got that penalty and kicked it over. And also, that head high, like, he got hit in his chest. What? Is he supposed to disappear? Because, I'd understand if he hit his shoulder, because there you go, okay, duty of care, all that. Even I don't understand the duty of care, but okay, shoulder, blah, blah. We got hit in the chest. It's like, is he supposed to jump out of the way? Is that what we're asking players to do now? Nonsense.
But, bottom line, regardless, you concede 30 points. You don't deserve to win a game of football anyway. But,
Both calls were poor, in my opinion. And so that's why I was actually a bit surprised that both coaches said something in the box. Press conference about those calls. I was like, fuck, both of you've got pretty lucky, if I'm being honest. Pretty bad calls. Onto the but the good thing is for the Penrith Panthers is we have to remember the Cowboys have been relatively in form for a while now. Are they back to their heights? No, but are they back to a team that can fight to the 8? I think so. I think they can fight towards the 8. Onto the Cowboys now. The Cowboys, it's like a bit of a weird one. I hate to put the boot in when the poor fellow would already be feeling pretty poor, but Rob Derby on the edge there,
the ultimate rocks and diamonds.
Mate.
To his credit, it kind of hung in, and then towards the end of the game, there was a couple of decent plays, but obviously a lot of errors.
It's just like you can cop 2 or 3, but 5 of them, it's like, bro, you've got to switch on there. And one was like a direct try, a literally drop ball try. It's just like, you just can't let that happen. That's a once-in-a-lifetime game. You can never let that happen again.
Yeah, and when I was watching it always makes me think of a guy you played with, Manu Vatuvei, who would have these games, but he had so many runs on the board and that Derby just coming into first grade, and this is the sort of stuff that's kept him out of these teams for so long because he is so talented, mate. He's an absolute freak, but he just can't get these little things right.
The thing with Manu is he won way more games than he lost.
100% he did.
Individually, essentially, doing crazy stuff. Fortunately with Derby, as a rookie, that's, he's a good solid first grader, but it's, not Manu Vatuvei errors, obviously. But that, what I was surprised at is when you get your first 2 or 3 errors, surely you're just locking that ball up and mate, get through the game, just see it out.
He'll learn a lot from it.
Yeah, he'll learn a lot. I hope he does, because another game like that, mate, you're almost getting to areas where you can't be picked for it, at least for the rest of the season, because the coach is like, mate, I can't. Like that, I'm not saying he lost them the game, but geez, it contributed a lot.
Yeah.
It contributed a lot.
Especially when you consider, I'm pretty sure he's getting picked over Braden Burns at the moment in that side, who's, obviously a very established first
Very
grader.
reliable.
And that's the word, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so look, huge learning curve. The good thing is, got to give the kid credit. He did make a really good tackle towards the end there that made someone drop the ball. He ended up scoring a try as well. So I really like that for him, but he's just got to make sure that never happens again.
Yeah.
Because he's better than that. He's way better than that. He's a bloody gun. He's a good young player. At the moment, he's a good, solid NRL player, but he has a potential to be one of the better finishers in the game.
He genuinely does.
Yeah.
Like, his upside is enormous.
Yeah. In regards to other performances, mate, we spoke about it earlier, but I think John Bateman's been an outstanding signing for the Cowboys. I know he had like a 1 or 2 brain explosions a few weeks ago where he got too intense, but I actually think he is the hard edge they've been missing. Like that, and I don't mean edge back row. I just mean just a mongrel that gets amongst it. Because how often, like the Cowboys, we know got talent. They don't want to get in the grind, and they before they've gone on this run, that was their biggest knock. Was like they didn't have that real mongrel get in the grind kind of mentality. I think Bateman's brought that to him. I think he holds people accountable around him too.
I just love the parallels you made to the Broncos before, and like not even just literally the fact that they're short and edge back row at the moment, sort of week in, week out, but the dog. And they said the Cowboys, you could argue a bit similar. Like when things are going well, they can be flat track bullies at times, but just lack that mongrel.
Yeah.
It is John Bateman.
It's Bateman. And like, for example, there's no one suggesting that friggin' Cotter's not tough or Robson's not tough or Dearden's not tough. They're the most mentally tough players in the game, but they're not dogs. They don't get in the niggle. They just get through their work. It's two different things. You look back to that's what made Gordy Tallis one of the greatest forwards of all time, is he had the mentally tough stuff, but he was also a dog. He could do that. That's what made Tunza one of the best edges that we've seen, is that he could do all the tough stuff, but also he was a fucking dog. He loved that stuff.
To be fair, Channel 7 had Gordon Tallis below me on who's going to fight a gorilla on the weekend. So read into that what you will.
Got that dog in you?
Not even a little bit.
One of the great misses from Channel 7.
Wow. That's tough. At least Rue made the list. We didn't even make it.
Where were you?
Rule back it up. I'm not fighting a bear.
It's a gorilla.
I'm not fighting a gorilla either.
He's still stuck on the bear in the woods meme with the chicks. It's about 2 years old.
Yeah,
It just came down his pipe. He's like, are you serious? You'd rather be in the woods with a bear? That's disrespectful to men. It's like, Timmy, that was 2 years ago, bro. That was 2 years ago.
Takes a while for news to get to Kermit Campbell. We know that.
Especially memos as well.
Exactly. Yeah, memos.
I thought Scotty Drinkwater, outside of some of the conversions, he just had his magic all night long with his hands at the back there. But my boy Purdue, what I found so special about his try assist. So he makes that break. He makes the wrong decision. He doesn't go to the outside of him. I think he goes inside. You could argue got close to bombing a try. I wouldn't go out and out say bomb a try, but I'd say like close to it. But he has got so much young swagger and confidence. He goes, give me the ball the next play and I'll just make sure it happens. Takes it out of dummy half, drifts across left, comes back right, hits a short ball. Almost as if like, guys, that was part of the plan the whole time. I didn't need to pass to my outside man because I was hitting inside, so I'd get under the post and then I was going to come out of dummy half and get a try assist the next play. Just the confidence. And that's like, we always talk about you can't buy experience. You can't buy youthful swagger and confidence. It's just like, made a little error 2 seconds ago. Doesn't matter. Totally forgot already. I'm going to get a try assist after that. He's a special talent, Purdue.
Purdue is going to do some rank things to New South Wales over the next 10 years. You can just see it, can't you, mate? I reckon, I don't think he'll get named for Queensland, but just wouldn't shock me if he makes his debut in this series somewhere.
Yeah. We know Billy's a big fan of him.
Yeah, if anyone's going to pick him, it's Bill.
Yeah. And what's crazy is he playing out of position right now?
Apparently, yes. But his best option might be when, Dearden and Co go to Origin. He might get a crack in the halves then, and then we might really get a bit of a taste.
I was going to say, thought Clifford might go too. Could you imagine Duffy and Purdue in the half, 6 and 7?
Yeah.
Mind it.
Yep.
Mind it.
Peek into the future.
Yeah. What do you think, mate, of the Cowboys?
It did well to come back. I thought Penrith, given the fact that, they've won 4 comps and what have you, with, 15 minutes to go, 12 points in front, I thought they might have closed it out, but credit to the Cowboys, found a way to to pull it back. They're a tough team to play, particularly up there in North Queensland as well. I think probably, did well to get out of jail. Probably draws a fair result, given, how far back they were in that one. But, obviously some areas we touched on Derby before, probably hurt them a little bit earlier in the game. But, I think they did well to get back, and I think they'd probably take a point against the Panthers.
I will say Valia, he's been, kind of doing his thing and kind of flying on the radar. I thought it was one of his better games. I know he had an error or two, but Like, there's just so much potential in Bailey.
Something there.
There's something. He's a big boy. He moves well, strong in contact, gets through his work. So I thought he was good. So, look, I think good outcome for both teams, to be honest. I think they're both, like, obviously be disappointed not to take the 2 points. But at the same time, it's the 4-time premiers. Is like, they're on a bit of a roll at the moment. You get the draw, you move on. Okay, on to the next game. Next game is brought to you by Bloke Undies. Get to bloke.shop, grab your undies. Trust me, guys, you will not be disappointed. And also, if you get them and they don't fit you or whatever, just let us know and we can exchange them for the correct sizing. They are outstanding. All right, we'll be relatively quick on this one, guys, because
Thank you.
well, I mean, what can you say about West Tigers? Like, we can sit here and hammer every single player. It was a bad game from essentially everyone. In their defence, I reckon Storm are putting 50 on most teams.
There's a lot of very good teams that have gone to Melbourne this year, the Warriors included, and got absolutely pounded.
Belted. Coming off the back of, what happened last week with the Melbourne Storm, they're revved up. I think the good thing is for the Tigers, the silver lining at all, the glass half full, it's the biggest wake-up call you can get. Like, if they ever think that they are at the level of even getting close to a premiership, and you could forgive them if after this incredible start to the year where they're sitting essentially in the top 8 and everything's going really well, and they're probably sitting themselves, all right, boys, maybe are we 1 or 2 years away from a top 4 finish? Like, you could forgive them for thinking that with how quickly they've come off the bottom of the table. The good thing is like that has been erased. Like, they are so far off that top tier of teams that it's going to make them work harder. It's going to make sure that they go, okay, let's keep in reality here. I wouldn't say they're lucky to be in the top 8 or close to the top 8, but it's quite incredible that they've gone from where they are to be fighting in the 8. Let's keep our minds on where we're at and focus in on that. All the little things. We are not past working on all the little things. We are not past grinding at training to keep off the bottom of the table, because we're still a lifetime away from those top tier sides. So honestly, that's the best thing that you can take out of it, I think, if you're the Tigers.
Sounds like a team that's learning, Hammy.
Yep, learning plenty. And look, I don't want to make too many excuses, but we had played 3 games in 13 days leading into this one. Still haven't had a bye this year. And instead of a bye, we get Melbourne off a loss on a Sunday afternoon at Amy Park.
For a great lesson.
Huge lesson. So much to take from it. But, I mean, that is, they were already kind of complaining about having a bit of a empty gas tank, and then to cop that, a little bit of a rude awakening. But, it was a tough one. The Storm they were on. They were always going to be a handful after the way that they lost against the Raiders as well in a tight one at Magic Round. So, look, there was a few guys or in fact a lot of guys that didn't have their best game, but it was always going to be a tough one going down there.
I do think that game is what it is.
Yeah,
I think you learn a lot about the West Tigers this week though. Sunday afternoon, bit of time to prepare against South Sydney. I think it's about how they respond to that game.
Yeah, Kempy, timing is everything in the NRL, and it's completely out of your control in terms of when you come up against a team. Like, there's no team in the NRL that on their day can't be competitive and play good footy. It doesn't matter who you are, how your form is, etc. You come up against a team who's lost 3 or 4 in the trot and they're bashed against the wall and they have to win, it's bad timing. You come up against a gun team in the NRL who have won 5 or 6 in a row, at some point the foot's got to come off the pedal and they're going to put up a softer front and you can upset them on their day. And I look at this game, and for what you boys have already mentioned, the Melbourne Storm, who notoriously do not go back-to-back losses and get revved up after tough losses, after the Raiders game last week with ill discipline costing them, the Melbourne Storm were going to put a big score on every team in the competition, in my opinion. You add into it, because of the fact that they lost that due to ill discipline last week against the Raiders, at half-time, it's so rare you see sides go on with it, but you just sat there and went, Bellyache will have got them so revved up and put the foot down to them that you knew they were going to come out and play 80 minutes. And I think it showed that often when they get out to these big leads, he'll take players off with 20, 25 minutes to go, just left them all on.
Yeah. Oh, I think even Bellyache's, might even be questioning, and this is wild speculation, but even him going, have I allowed this softness to creep into this team by taking Hughes off all the time, by giving Harry Green a rest? Because when they were at their best, the Storm, they never took Billy Slater off. They never. Now, granted, maybe at the end of the year, go, hang on a second, Denon, 2019, they took Billy Slater off in the last 5 minutes. But during their peak,
He'd already retired. Then.
well, true. During their peak, you got me there. 1-0.
I was trying to be that guy.
Yeah,
You were talking about.
That's all right. This is why I messaged my other friends, Guru.
If I knew them, I'd message them.
I wonder whether he's looking at that though, going, is that the Storm way? Have I lent too much into this new generation of like, take him off the field,
Give him a spell.
give him a spell, put him in cotton wool. Oh, thanks, you did so well. Because that's their biggest Achilles heel right now, the Storm, is like they're so up and down even within games.
With 20 minutes to go, I was waiting for Pap to go off. I was waiting for Eli Katoa to go off. Hughes was the only one. He got an early shower with 13 minutes to go. This is a bloke who's had hamstring injuries and all sorts of injuries in recent years, just soft tissue. So he went off, but like Munster played it out ahead of an Origin campaign. Pappenhausen played it out. Eli Katoa played it out. He just went, like foot to the throat after what happened last week.
Yeah.
We're going big here.
Because it really, this year is a golden opportunity for Melbourne, realistically.
Oh, man. Like,
if they don't win the comp this year, I think they'd be pretty, with all due respect to those other sides, the Canterbury Bulldogs who are flying at the moment, they lack big game experience, realistically. The Canberra Raiders, you guys, you're in a grand final. I thought that was 5 or 6 years ago, very different squad. The teams that are really competing for a premiership, the Sharkies, we're still not convinced. Come September, they're going to play their best footy. Penrith are well and truly off the boil at the moment. Melbourne Storm have got their spine set, their pack set, the coach, they tick all the boxes.
grand final experience as well.
Grand final experience, if they don't win the comp this year, I think it'll be one that'll really hurt Bellamy.
I reckon if they do, if I'm Bellyache, I retire.
Mate, I think that's what he's waiting for. I think he's waiting to win a comp without the big three.
Yeah.
And this is the year that if you don't win it, you just go, fuck.
It's
all just lined up perfectly for this year.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's lined up perfectly. You got the experience, and that's obviously a lot of pressure. Everything needs to go well for you when it comes to winning a comp. But, mate, if you're Bellyache, you win this comp with a whole new roster, and then you become the football manager at the Storm, so you can oversee everything still, and you ride off into the sunset with essentially the greatest coach of all time. The only question could be, could he have done it at other clubs? I mean, he did it down in a state that doesn't even like rugby league, so there's that.
If you have a look at those top 6 teams right now, Canterbury, Warriors, Melbourne, Canberra, Cronulla, Cowboys. Of all those teams, top 6, the most recent grand final is the Raiders 6 years ago?
And also, when you just look at spines and form and everything, no spine is even close to this spine right now. Even Cleary was, kind of quiet on the weekend. He was still bloody good. But, outside of that, if you got, let's say the Doggies get into a grand final and you got Sexton, Burton, Tracy and Marnie versus a red-hot Grant, Pappy, Munster, Hughes, I know I'm taking every day of the week in that. If they're both red hot.
Well, put it this way, have a look at their hooker, Harry Grant. Canterbury, Warriors, Raiders, Sharks, Cowboys. They don't have a 9 that you swap for Harry Grant. Jerome Hughes, exactly the same.
Yeah.
Cam Munster, Dearden is the only conversation I'll have. But I still don't think I'd be swapping him.
Nah, not
Pappenhausen,
at this stage.
You're not swapping for any of those guys as well. Drinkwater, maybe, but I'd rather have Pappy. They're in an unbelievable spot right now to win a comp.
Yeah. And so I actually, it sounds silly, but the good thing is for the Tigers is you can hold this up over their heads as a coach for the rest of the season. Anytime they think they're getting a bit too big for their boots and everything's going well, guys, you got beaten 64-0 by the Melbourne Storm. Other little things, I think it'll be really good for Lockie Galvin's career. I think that, with all this money, and not him thinking this, but I think that there's really good indication that there's people outside of him telling him how great he is. You're the man. You deserve $1 million. For example, I think we've all just because the Tigers offering $1 million, we've all just gone, oh yeah, he's worth $1 million. But is he? I don't know. The fact that we just assume that that's a lock-in, he's worth $1 million. It's he hasn't done that much to be locked into that conversation. Now, I do think he'll get it, but I think this is a really good chance for Lockie as a player and his development to go, I'm still a very long way away from that tier of rugby league. Now, it's not just, the reason why I'm focusing on Lockie Galvin is because he is one of the best young players in the competition. And these can be really strong learning moments. If he goes on to be great, there's a good chance that he does a podcast in 10 years' time and he goes, you know what, we went down to Melbourne Storm, we got beaten 64-0, and I've never played a team that was so quick and so fast, and I learned so much about it. You always hear these stories about, We talk about Cameron Smith, how he talks about when he looked at early in his career, it was his second year maybe in Queensland or maybe his first year playing for Queensland. He looked across and he said, I've never seen a player dominate a series so much. Like there's always these moments for the great players, and I reckon Lockie can use this moment for his development.
I agree, man. I think when Galvin had the ball the other day in this game, I think it was the first time Galvin went, fuck, these guys have 100% got my measure. Without a doubt.
Yep.
Like it's the first time, and like I love Galvin as a footballer. He's extremely talented. I wanted him to win fucking Dally M5 out of the year last year. But I feel like every other game I've watched him play, the opposition is on their toes. Melbourne, they just look comfortable.
Yeah, comfortable as anything.
They were not concerned.
And he can usually force his way into a game. He might make an error here or there, but he'll force his way into a game. So that's where I think it's a really good learning curve for him. Luai doesn't need learning curves. He's already, won 4 premierships or whatever.
Thoughts on the Martin Luai Instagram post?
Oh, the old man?
Get out clause activated.
I think he's taking the piss.
I think so as well.
I think he's taking
it.
the
Has
piss.
been deleted since.
Yeah.
I'm sure Jerome had a word, but
No, I think it's him almost like taking the piss out of journos that were basically saying, how come Jerome Luai can say team first when he has options, which is the most ridiculous thing in the world. I can't believe that.
Yeah.
Like, there's a difference between coming into a season with a contract and you knowingly have certain things than halfway through a season going, I don't want to be here anymore and this place isn't good enough for me. Like, these are not even comparable in regards to commitment. Like, to suggest that if you have a clause in your contract for 2 years down the line, you're not there, therefore committed now, is just like, what are we talking about?
Genuinely, I think if you're an NRL player and you're in that top echelon of maybe the top 60 players and you're signing a contract more than 3 years, you don't have an options in your contract, you're an idiot. Genuinely, like, you're an idiot.
So so people are telling me this. Jerome Luai should have left the Penrith Panthers after winning 4 premierships to the Wooden Spoon Club and
Three-time wooden spooners.
3-time Wooden Spoon. Thank you. Apologies. and not said, you know what? I'll give it 2 years because it's 2 years he's contracted for, and it's the third year that he can look elsewhere if it's not working.
Yep.
You're telling me he should have just locked himself in for that whole contract, and because he didn't back then. Now, when he's saying team first, it's not true. It doesn't mean team first because he has a clause for 2 years' time. Like, what are we talking about here?
If that's your son, brother, daughter, whatever it might be, you have to have clauses in that contract. It's insanity not to.
But what I don't get though is like, so let's say I'm playing in 2025, but my get out clause in 27. What the fuck does that have to do with my commitment in 2025? Like, when you're saying team first, like, are you saying now that every single player that goes forward and has a clause in his contract, he's no longer can ever say team first because he has a clause in his contract? Like, it's a nonsense thing we're talking about here. Trying to compare that to someone that's literally saying, I don't want to be here and this club is not good enough for my development. These are two different conversations.
And they're not even close.
They're not even in the same conversation. They're just, anyway. But yeah, I think this is a really good learning curve for Lockie because I do think he's going to go on to be one of the better sixers of a generation. Like, I think he's going to kill it wherever he goes. And all of the great players learn from moments like this. You think Nathan Cleary didn't learn when he went down the Melbourne Storm and made 40 tackles and they dominated him? He would have learned so much from it. Okay, just quickly to the Melbourne Storm. They were just electric. They were just like, if the great bellyache lies down at night, closes his eyes and dreams of the way he wants to play with this squad, I think this is exactly how he would want them to play. Fast, dominant, just everything going the way they would hope, winning contact, winning play the balls, just an absolute masterpiece of coaching where everything clicked into gear. Pappenhausen obviously outstanding, but they were just too fast, too big and too strong. They couldn't get held down long enough. They held down the Tigers for as long as they needed because they were winning the contact. And then they just had they had the best supporting fullback in the competition, taking advantage of that. On top of Jerome Hughes getting front foot footy, Munster front foot footy. It's just a masterclass from the Melbourne Storm.
Yeah, 100%. It was incredible, and you could throw a dart out a window of Amy Park and hit a good Melbourne Storm player the other day. They just all performed.
Jeez, it was good to watch.
Yeah.
Like, just from the spectacle of rugby league. Shouldn't say rugby league at its finest in terms of the game, but just one rugby league team just putting everything together with superstars of our game on a dry afternoon at home. Oh.
The only thing that could have stopped them from doing that was having no Harry Grant, which is where I think Garlic deserves a little shout as well.
Yep. You know what it reminded me of is like you're in a boat and like you're trying to plug holes, but the boat just keeps pouring forward. That's what it looked like with the Melbourne Storm attack. Like the Tigers were just like hanging on for dear life, trying to plug holes, and like Hughes would come at you, Munster would come at you, and you're just sitting there going, holy shit, hang on, and then boom, Pappenhausen would just, it was just truly like just an ocean just going, just swimming through just crazy.
How's Pappy's skill for that opening try? The double kick through, that put down around a player, the level of difficulty to execute that, everything he did was freaky.
I mean, there was a knock on earlier in the piece, but
what I like about Pappy, and we're always guilty of this. It happened with Tamalolo at 13. You get a certain player that's one of the best in the competition at 13, and then every coach says, I need that. And then eventually it comes around where it's like, okay, let's change that. And then Isaiah Yeo comes, Victor Radley and Cam Murray, and all of a sudden everyone needs a ball-playing lock. And then we're back to when, Clyde came through all that kind of stuff. What I like about Pappenhausen, he proves that you don't need to be Teddy or Dylan Edwards to be a bloody good fullback. He reminds us that, your fullback can be the guy that is lightning quick, that is the best support player in the competition, that can do what he did in that first try. And I think that, as I said, sometimes we get a bit lost in that big, robust fullback that breaks 10 tackles from heavy contact and has 25 strong hit-ups a game. And I like that Pappy is the complete opposite. And I know a lot of people don't have Pappy in the conversation, but genuinely, if Laurie Daly has a game plan that is similar to the Melbourne Storm, I think they should strongly consider Pappy at fullback, because form-wise, you could make the argument he's been the best fullback in the competition. At the very least, form-wise, it's him and Tedesco so far this year.
And if you've got Kempy, this is where squad and roster management comes into it, right? And I'm not saying Pappy's necessarily this, but someone like a Reece Walsh or a Latrell Mitchell, not necessarily big meter-eating fullbacks, they're your go-to. They're going to be your number one long-term. You recruit accordingly, and you recruit bigger wingers who will run for you 200 metres. Yep. And then you have your drink water, whatever it might be. They can run their 80 to 100 metres a game in yardage and the hard stuff, but they don't have to. You're not relying on it. Whereas you might have a Dylan Edwards who, and I know Penrith are an exception to this, but a player who runs for 250 metres a game, you can afford to have a flyer on the wing. Or like the Titans with the Keanu Kinney at the back who runs some massive metres. You can afford to have a Khan Pereira on the wing who doesn't get through those big metres because your fullbacks do it.
Yep.
But it's all about squad balance and roster management.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at the Broncos since losing Herbie Farnworth. They lost that guy in their outside backs that got them all those metres that Reece Walsh would run off the back of. And like Selwyn does it to a degree. But anyway, mate, so just I think, and like to be fair, I think Craig Bellamy is his advisor this series.
Yep.
So I don't think he's that far off selection as people think. Like, I would still go Dylan Edwards, but if you have got a specific game plan built around speed around the ruck, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a mention.
If he got picked, I wouldn't have any queries. Like, he's not my starting fullback, but if he was there, I'm like, cool, I can kill it.
Yeah, and I also, it's a big giveaway to what they're going to try to play, what style of rugby league, which is fast around the ruck, and he's just pouring through the middle. So really, really good performance from him. Garlic deserves a wrap. Josh King, I mean everyone, to be honest. Like, who didn't play well?
I thought Xavier Coates, he didn't score a try. Thank God he didn't, because I think every same-game multi in the country was hanging on him. I might not be here now if that was the case. But he had 197 metres, 2 line breaks, 2 line break assists, 3 try assists and 3 tackle breaks. He was unbelievable.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. Big Nasty off the bench was good as well. All right, on to the next game, last game of the round. Don't forget, grab your Grumpy coffee, and we will be down. DJ Grumpy doing a set at the Rusty Rabbit in Darlinghurst. Come down, try Grumpy coffee. I'll most likely be there too. And yeah, listen to a brilliant set and have a brilliant feed at Rusty Rabbit. Sharkies defeat the Manly Seagulls 30-14. You know what I love so much about this Sharkies performance? They get out to a lead, and then the Seagulls start hitting their straps, and they're playing Seagull footy, and you're going, oh, okay. And I reckon most sides crumble under that momentum shift. What I love about the Sharkies, and this is the benefit of usually playing 7 to 8 out of 10 every week, is that you are so, like, you're so used to being at an even keel. Like, very rarely do the Sharkies like come out one week and play 10 out of 10, and then the next week it's like 3 out of 10. Their biggest issue is that sometimes they don't have another gear in them. But this is the benefit of sometimes not having another gear in you, is that you're always playing at a kind of certain level. And so the Sharkies just withstood it, stayed patient, and then before you know it, Manly Seagulls got deterred, lost confidence, lost momentum, and then Sharkies ran away with it in the last 5 to 10 minutes. I love this win from the Sharkies, and I think they're starting to show that maybe they do have a little bit of an extra gear in them, and that extra gear is Hines going to I don't want to say another level because he's already played great footy like this before, but playing the way we know Hines can. And, I think the Hines haters have been pretty quiet lately because Hines has been outstanding. And on top of all that, and I know, a lot of people disagree with this, but I've always said Hines needs to be the main man at the Sharks. It's the only way they're going to make a dent in a premiership push. Yes, Trindle can be the 7 if he wants to, whatever. Put 6 on his back, I don't care. But when it comes to making a push, Hines needs to be the big dog. And I think we saw that on the weekend.
Yeah, he needs to be the high-end guy.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mean he needs to be the guy, getting him out of trouble and, directing everyone coming out of their own set or even taking the most kicks. I just mean he's the big dog. When he wants the ball, when he tells players to get to certain areas, they do exactly that. And ironically, we had this chat 4 weeks ago against the Tigers where we were like, they need to make it clear who the big dog here is because there were periods against the Tigers where you could see Hines was calling things and they weren't listening. Since then, it seems like they've stepped back and said, Hines, you're the big dog. And I think he's been playing the best footy he's played in quite a while.
Yeah, I think over the last few weeks he's been very unfairly criticised. Which game was it the other day that it was very tight? He hit the posts and
That's
Tigers, that game, yeah.
3 weeks ago.
He was a whisker away from winning that game 3 times for that football team. And then he stood up in this game. I thought he was unreal. 2 try assists, a line break assist.
Good last week as well.
Good last week, yeah. He's playing really, really good footy at the moment, Hines, and he's sort of starting to look more like himself now to me.
Yep. And it's just, what I love about the way he's playing is just front foot. None of this like out the back shit. It is just on the front foot and just going at him and bringing blokes with him, and it's working.
He goes to the line at speed and he's got a Nico running line or whoever it might be. It's so damaging, isn't it? 12 more touches in this game than Trindle as well. So when it was they wrestled for who had more ball earlier on in the season, it's clear it's gone now to a shift to Nico. Yep. He's getting more touches every week, especially in attacking territory. He's the man.
Yeah. And that's what I want. Like in attacking territory, get in the ball. Because the beautiful thing about that is that if... Like, let's say for some reason he's a bit quiet. Like, we know Trindle can step up and do what he does. We know Trindle has, a good enough attacking game to be a 6-style player if he wants to. And so when you get to the premiership, the games later in the year, all of a sudden, not only do you have an informed Hines, but you've got the extra weapon of Trindle stepping up and playing some good footy as well. Now, did Trindle go off towards the end?
At HIA at one point.
HIA. So, but I'm pretty sure both of his try assists were literally just drifting across, hitting great short balls, which is really simple stuff. That's not at the back. It's not all this nonsense. And so, mate, I thought he was really good. I mean, for sure. I think his defence on Cooler was really poor. Definitely needs to sort that to make sure that doesn't happen regularly. But outside of that, last couple of weeks, I think he's been outstanding. I really do.
What about Stone Street, Ramian, Iro, Mulatalo? They combined for 21 tackle breaks and 0 missed tackles.
Wow.
How good's that?
Wow.
Holy moly.
Wow, that's good. So, what? Stone Street didn't have a missed tackle?
Not according to the stats.
What? I thought he got bumped by Hopewadi in the first half, I think. Yeah, he definitely got fended by Hopewadi. That's a strange one.
Take it up with the stats, man.
Mate, stats, man. How dare you, sir?
I'll add him to the list.
So, yeah, really, really good performance. I loved Mulatalo, back to his best. Lippy and Garrick's here, but I liked Garrick. He took it like a champ too. Funnily enough, I feel like it was the boys around him that were trying to make it serious. I actually think Mulatalo and Garrick kind of had like a understanding of what was happening that, listen, when I drop the ball, you're going to put shit on me. You get that win. And then when you make an error, Garrick, you're going to put shit on me. It was actually the boys around him because you could see as soon as they came into like fight or whatever, Garrick and that would just walk away laughing.
Yeah.
I loved that. I thought it was good. Good stuff.
Did you notice as they sort of walked away from that fight, AFB just slaps Jazz Tavunga on the top of the head? That's mad.
They'll have... there'll be no origin impact to the Sharkies either.
Yep.
None at all.
Which is couldn't be set up better for them.
No, isn't Hines getting selected at centre?
I think he's going to play lock.
Okay, McInnes, he got through a bunch of work, which is always good. Nikita, outside of that, missed tackle with Hines on Cooler. I mean, Cooler is a bloody strong ball runner, but they've got to make sure they make that tackle. Adam Blake was bloody good. And yeah, I think the Sharkies deserve a rap, there was a little bit of a period there where it was like, oh, shit, like the Sharkies lose this game and they fall out of the 8 and all of a sudden the pressure builds and they were premiership threats. They're slowly just clawing their way back up into that top 5, top 4 position. Like right now, they are sitting 5th. And yeah, like I think they deserve credit.
When Cole went back to back, a big crowd at home in Manly, nice sunny afternoon, suits Manly's footy to a T. You just thought they're coming over the top here. Runaway train, complete opposite. They dug in the Sharkies and went bang, 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 closed the game out.
Yep.
Oh, huge result.
Huge result. So yeah, great stuff from the Sharkies. And I did see Brayley run a little bit more this game, at least from the eye test anyway. Maybe statistically he didn't. I'm still curious as to, is there a way to unlock that running game a little bit more, get him crafty around the ruck? And I don't know if I'm fully there yet, but I do reckon that might be the last piece of the puzzle. Like if they are to go on a premiership push, obviously Hines needs to be killing it, but it might be Trindle's ability to get out of the ruck and have Adam Fanua Blake running off his hip, or Hazelton, 2 big boppers with good footwork. I just wonder whether that might be the last piece of the puzzle for the Sharkies.
Shout out to Billy Burns. Had one opportunity as a forward to nail a kick and genuinely couldn't have done it better than most halfbacks in the game. That was perfection.
Yeah, he's been really good. Your boy
He's done
Billy
well.
Burns.
I
one of
like
your
Billy
boys.
Burns.
Yeah, our slotting in for Teague Wilton, he hasn't missed a beat for him.
No, he's been good.
A really good try saver from Trindle at one stage towards the end there, which was good. I'm really impressed with the Sharkies, and they always, people are like, Sharkies are in this weird situation. Like they're so easily criticised. I feel like as soon as they drop a little bit, people are just hounding them, like Hines and everything. Like, flat track bullies, and they can't win a comp. But then when they start playing some good footy, it's crickets.
It's always the way though. If you're within touching distance of a premiership trophy and you don't play
just
well,
get
you're
hounded.
going to cop it more than if you're a mile away from a trophy and you play poorly.
But I'd make the argument that if Raiders went on a bit of a dip in form, there's no way they're getting hounded. And I know they came into the year not as premiership threats, but they clearly are a premiership threat now. There's just something about the Sharks where they don't get the credit they deserve, but at the same time they get fucking hounded.
I think it's because they've got the Dally M winner at halfback, the star, and he gets attention. Like the Raiders don't have that sort of player that you can chuck his name in a headline and it explodes.
I'm looking at it now, like the top 8. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe because I'm living in the Shire now, I've got a bit of a soft spot for the Sharkies, but I don't think they get enough credit for how well they're going over the last few years.
18th man to Putter. He's getting closer, my boy.
Re-signed too.
Good to see.
The fact that they
get him in the side.
It's insane that they their ability. They kept Hazelton. Now they've kept Putter. They can't promise him a premiership.
It's actually unbelievable.
It's unbelievable.
Yep.
It shows you again. I know it's glaze session for the Sharkies, as the kids call it, but they don't get enough credit, man. They keep all these fringies, like Ito, for example. Bro, if Ito was at another club, he would have left 3 years ago.
Honestly, he was at the club. He should have left 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And for full credit to Craig Fitzgibbon.
Yeah.
It's incredible. It just makes you wonder, surely this team has to look completely different in 4 years' time, right?
Yeah.
They can't keep this group together any longer than this current premiership window.
It's insane that they've managed to not, they haven't lost anyone yet.
No one.
Which is that means that's a very happy club. And we're talking about a club with they don't get to promise jobs after their career. They don't get to say, oh, by the way, you'll be mates with these 3 billionaires or whatever, or you're going to be set for this or set for that. They are a tiny club, the Cronulla Sharks, financially to other teams.
On top of that as well, you're keeping this squad together. The only guy that has won a comp in this team is Hines, and he didn't get on the field in that grand final. It's not like you've got proven winners in this team. They're just bonded. They've just brought it together. And
you can't sit there and go, guys, we'll definitely win a comp in the next 2 or 3 years. When Penrith go into negotiations, even Roosters still hold that sway, and you could argue where they shouldn't hold that sway because they haven't won in a while. Melbourne Storm absolutely do. But Sharkies, you can't sit there and say, oh, we'll win a comp in the next 5 years. You literally just can't.
No. I've still got, he's been around for a few years now, but I'd still say Craig Fitzgibbon is a rookie coach per the NRL realistically.
And yet they're super consistent.
Yep.
Top 5, top 6. The worst they finished was 5th in the last 4 years or whatever, 5th or 6th. I just think it's really, really good what they're doing. The reason why I'm probably always so impressed with the Sharkies is because obviously my team is the Broncos with all the resources, all the talent, all the ability to attract stars. I know it's waned quite a lot in the last 15 years, but they're still a mammoth club. And yet the Sharkies have been more consistent than they have over the last 4 or 5 years with nowhere near the resources. Or even, you could make an argument, team on paper to a degree.
Even just things like just never any off-field noise with them. They just tick along.
You know what? Even with the Trindle thing, they handled that. Like, they punished him. They sat him in reserve grade for like, it was 12 weeks or something like that?
Yeah. It was a stint.
It was a stint in reserve grade.
But like, Phil's forgotten now, and it's like Trindle's playing.
But like, they handle it in a way where like, he wasn't going to get picked through any of that side. There was no like, oh, maybe. And granted, I know they were going well, but, you know, even around contract time, Trindle could have remembered that and said, oh, you know, you were pretty harsh in that situation. They weren't. They set standards. Trindle's still happy. He's grown from it. He's gone into become a good first grader. So, yeah, I think it's good.
Even like the one guy they are losing, Dan Atkinson, I'm so excited about him going to the Dragons. I don't think it impacts the Sharkies in any way, shape or form.
No, I don't think and it's just truly one of those situations where he would have got out and offered bloody good money to go down to the Dragons and essentially guaranteed starting spot. Okay, just quickly on the Manly Seagulls. I'm getting really worried with Manly. Like, they just look... You know, I got a message from a Manly fan, and I understand the passion in the moment. You want to blame DCE and, you know, he's not playing well. And people go, oh, he hasn't played well since the announcement. He played really well against the Penrith Panthers. I understand, though, the frustration of, like, he's a key player. He's not playing as well as he was before it. But, like, and it might not be the case, but you could understand DCE feeling a little bit miffed that this whole thing happened the way it did, and in his own words, he was smeared by someone close to the club or in the club. So you could understand him feeling less enthusiastic to go out and rip and tear and kill every single week. Now, does that make it okay? Because it's not the person that did that you're letting down. You're actually the fans and the team that's not playing as well. But I just want to say, like, you can understand DCE feeling a little bit shitty that's the way this is all kind of unfurled. And people go, oh, but he's the one that came out and announced it. They didn't want him. They didn't offer him anything. They literally did not offer him anything. And so, yeah, I don't think he is the sole reason, but I think that it is starting to, like, all add up.
You can't possibly deny anymore that it's
no,
not
I don't think so.
Role.
You've got to say. Initially, I was like, even if it's not true, the fact that we're talking about it makes it true to a degree. But after watching the last 4 or 5 weeks, you have to say it's contributing some degree to his form. Whether you agree that he's allowed to feel that way, but I do think it's contributed a little bit.
Yeah, I agree, mate. One thing I know, you know, he's a champion player, has been for a long time. I wouldn't be playing Gerbo for 75 minutes in this game. I just think those days are behind Gerbo. Love him.
Which is weird because I was like, yes, he's in the front row and you got Tavunga at 13.
It was actually perfect.
So I'm going, mate, get Trbojevic out there. Get him ripping and tearing for 20. Get him off.
Yep.
And go in there and rip and tear, line speed, everything. 75 minutes at his age and his injuries and the way he moves at the moment. I just don't know if it's worth
I think it's just past him, and I can't make. And I get it. He's a leader. I was the one pushing for him to be in the Blues side last year. But 75 minutes is just outrageous.
Even like the impact of Nathan Brown, who we love him on this podcast, but Brown played 24 minutes. You talk about mongrel and injection of energy off the bench. Like, they started slowly, fought their way back into this game earlier in the second half, but just even Nathan Brown's ability to get the crowd up and about when he comes off the back fence, him flying onto that, like, more minutes to Nathan Brown.
Well, just quickly, like, Jake Trbojevic, he played 72 minutes. He ran for 57 metres.
Yeah.
That you can't have a bloke on the field that's going to run for 57 metres at prop for 75 minutes. And, like, I know he's there for defence. He made 37 tackles. He only missed one. But, mate, surely you say to him, here's 20 minutes, mate, give me... And his first hit-up was great. You'd be hoping he'd be around the 80 to 90 to hopefully 100 metres.
When you have a look through the rest of the season, last time he played was against the Dragons. I think there was a HIN injury and he played the 8 minutes. Outside of that, he's played 65 minutes plus every single game. Like, why'd they even bother changing the jerseys? What was that about?
Yeah, it's a good point.
So it's like, we love Jake Trbojevic. We know what he brings to the club. And as you said, Campy, it's not about necessarily running meters and bending the line with Jake Trbojevic, but he hasn't busted a tackle this year. Like, he's not bending the line.
Yeah. And that's why what I don't get is, like, I reckon if you said to him 20 minutes, just go absolutely skits. He could break some tackles and he could get his, 50, 60 metres off in that 20 to 30 minutes. I just don't think that at that age, and what's funny, he's actually not that old. I think he's like 31, 32, so he's not super, super old. I just don't know whether paying him for 75 minutes when it's clearly not working. Like, people go, stats aren't everything, and we've all, this show has always been about stats not being everything. But there's something. They're definitely something.
Yeah.
And I don't understand that. I really don't. I know he's the spiritual leader, all the intangibles that he brings, but mate, if you're on the field for 75 minutes, surely you can do a bit better than that.
Especially after Jazz smashes out 70 minutes against the Panthers and they win.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't get around it.
And I think as well, with Jake Trbojevic, I think you're doing him a disservice by saying, mate, I need you to play 75 minutes. Why not just go, mate, give me impact. Just give me impact. Go out there, rip and tear. Because you reckon Jake Trbojevic walks off the field feeling like, good about this whole situation? I'm sure he's the first one that put his hand up and go, fuck, that probably wasn't, my best attacking game. I don't know. I don't know about it. What do you reckon, Hammy?
Yeah, I don't know. The Manly, they're in a weird spot at the moment. They've played 3 games at home. They've lost 3. Usually they're just like a banker for winning just about every home game of the season. But for whatever reason, Brookie's not that, tough of a road trip for teams at the moment. So they've got to kind of sort that out. That's the first thing that probably springs to mind. But yeah, in terms of yesterday's performance, Gerbo out there for too long, clearly, by the look of those numbers as well. But he's not the only one. There's quite a few guys that were probably below their best yesterday.
For sure.
In that side as well. So
Garrick had a bit of a mixed bag.
Yeah, he got kind of sucked into a bit of stuff with Mulatalo. Mulatalo probably came out on top of that battle as well. But just, I don't know, lacking a bit at the moment, and probably fair to say that, it's been a bit of a distraction the last 6 weeks or so.
The problem is this with Jakey, and, we all love Jake. He's one of the game's best blokes, and he's a reason why a lot of young kids play the game, but when you start getting into territories where you have to ask the question, if his name was Jake Trbojevic or it was Dave Smith, would the coach be picking him and letting him play 75 or forcing him to play 75 minutes? I don't think he would be.
No, I agree.
Yeah. Take name out and look at stats alone. You're like, oh, geez,
but that's where I feel like he's doing Jakey a disservice. It's almost like Seabold. He's relatively smart NRL coach. He'd be smart enough to know that's not where we're going to get the best out of Jakey. But I tell you what, Jakey offers more passion than any bloke that's ever worn the jersey, arguably, at least frigging up there with the best of them. So if you say to him, Jakey, give me 20 minutes of the best, I want all that passion you've got to come out in the 20 minutes. That could lift the team because they look across and they see an older version of Jakey playing less minutes, but he's given everything he's got. Whereas at the moment they look across and he's fatigued and he's not doing as well as he would have hoped. And I just don't know if he's being put in the best position to lead properly because he's being asked to play 75 minutes instead of reasonable minutes.
Especially with Paseka out of this side, for as you said, mate, Nathan Brown will play 24 minutes. Even Ethan Bullemore only play 35. I just think they're lacking punch, and I think it's because they are leaving Gerbo out on the field for far too long.
I just think it's not fair on Gerbo. I really do. And mate, if a coach says to him play 100,000 million minutes, he will do it. That's the kind of person he is.
Yes.
I actually, I think this blame lies on Seabold. I think that he needs to make a smarter call with Jake Trbojevic and try to realise Jake is the spiritual leader of this club. How do I put him in the position to deliver that spiritual leadership? Me personally, it's, mate, go out there, be inspirational for 20 minutes. I get you off, and then we'll play the game by ear.
I was so confident they'd nailed it too when they named Jake Simpkin to actually start at 9. I thought, okay, they'll just let him go for 80 and Jazz will play 60 minutes. And I just think it's been poorly managed.
Yeah. I mean, look what Michael Maguire did in Origin. He realised his importance of the spiritual stuff.
100%.
He started him for 20 minutes. He said, Jakey, just do your best. And granted, you can sit there and go, was he the best player on the field? We know that he struggled a little bit. But at the same time, that spiritual leader got one of the most historic wins in the last 2 decades for the New South Wales Blues. And he used him like that, and I don't understand why. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I'm a little bit worried just about the whole environment at the Manly Seagulls. It does put into new light the conversation, the interview by Jake Trbojevic when he was asked about DCE moving on, when he did seem quite frustrated with it. Now with how it's all falling, how it seems to be playing, it does seem like maybe there is a little bit of frustration from players around.
With the noise around Cherry Evans and the club and a few things happening, but then also Tom Turbo's back on deck at fullback in Watts. Certainly their back line's fully fit. I have no idea what they're going to throw out the rest of the season.
Yeah.
They could go on a 10-week winning spree, or they might not win a game for the rest of the season. I have no idea.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's a really good point. The sad thing is they've gone from, for me, like premiership threats to genuinely no idea. I mean, I don't have them as premiership threats anymore, that's for sure. But could they win 10 games on the trot with Tommy Turbo doing something incredible? Absolutely.
Yeah, like in the space of the next 2 weeks, they could be premiership threats again easily. But on current form...
Unfortunately, Olakau'atu had a poor game. Just those speed wobbles. He just needs to straighten it up.
Yeah.
I think that if I'm like, trying to give, and not he's a much better player with me, but if I was say his coach or whatever, and I want him to play Origin, I'd say, Olakau'atu, don't even worry about anyone else's jobs or all this crazy ball work that we've had you doing. You're worried about the team and your role in it with doing that. My role is let's get you back to your best form, and that is you just barnstorming through blokes. Tuck the ball under your wing. Don't even worry about an offload for the first half. Just go hard and straight for that long, and that form will just be back like that.
Less is best.
Yep.
He has some of these games where he's so destructive and like his ball playing's good, his offload's there. But then the following week he has this confidence of I can do anything. Like I'm the best back row in the comp. And on his day he is, where he probably gets a bit overconfident. But I think you're right, mate. Like less is best. Just focus on running over the top of blokes.
I will say in his defence, I think the attack relies so much on him ball playing and doing those crazy plays that he's almost like feels like I have to, otherwise we're not going to score any points.
Yeah. Well, I thought that right edge, which is so good for them, I thought they went away from it a lot in this game. They're going to left guard. They're just like, lean in to the plays that you've got on this side of the field. Anyway.
Absolutely. So hopefully they can bounce back. Alrighty, it's time for Face the Music, brought to you by our friends over at Sportsbet.
All right, going to kick off Thursday night footy. We've got Women's Origin game number 2. I need a result, and I need a try scorer, please, for this one. Denon, would you like the new ball?
Yes, I will go Queensland head-to-head.
Yep. 275.
In a try scorer, I will go... and this is just... Will we get... Okay, yep, so...
I'll bang them together for a same gamer. You can also same game multiplayer of the match. We're not going to do that for this, but you can do that for Women's Origin as well.
A try scorer, I will go Tamika Upton.
Nice.
I will go... so you're going to multi these two together?
Yeah.
Jeez.
You right, mate?
Oh, it kills me to say it, but I think Queensland will bounce back in this one.
Oh, what the hell around Origin 2? Oh, my God. Wow. Sold his soul. Sold his soul.
Queensland to bounce back, and I'll take Aitken.
Sold his soul. That is fucking unbelievable.
Nice.
You for real?
Darren
Sold
Aitken,
his soul for Face the Music.
725.
He's scared of the...
Timothy?
That is unbelievable.
How do you wake
Clip
up in
that
the
up.
morning
Not well.
and look at your wife?
Yeah,
in
clip
the
it up.
eyes?
Clip it up.
Yeah, I
That's
hate that.
disgusting.
Queensland Rose.
That is disgusting
All
stuff.
right, well, I'll make up for us. Blues 13 plus, Isabel Kelly.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yep, that'll get you 433.
That it?
If Queensland don't win, that makes it even worse for you. That is.
Matthew?
I'll just go Blues into Chapman.
Yeah, nice straight back there, 275. I wanted to take Upton as well. Can I throw another try score in?
Yeah.
You happy with that?
Yeah.
I'm going to put Chapman in from the Blues. So Queensland, Chapman, Upton, $11.50.
Oh, as in you're putting 3 in?
Yeah, well, because you took mine.
Hey, what the
fuck is going on?
You can't just
What
put
are you
3
Increased
in.
my risk.
Yes.
I've just
Just-
increased my risk.
No.
Can we change
pick
ours
one
then?
try scorer?
You pick one try
Because I need
scorer, that's
odds.
the
It's your
rule.
deal.
Wow, that is sneaky.
I'll go Queensland, but I'll take Chapman to score one for the Blues. So swimming against the tide, $6.75. That'll get me. Happy with that? All right, let's go. NRL, the first game of this weekend, Knights $1.66, host the Eels $2.23. Line is 2.5 points.
I'm going to go Eels 13 plus.
5.30.
Eels 1 to 12.
3.30.
Knights 13 plus.
3.20.
Para 13 plus.
5:30.
Oh, they're starting to pick up. Hey, they're starting to follow the fucking They're starting to get the game. This isn't about tipping. This is about going, you know what? Value.
Eels head 2.23 for me. Next game, Dogs $1.37. Roosters $3.11. The line is 8.5 points.
I am going to go Roosters 1-12.
Roosters 1-12.
$4.
Dogs 1-12.
280.
Dogs 1-12.
280. I will go Dogs minus 8.5, which get me $2 as we go to air. Dolphins $2 host the Warriors $1.84. 1.5 is the line in this one.
Warriors 1-12.
Dolphins 1-12.
Warriors $1.12, $3. Dolphins $1.12, 320.
Dolphins 1-12.
320.
I'll go Warriors head-to-head, please.
Yep, $1.84. I will also go Warriors head-to-head, $1.84. North Queensland $1.65 host Manly $2.26. The line is 2.5.
Manly 13 plus.
5.25.
Cowboys 13 plus.
3.15.
Yeah, I thought about going either of them 13 plus. Got no idea. Manly 13 plus.
5.25.
I'll go Cows.
You don't need to tell us you got no idea.
Yeah,
that's for
well,
sure.
that one emphasised it.
I'll go Cows 1-12.
2.95. I'll go Cowboys 13 plus, which is $3.15. Sharkies 2.31 host the Storm $1.62. 3.5 is the line.
Melbourne Storm. Melbourne Storm 13 plus.
3.10.
Storm minus 3.5.
Yep.
Storm 1-12.
2.90.
Storm head-to-head.
$1.62. I'll go Storm minus 3.5 as well. Broncos $1.30. What? Host the Dragons 3.55. 10.5 is the line.
Go for some value.
I'm not a turncoat like you, that's for sure, mate. Till the day I die. I'm gonna go Broncos 1-12.
Red V 1-12.
4.60.
Let's go Dragons 13 plus.
$10. There we go.
There you go,
I can't believe you didn't go.
You happy?
If Broncos weren't my team, I would have absolutely gone Dragons 13 plus because it's $10. Who gives a shit?
Bronx bounce back. Minus 10.5.
Okay. I'm going to join Timmy. Dragons 13 plus at $10. Raiders $1.34 host the Titans 3.30. 9.5 is the line at Canberra Stadium.
The line is 9.5. I'll go. I go Titans 13 plus.
8.75.
I got a bit of room to play with.
Titans 1-12.
4.30.
Raiders 13 plus.
2.18.
Raiders minus 9.5.
Yeah, I'll take Raiders minus 9.5 as well. And to bring us home, Tigers $1.92, Rabbitohs $1.92. Out at the 9th one of the world, 10th one of the world, Campbelltown. The line irrelevant, 0.5.
I'll go. Let's go Tigers head to head, baby. Actually, no, Tigers 1-12.
Bunnies 13 plus.
$4.
Ooh. Tigers 1-12.
$3.05.
I'll go Souths head-to-head. Excuse me.
$1.92. Yeah, I'll go Tigers head to head. $1.92 to bring us home.
There you go. Face the Music, brought to you by our friends over at Sportsbet. Give us a follow on the feed. Absolutely firing at the moment. People, plenty of followers, so really appreciate it. Grab some Grumpy Coffee, the best coffee in all the land. And also, grab a Bloke jersey before they're gone. We'll never do this design again. Do not forget the selection table tomorrow, 3 p.m. As usual, we'll go and fuck ourselves. Thank you.
Imagine what you could be buying instead. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.